Today is a great day. I think we have some solid stalwarts amongst us. And it's a very important day for the subject of hydropower. And incidentally, this room has a history for that. And Razdan Sahib is aware about that history. You know, it's almost 10 years that I've been able to come back to, otherwise we are an NGO, so we can't, sometimes, this after the COVID, we have been struggling to come back and pay to the hotel, and get it done. So that is first thing. The second thing is that it is also historical that the discussions on hydro have happened here. Our Razdan Sahib was always involved, and we have late Yogendra Prasad ji, whose photo is there. I am his biographer, and I don't think that there was a more taller figure in hydropower in the history of India that we can actually respect and see. And I'm very happy that we have our dear friend Abhay Kumar Singh ji here, who for me is like the, again, seeing Prasad type of work, I would say. Of course, that's a level, In fact, ये तालियां इतनी जोर से बजनी चाहिए, भले हम एक रूम में बैठे, क्योंकि इसका थोड़ा जोर से बजाइए इनके लिए. So, एक छोटी सी बात before I call everybody. Today is also 1st of August, and this is the day of my father's birthday. In fact, it was crazy. What happened is I was trying to do it on 31st year. So, Abhay Kumar Singh ji had to go to his guru, and it was such a situation. मैंने उनके लिए मैंने कहा कुछ ना कुछ करूँगा इस बार. तो मैंने एक दिन, this day normally I sit behind and relax, I don't do anything. I am not a very पूजा वाला आदमी नहीं हूँ ज़्यादा, ठीक है, मन से करता हूँ. कर्मयोगी हैं जैसे वो हैं सिंह साहब, तो कुछ करता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन क्या कर सकते हैं. वो ऐसा हो गया कि इनके कारण this day is got dedicated to my father also. And what is the history of that? Now the history, right? It is linked to hydro. See that. See, licenses were given to two companies early days from the British era, and it continued. The one license went to CSC Kolkata, the first license. The second was Tata Power. And what do they sell? बिजली कहाँ से बेचें? बिजली तो है नहीं. तो कोयना की ही पहली, that was 320 megawatt stuff which went to 960 megawatt. That was the first power plant, because that 62 to 70, that was the period that this capacity came into picture, the entire thing, slowly, steadily. So that was the first hydropower, and what a scheme it was. It faced an earthquake and everything, but it still survived, right? And it still is the lifeline of Maharashtra, let me tell you. It is the existing largest hydropower scheme in the country. 1960 megawatt with multi-purpose water utility. Now we have the Krishna Koyna. I was involved in that with the Maharashtra Jeevan Pradhikaran, which was the MWSSB earlier. So that also what happened, that becomes the biggest scheme, 9,000 crores, sending water through the tunnel. We actually pump the water back from the Koyna river into the Krishna when it goes dry. And then the water is sent to, literally through a tunnel, Paratkar Sahib is here. The Karat tunnel, tunnel is a water tunnel, through that it goes. And you see the richness of Satara, Sangli, all the sugar belt is because of this particular scheme. It was done during the era of Prithviraj Chauhan, who was the, he pushed that project in a big way. Of course, I worked when I was in Jyoti that time. So some history there, and my father brought the first electricity to Mumbai, single-handedly as a foreman. And it was crazy scene because he was not happy with he was from Loyola Institute of Technology. My grandfather, what he said, he pushed him to Gemini Ganeshan. He was making films, na? Oh, this SS Vasan's film studio was there. So Gemini broke away and made his own Gemini studio on Mount Road. And my grandfather was his chief accountant. So he wanted his son to work in the same area. ठीक है, ये तो उन्होंने push कर दिया. So my father was a rebel. उन्होंने कहा, so I don't like this environment, because Gemini was a colorful man. So my father was not. So my father was not happy with that, right? He said, so he didn't inform his own father. He took a train, and that time the only thing, no foreign country, only place was land in Mumbai with your engineering degree. So he landed, and he landed the job in MSCB, Maharashtra, and that was for electrification of the Koyna through Mahad, Chiplun, Roha, the entire transmission corridor. That time was the first largest, 400 towers single-handedly he did for that. Of course, later on, because of corruption, he literally left the job, and he went to Western Crompton, electrified Rangoon, and later on came to Churu in Rajasthan to electrify that area. So it's a big story. So it was hydropower that my father first did. He was so frustrated with corruption that he left and joined the Talwar family in Faridabad in packaging, completely diametrically opposite. His entire life later on was packaging. So maybe some godly genetic code that actually made me come into probably this sector. Again, to do some unfinished agenda. So Hydropower it was, Koina it was, right? And from there, my family history. Of course, my grandpa, that is my Nanaji, was also very close friend of today L&T people. If anybody is there, I think KK is there. So my grandpa was actually the right-hand man for Hawk Larsen, the founder of Larsen Tubro. And he left him in 1953 because he was paying salary without taking work from him. तो वो बोले अब एडवाइस खत्म, मैं तुम्हें छोड़ रहा हूँ बिकॉज तुम कुछ कर ही नहीं रहे यार. ओनली वन, क्योंकि ही केम फ्रॉम VJTI एंड द ब्रिटिश एरा. उनको क्या किया, ब्रिटिशर्स ने इंश्योर किया कि वो टॉपर थे, उनको नहीं देना है, तो दे पुट हिम इन द सेकंड क्लास और ब्रॉन्ज मेडल भी दे दिया. और वो मेडल भी चोरी करके उन्होंने शिवाजी पार्क के समुद्र में फेंक दिया गया. ये सब हुआ मेरे ग्रैंडपा के साथ, विच वॉज कॉल्ड द विक्टोरिया जुबिली टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूट. नाउ इट इज कॉल्ड द वीर जीजामाता. वी कुड चेंज द नेम. वो आजकल क्या नेम चेंजिंग तो चलता रहता है, लेकिन इट वॉज दैट इंस्टीट्यूट फ्रॉम वेयर माई ग्रैंडफादर डिड इट. इट वॉज अ ग्रेड इंस्टीट्यूट. ऑन द नाइट ऑफ 15th August 1947 when Pandit Nehru was giving the speech on freedom at midnight, the famous Tryst with Destiny speech, my grandpa was convincing Hawk Larsen and his colleague Tubro not to fly away to Mauritius. So that's a little history. So L&T, your construction company is here. I tell सुब्रमण्यम को एक दिन बोलना पड़ेगा, तुमको मालूम है तुम्हारी कंपनी मेरे ग्रैंडपा के कारण तुम्हारी देन है, पैसे तुम लोग बना रहा है. हाँ, लेकिन हाँ पैसा बना रहा है, लेकिन it was my grandpa. So anyway, it's wonderful. Paratkar Sahib is having a smile. We have a lot of talk like that, both with Abhay and Paratkar Sahib. I have personal talks also with Razdan ji. So let me call first Anil Razdan Sahib to please come and be on the dais. He is our chair for the day. Please give a big hand. Former Secretary Power, former Secretary for Petroleum, as well as Joint Secretary for the Atomic Energy Commission. So he has everything in his hand, and a man who loved hydro all the while, throughout, you know. So, sir, thanks for your time. Always a pleasure to have you. Next, I would like to call Abhay Kumar Singh ji, my dear friend, who is absolutely, as I told you, for our day. We are not missing Prasad now. At least I know now that his work will be carried off like a baton race, you know. So he's still, although he's retired from NHPC, but he's so dynamic. Half of the policy construct still moving because of his push many times, you know. Then I would like to call my dear friend S.G. Paratkar Sahib. Paratkar Sahib is a dear friend personally, but a man who has stood for hydro, and construction industry knows him very well on many big projects in India. So please give him, he is the director underground works and also hydropower and water resources for AFCONS, the Shapurji Polanji company. भाई तालियां अच्छी बजाओ यार, यहाँ एनर्जी वाला एक ग्रुप लगना चाहिए, एनर्जी वाले लोग हैं, है ना. Then I would like to call my another dear friend N. Murugesan. Murugesan was the former Director General of the Central Power Research Institute. What, you know, this man doesn't speak much of Hindi, but इनको 5 राष्ट्रभाषा अवार्ड मिला है. And from president, how many presidents are 2 or 3? Yeah? No, Pranabda and others. Come, sir, come. Murugesan Sahib is a dear darling, and he built these smart grid standards for India. Whatever smart grid standards have been developed is thanks to this gentleman. Then I would have the man who has actually ensured that this pump storage comes from the government side at the CEA, Central Electricity Authority. It's MAKP Singh, our dear friend. So pump storage actually was pushed by Singh Sahib in a big way, of course with support from Ghanshyam Prasad, his chairman. So indebted to both of them for having pushed this agenda, which was always an Inertia Foundation agenda from the beginning. So these were the guys who actually enabled at the central level this policy construct. Although we don't have our friends from Andhra, I would really congratulate the state of Andhra for taking this as a challenge. And the NetCap officers from 2020, it was first for Dr. Ramana Reddy, and now we have, Kamalakar Babu. Both of them have been standing with it. And today the beauty is only state which has about 25 to 30 gigawatt ke roughly, which are all DPR'd. Am I right, sir? DPR'd and under execution. Maharashtra is coming in with another 20 gigawatt. So just 2 states, 50 gigawatt, they would execute out of the 100 gigawatt target that we set in 2024 through a white paper. It's been adopted now this year by the CA for a target of 20, 30, 35, 36. We wanted 32, but because of the challenges that are there. And I have another great friend of mine, Saroj Mishra, who is here, who actually enabled me to go to Canada in the year 2009. That time we interacted a lot, and he has been a dear friend for a long time, a former trade commissioner of the Indo-Canadian or the Canadian embassy, and helping the Indo-Canadian cause. And Canada is a hydropower country. Quebec is a state which completely is powered with hydro. It does not have any other capacity index in it. It's all hydropower. and Quebec is a French-speaking state of this what do you call Canada. Canada is one of the most powerful state. In fact, it also supplies power to US as well. That's what is known, and they are very influential. In fact, if they stall the power, I can tell you both US and Canada will be in trouble. US first and Canada later probably. And then another dear friend, not the least, is our Subhash Chandra ji. Subhash Chandra ji was the former Joint Secretary, Ministry of Mines, when I first came to know him. I will credit him for helping us in developing the critical mineral policy. And he was also in the Ministry of Environment and Forest in Goa. And that was his last stint as a DG. And he has enabled environmental issues in a big way. So we have the right panel here. In fact, who can, of course, there are many other, we have KK Gupta, we have, DP Goyal, but I think we wanted, if all of us sit, then nobody will be down, right? So that's the story. So we have to have a discussion. So pardon me, sir, if I could not, because even I'm not going to sit, I'm going to moderate. But you're all there in the discussion. We'll have a closest discussion. We have students from New Delhi Institute of Management. Can you raise the hands? Because I've been mentoring the people over there. Please give a big hand to them. They have come to a forum. They are management students. They are into PG and the MBA program. But there is a REPA-NDIM Center of Excellence in Renewable Energy established in the New Delhi Institute of Management. And I have actually trained 150 students already in the area of renewable energy. Unfortunately, what happens, everybody goes towards AI or other things, but this is a tough area. So I can understand their problems, but even if a few people come and we can continue to train them, I'll be more than happy to do that and certify them. Because while you get your MBA, any additional certificate opens your gates to the new industry. And I can tell you that on the 6th of August, the first pivotal strategy center has been opened at your place. Mark Oliver Opresnik is a dear friend of mine. In fact, on 6th of August, I'm doing an online program with him to establish AI across the industry spectrum. It's a free seminar on the 6th of August. A lot of these industry people will join. So you want to join, you can. So I also take my own initiative through the other foundation, Markonomy Foundation. So AI is also of interest because my final year thesis belongs to AI and robotics at NIT Kurukshetra. And the second one was non-conventional machining processes. These two things I have not left. I keep looking at these areas every now and then, because manufacturing we are required to. Abhi dekhiye, we have, I think, Andritz. Any person representing Andritz here right now? Okay, is cut. So if you see any pump storage orders at this juncture, it's all going to Andritz. So BHL people told me, "Ar sahab, humko bhi order dila do." मैंने कहा वो तो मिल जाएगा, लेकिन आपको कम से कम. Then they had a problem because their turbine is separate and in the RPTG and their the generator is separate. And the tender conditions clearly say they want an integrated setup, right? That's fine. But I'm saying if they go, before they develop the R&D thing, if they make a point of economics in this, which is what they are lacking. If they make a point, how does it matter if I put them separately and I make an economic of scale? Unfortunately, BHL has not taken my cue. They are not coming to the forums. So, अब कैसे मदद की जाए? तो ये भी एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. ये कंपनियों के पास इतना ऑर्डर है, 2 लाख करोड़ का बैकलॉग है. एक्सिक्यूट कैसे करेगा? 2 लाख करोड़, साल का 30,000 करोड़ भी आप एक्सिक्यूट नहीं कर रहे हैं, आपकी टर्नओवर से दिख रहा है. तो ये कहाँ जाएगी? और सारे ऑर्डर उधर जा रहे हैं. तो ये अभी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भी देयर इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ सिचुएशन वेयर ओनली फ्यू ऑप्शंस आर लेफ्ट. Voith is not got a single order in India abhi pump storage mein, and there is one big company. I tried to push them into the off river because they have a design from 5 to 50 megawatt. In fact, we had it in Jyoti. I started my career with Jyoti Baroda. So I had got RPTGs up to 50 megawatt. So that company unfortunately went fut. We brought it out of the BFR. I was the young Turk who did it with 2 big orders at Reliance Hazira. They were blacklisted. I brought them out. Nanubai was crying. I remember the founder, he was crying. Uske aankhon mein aansu aa gaye the. First mentor in a way. He established ERDA. The first electrical design agency in Baroda. So he was the doyen, forgotten doyen of India. I always say, उसकी किताब साराभाई की इक्विवेलेंट किताब बंदा है. वो भी एलेम्बिक में जो ग्लाइकोडिन बनाता था, used to make the cough syrup. उसके पंप्स को रिपेयर करने गए वो. उधर वो चेक रिपब्लिक के पंप्स निकले. उन्होंने अपने कजिन को बोला कि भाई ये पंप मैं तेरे को रिपेयर करके देता हूँ. तुम बाहर से क्यों मंगा रहे हो आदमी? So he did it. And after repairing, he opened them and reverse engineered. And he made the water pumps. Can you believe? And he got his distributor, Vilas Kumar Shah, to import because otherwise they will not allow to import. Copy shopy मार लो. ठीक है? उन्होंने खोला. वो engineering करी जो आज Chinese कर रहे हैं ना, वो नानू भाई ने उस जमाने में करी. And I will tell you, such a great doyen. Bombay Club रतन टाटा यूज्ड टू बेग, हमें आने दो. नेल्सन बैंक के साथ रेस्टोरेंट में मीटिंग्स होती थी, सारे इंडस्ट्रीज आते थे. नानूभाई वाज द king leader of that, ring leader of that. And if he wanted, then only he could come. Rusi Modi was very dear to him. And later on, my other boss in the power sector, Gopal Vazirani, who died also, he was the head of WMI Cranes, which went to Kone now. And we built the MA in India, the joint venture. So I brought the joint venture. WMI Power was converted to MA in India. So he was very close to Rusi Modi. And I have interacted so much with Rusi Modi Sahib, I got all his blessings. He was a great guy. Another forgotten doing. If Rusi was not there, the startup would not be what it is today. So these were the people we probably, if we have to tell the stories, असली story तो ये वाली है. 100 साल industrial era की story सुनाई है, 5000 साल की story सुना के क्या फायदा? We must talk about what happened in the industrial era. We are also talking of climate action. What is our climate action? We want to put the 1.5 degree delta rise. It should be from the pre-industrial era, the temperature rise should be 1.5 delta. What has happened with all these COPs? Become a big charade. We are 4 degree up at this juncture when we are in this room. We are always 4 degree up from that. So whatever target up 2050 की बात कर रहे हैं, so it will be even worse. That's my prediction. So if we don't go properly with this, and one of the reasons India should wake up is any amount of renewable you do, your grid needs a balance, right? And it needs peak shaving. And that peak shaving is expanding. And now the big thing will be you are pumping in the electric vehicle. I don't like it actually, because you are drawing the grid power at night, and whatever drawing you are doing, you are drawing the thermal power. आपकी लोड उस पे जा रही है. Second जो चीज है, क्योंकि रात को सूरज होता नहीं है, there's no sun at night. Second thing that's happening in this is that we are now, I'm not getting into the ethanol business today, but I'm just telling you what's going to happen to hydro. All these data centers will come in big way. In fact, I did a research, and last month I found out maximum data centers are coming in Mumbai. Without knowledge. It's not Bangalore, and itna hai ki it's almost 2 or 3 times more than the other cities. And what's happening? We are actually using the public's water. We are drawing the clean water. ठीक है? अब वो हाइड्रोजन आएगा, आप ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बात कर रहे हैं. What is green hydrogen? Why we want these colors? These foreigners are talking about. Any hydrogen I make from CH4 chain, according to me, is the best chain to sequestrate. That is, you capture the carbon, you use your even coal, you be agnostic, and you produce as much as hydrogen as low cost for you. Because tomorrow, another 10 years, you will not be allowed to take out your coal with the high ash content and all those things. So you better go there to coal bed methane and coal gasification, convert that into hydrogen. And hydrogen should be like a pool. Like it should be like the pooling of power, like that agnostic pooling of hydrogen has to happen. Then only this country will go forward. So using the green hydrogen word is a misnomer. There's nothing green about this hydrogen, because you are going to be water stressed. I am living in Dombivli in Thane district. Last 10 years, I have not got water beyond 25 minutes a day. This is the hard reality. And I'm paying 17 rupees 53 paisa once I cross the 500 units. That's the highest tariff in the country I'm paying. It's not that we are the only city, all the rich cities are being charged like that. Hyderabad is going through the same thing now. My friend, Dr. Bala, who's from NFTDC, he told me my bill is also 17 rupees now, 16 to 17 bucks. What are you doing? Domestic tariff. Bhai, Attak se Kattak, Kashmir se Kanyakumari, one grid, one nation, to pehle aap domestic tariff ek kariye. So you can't rob Peter to pay Paul. We are doing that. And none of us are bothered, because we are all getting money. ठीक है, आ रहा है, चलो बिल आ रही दे रहे हैं. भाई क्या है? How can the electricity companies take us to the cleaners? You're paying highest for fuel. So these are also issues. So hydro will actually change the game, because it's a long-term asset. We are talking about hydro as a cost. It's not a cost center, because you are not calculating the extra benefits you are getting. You're loading it on the electric tariff anyway. ठीक है? फिर आप इसको power बोल देते, power costly है इसकी. दूसरी, how can you compare Alfonso mango with a local apple? Hydropower is a 75-100 years old asset. भाखरा तो वही है, श्रीशैलम वही है, सारे बांध वही है. तो आप इसको क्या ट्रीटमेंट दे रहे हैं? आपकी क्या कैलकुलेशन है? कौन सा? ये सारे फाइनेंशियल मैनेजर्स जिधर भी बैठे हैं, इन सबको मेरे को लगता है अपनी डिग्री फेंक देनी चाहिए. क्योंकि आपकी NPV, net present value, because I learned all these things as an engineer. If you do the NPV for a plant which has got a long shelf life, then you go to the banker and tell him, what the hell you're doing? You're giving me a lending proposition here like any other power plant. Why? And अगर फ्री पावर चाहिए, वो भी आप हाइड्रो से ही ले लेंगे. हैं? कोई सोलर से फ्री बिजली मांग रहा है. Why you want to load everything on the hydro? Somewhere we have to fight this policy, anomaly, which is very dangerous for the country, and it has brought down our hydropower share to 10%. Not just the environmental issue. Every time we come, Goel Sahab, we all talk about it. It's not only environment, it's our skewed model. Every time it's not attractive to a politician. 5 years he will come for power. 3 साल में भी आजकल गायब हो जाते हैं. तो वो क्यों उसको पकड़ेंगे? वो 2 साल वाले प्लांट के पीछे जाते हैं जो 2-3 साल में लग जाए. तो 16 लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट. तो जो लॉन्ग टर्म करना है, कई प्रोजेक्ट 10 साल में बन रहे हैं, कई 17 साल में बन रहे हैं. इंदिरा सागर जैसे प्रसाद साहब ने उन्होंने 5 साल में बना, करचमवांगू उन्होंने 4 साल में बनाया है. तो है एग्जाम्पल्स हैं. भूटान वाले जल्दी बन जाते हैं. वो उधर भी लटक गया है एक प्रोजेक्ट, है ना. तो पुनः सांचू वन वो अब बनेगा. सो ये बेसिकली क्या हाइड्रो की चैलेंजेस हैं अपनी अलग अलग टाइप की. इट्स नॉट जस्ट एनवायरमेंटल रिलेटेड. जियोलॉजी एक बहाना है. सिंह साहब मानेंगे मेरी बात को. जियोलॉजी एक बहाना है. अब सब पता है तुम्हें, फिर तुम क्यों ये बहाने बना रहे हो? यार काम करो. Find ways and means and arrest your system. So basically we should not invent more problems for ourselves. What we have to do in hydro is, what is the real challenge we have to, which is the financial challenge, cost of the project, time dimension, cost overruns, interest during construction. These are all the challenges. We need to be innovative to engineer the financing of hydropower. And I wanted to say this before I go to my panel today, because a lot of things like this we have analyzed, and we understand a 9.5% loan cannot sustain an interest of 9.5% cannot sustain a hydropower project. And what hydro is doing, it is helping remote area. So why it will not get the priority sector lending benefits, which is a 6%. So government policy. I'm working on this because we have Mr. Somanathan, who was the finance secretary at the PMO now. He is the cabinet secretary now. So one letter to him will go. आपने जो किया उसी तरह मैं फाइनेंस पे कर रहा हूँ. तो ये लड़ाई है बहुत बड़ी सर. ये क्या है कि इंडस्ट्री भी उतना ही कर पाएगी ना जितना उनके पास, how much they get incentive, or contractors are actually partners. They are not your enemies. So most of the times good contractors have delivered projects, right? अब आप contractors and ये सारे कोर्टों में ही लगे रहें, आर्बिट्रेशन में लड़ते रहें, और ईगो पॉइंट पे आ जाता है, और वहाँ जाएंगे, वहाँ कई बार मोस्टली PSC ओनली लूजेस आर्बिट्रेशन में, और टाइम इतना निकल जाता है उसमें प्रोजेक्ट का. तो आई थिंक देयर मस्ट बी अ मैकेनिज्म विच शुड बी ईजियर सो दैट दीज आर्बिट्रेटर्स डोंट कीप मेकिंग मनी. उनके लिए तो क्या डेट है, वो आपकी तरफ से भी एडिशनल डेट ले लेगा, गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से डेट लेगा. हर बार वो अपने बच्चों को भी सिखाते हैं, भाई आप इसको लटकाए रखो जिससे कि आपकी दाल रोटी चलती रहे. तो ये बंद होना चाहिए हमारे सेक्टर में. वी कैनॉट अफोर्ड दिस काइंड ऑफ कॉस्ट ओवररन्स. इट इज हैपनिंग इन ऑलमोस्ट एवरी प्रोजेक्ट, एंड इवन इन द रोड प्रोजेक्ट इट हैज कम इन सेवरल अदर प्रोजेक्ट्स. ये बीमारी चारों तरफ फैल गई है. इट्स लाइक अ कैंसर विच कैन किल आवर इंडस्ट्री. सो आई थिंक इट्स अ जॉइंट एफर्ट. It can't be, see, the contractor cannot say कि भाई गलती खाली गवर्नमेंट की है, गवर्नमेंट cannot say खाली कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की गलती है. कहीं ना कहीं कोई फोरम हमारे जैसा हो जो बताए भैया प्रैक्टिकली बैठ जाओ, नहीं तो पूरा देश का खाली हो जाएगा खजाना. We have to be very careful, sir. So with this, I request my members on the dais to please light the lamp and declare this discussion open, sir, today. आइए सर, यहाँ से आ जाइए.
I had given my brief, and right now one more small data, because we are talking of, see, we have to run a race which is the global race. Now, what is the problem in this global race is, right now we have roughly 56 gigawatt of hydropower, if I include the small hydro also in it. And this, if you look at it, it's more than roughly marginally less over 10% in installed capacity terms. I would say in the operating capacity, it can go up to 11%. That's fine, because, and that also comes down because of our availability factors and other issues of some of the projects. But you compare the same thing, what's happened, ratio is to chodiye, in terms of scale. See, when we have a 533 gigawatt of installed in India, driving a 4 trillion plus economy, right? The neighbor, China, and we can't run away from this, that's why I quote it, it's 3.75 terawatt. That means 3,750 gigawatt, in which the hydropower itself is in 500 gigawatt range. I'm not even adding their pump storage, which is equal to our hydropower. So we have to be in proportion. We can't keep telling, our governance model is different, that is different. ये सारे बहाने हैं again. Because आप चलो, आपकी governance model जैसे भी हो, democracy की बात करो, ये करो, वो, that's a tangent direction. But can't you be 50% of what they are? आपकी population 1.5 billion है, उनकी भी 1.5 billion है, तो आपसे 50% नहीं किया गया. तो ये वाला सवाल जब आ जाएगा ना, तो हम खड़े हो जाएंगे फिर, because they're going to rock the US in no time, I can tell you, in power capacity. They're going great guns, and just now last week was the 10 gigawatt on the Tibetan plateau. They have put up a solar itself, and they are always driving solar with pump storage and all that stuff. They are integrating the whole approach. Hydrogen pe bhi wo aise hi aayenge. They will not come, they will not use their water, I can assure you. They're very clever. They are looking at what to do with their coal. So exactly, I am telling, be careful. Let's push the ambit, let everybody not come to my water, Clean water is needed for irrigation. Clean water is needed for my potability. It is needed for my regular industry, for my urban township. If you have all this, please don't touch my water for hydrogen. मेरा सीधा वार्निंग है. वो मैंने उनको बोल दिया था नीति आयोग में, हमारे सरसो साहब को, वो मान गए मेरी बात. मैंने कहा सर थोड़ा तो बताइए, ये चीज will be very dangerous for us because our water will be used. Today the data center is simply sucking our water already. And California just last week made an public order has come out that no big data center can be established in California state, in the vicinity of the state. So if these people are doing and they want to use our water, the Googles you want to use my water, question करिए इसको. तो आपको पानी चाहिए, आप कोस्टल में जाओ. You use the sea water, I have no problem. You do desalination of sea water, use titanium material and bring your, all the electrolyzers. सारा ढकोसला electrolyzer करेगा, ये करेगा, वो करेगा. First we have to stop that. इतना पैसा चला जाएगा साहब, कभी भी $5 के नीचे आप बना ही नहीं पाओगे. और जो कह रहे हैं वो सब झूठ बोल रहे हैं. कोई भी इनके पास मैथ्स नहीं है. बुलाते हैं तो कुछ नहीं मिलता, सब एकदम शून्य है. So let's work on things which actually matter and it can work. Let's not get a fetish
where water is needed. First is carbon, nitrogen for soil. कार्बन एंड नाइट्रोजन उनको चाहिए. कार्बन आप कहाँ से ला सकते हैं? आप कार्बन कैप्चर मिशन अब बन गई है फाइनली हम लोग के पुश करने से. आप कार्बन को वापस पानी में डालिए, गो टू द वाटर बॉडी, reduce the cost of carbon capture, because efficiency की बात होती है, that we can handle, but the cost to do the carbon capture has to come down. It has to be scaled up. So if that is in the mission mode, you will get the retrofitment of the technology over the period of time. Same way, now the mission has come for coal gasification. So these are the other dimensions that are coming. And everywhere where you see, hydro is benefiting now in the pump storage because of solar. That is the biggest benefit of solar. Than putting these parks. आप देखिए खावड़ा में पार्क लगाया है, हम खाली इवैक्यूएट 30 गीगावाट करना चाह रहे हैं, नहीं हो पा रहा है, ट्रांसमिशन कॉरिडोर का बॉटलनेक आ गया. ठीक है ना. सो अडानी इज ओनली 10 गीगावाट इज इंस्टॉल्ड. आई विजिटेड द फैक्ट्री एंड ऑल जस्ट लास्ट. दे डोंट शो to most people, but I went, I saw all their manufacturing to understand what they are up to. So it's like a consumption, like captive. They got a 5.2 megawatt wind turbine, which is the largest in the country, 91 feet blade. I saw all that in their facility, and they are putting all of. So they understood finally, without manufacturing, they cannot survive. That understanding has come in, and that's thanks to my boy Vineet. He's the MD, so he's come from our Kurukshetra only. और हरियाणा इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में था, हमारे यहाँ उसमें गड़बड़ हो गई थी, तो हमारे NIT से आधा पढ़ा है, फिर बाद में अडानी साहब ले गए उसको और गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी से करा दिया, बट एक्चुअली हमारा NIT का बंदा है. ठीक है, तो ही वॉज फ्रॉम डे वन आई वॉज मेंटरिंग हिम. एक बार हुआ कोयले की बात, मैंने कहा देखो भाई कोयले से निकल जाओ. So because that time only I predicted these machines are not capable of, the Chinese have literally sold us machines which are subcritical, and nobody will open the mouth because वो clear है, वो subcritical machines हैं. कितनी भी आप कागजों पे लिखिए, वो subcritical आपको बेच दी गई है. और ये why I am saying that, because I met Yantar, bigger than NTPC, at least 3 or 4 times. They met me in Bengaluru, and I cross questioned with, I had an interpreter, and I came to know, they said, sir, we have not a single power plant of supercritical with us. अगर उसको नहीं मिल रही तो आपको कहाँ से मिल जाएगी? तो कहीं ना कहीं ये पेपर टाइगर आ गए, तो ये अपनी 50% PLF के ऊपर चलते नहीं है. अभी मैं उनको मशीन्स को देख के आया हूँ, मशीन्स आर रनिंग प्रॉपरली, दैट्स ओके, प्लांट भी क्लीन है, पर वो सुपरक्रिटिकल नहीं है साहब. वो कहा जा रहा है वो है सुपर. ठीक है, स्टीम के प्रेशर टेम्परेचर आपने किसी तरह से आप थोड़ा बेटर कर लिया, लेकिन बेसिकली दे कैन नॉट राइज. एंड माई प्रेडिक्शन वॉज करेक्ट. आई सेड दे विल नॉट रन बियॉन्ड 50% PLF, and that's what is happening. This is the evidence. And finally, Adani's orders now are to BHEL. You can watch, मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ. Finally, वही हुआ है. ये पहले जिंदल को पता था ये चीज़. उस समय मैं नवीन जिंदल को मिला था, उसको मैंने बोला कोई मशीन मत लेना तुम, other than BHEL, क्योंकि किसी और की भरोसा नहीं है. Only this Mitsubishi L&T fellows can do the job. Now Toshiba also is gone, because I was predicting Toshiba's manufacturing has got some problems, and it came up. There were cracks in the turbine. वो सब हुआ, और Toshiba तो खत्म हो गई, आपको पता है कंपनी. अरोड़ा साहब हमारे दोस्त थे, सो हमारे सामने खत्म हुई है. दैट एंड ऑल्सो इन द सुभानश्री, sorry, not Subanshree, I'm talking of the West Bengal Purila scheme. What happened to the performance of those pump storage machines? If they had performed well, today we would be actually jumping and doing everything for pump storage. पर ये जब तक Greenco का नहीं आया, which is Pinnapuram also had its starting point. We visited February 2024 before making the white paper. So Anil Bhatnagar, the NHPC man, was with them. He showed me the whole thing. And then I saw the machines. I saw every damn thing. Brilliant, I can tell you. Fantastic technology from Androids. And at the same time, good work. Only some mistakes they did in the civil where the leakages happened. And after that, the leakages were set off. It set off the project by 6 months again. CA supported a lot. I must actually congratulate CA. I think we have members of the CA here. Central District Authority, yeah. Thanks to them, because they were positive on this. I told Ghanshyamji not to distrust the Andhra movement that's happening. So he understood my point, and then they supported, of course, with all checks and balances. And today, it's close to a year, it's delivering power to the Andhra grid, which is the only stable grid right now, because of their capacity of 1.68 gigawatt. It's not a joke, sir. Please give them a big hand. और आपके यहाँ तेरी है, उसमें भी एक गीगावाट लग गया है, उसकी थोड़ी टीचिंग ट्रबल्स हैं अभी, वो आ जाएगी, दैट्स व्हाई दे आर अवॉइडिंग. बट बेसिकली वो 250 मेगावाट की मशीन्स हैं, एंड दे आर एक्चुअली वेरिएबल फ्रीक्वेंसी बेस्ड. So first machines of variable frequency, 1 gigawatt, which has also come up in theory, thanks to Bishnoi Sahib. Bishnoi Sahib is no more. He was a dear friend of Abhay Kumar Singh and also a very dear friend of ours. And उन्होंने जो पुश किया उसको, वो प्रोजेक्ट आ गया आपका एक और पंप स्टोरेज. और अभी आएगा आपका गांधी सागर मध्य प्रदेश का. That is a 1.9 gigawatt. L&T is doing the construction, and it is also, Paratkar Sahab knows about it. So it's also a very big project. It's a standalone pump storage. These are all hybrid. This is an integrated renewable energy project. I visited Pinnapuram. It's building 4 gigawatt of solar. 1 gigawatt to usi time lag gaya tha, 24 mein. And 1 gigawatt of wind. They will have a downstream ammonia and hydrogen production. And this was my Karma Bhuvi. I established a 2 into 12 megawatt heavy fuel based power plant of MAN for driving 1 million tons per annum without the grid. That was the Ultratech cement. Finally, hostile takeover happened. Rajshri Birla and all this AM Naik could not stop it. My friend Bambani, who built that cement division and the plant, was completely flabbergasted. He was abusive about AM Naik at a time. So I had to tell him, yaar, shant raho, shant raho. Ye to ho jata hai. Hostile takeover tha. Because they could not save. First was Reliance tried it. They failed. And then when Naik was there, it was almost like gone. If K. Venkataraman was not there, your friend, it was gone. And I know the whole game behind the scenes. It was Gurumurthy from the Swadeshi Jagran Manch who was brought in. Gurumurthy gave a tip. ये कंपनी को लेके क्या करेगा, तुम्हारा तो सब commodities है, engineering company में तुम क्या करोगे? That type of logic. So they wanted an escape route because it was a tug of war going on the board. Escape route was, we went and told Naik कि अब आपको cement division, हमने नहीं बोला, उन्होंने बोला कि you have to hive off the cement division to save their face, save your face. So the cement division came, and I predicted that time only to Bambani that Grasim will no more be cement, it will be Ultratex. आज देखिए Ultratex is the brand. And that was L&T's cement plant. And I was responsible for the 25 megawatt captive power plant in Tadpatri. Faced Naxals, faced everything. But that is the time, a great statement by K. Venkataraman in ENERTIA, in our magazine. He said, projects build a nation. Naxalism was gone within no time. 10 years lage. That one cement plant changed the game. So this I did with Sanghi Cement also in Ran of Kutch. Of course, that sold off to Adani's. But that was a 12 million ton capability right across the border. Nalia was the closest border. It's like the Wagah border. So I've gone there. Bichu और सांप ही काटते थे वहाँ और कुछ नहीं. पता नहीं चलेगा. सफेद बिच्छू दिखेगा पता नहीं चलेगा. बूट को you have to have a special boot so that you don't get bitten. So Ravi Sanghi used to give me those boots. फिर I got them. I said, why don't you talk to the Poonawallahs and bring a venom, the snake venom, institute over there. So they brought it, and people stopped dying in Ran of Kutch. This is before the earthquake came. So a lot of things we have gone through. So it can come in a biography for me. Big stories will come, what happened. But I'm telling you again that without this lifeline called hydropower and also pump storage now, we cannot control our grid, and we had better go decentralized than getting stuck with exporting 30 gigawatt from, Ran of Kutch, 30 gigawatt from Jaisalmer. I would say we have 640,000 villages. I have said this a couple of times. In Nagpur also I said this, and I'm saying it again, 4th or 5th time. 2 megawatt per village will bring 1280 gigawatt. Just low hanging solar. 2 megawatt per village brings you 1280 gigawatt. And this project can come in just 2 years flat. So आपको इतनी पड़ी है तो आप ये कर लीजिए. सरपंचों को बोल दीजिए तुम्हारी शेयर होल्डिंग हो जाएगी. पुराने नए को 10 फैमिली को आइडेंटिफाई करिए. गांव वालों को शेयर दे दीजिए. FPO बना दीजिए. Execute this, and what will happen with this kind of a thing, what will happen is that you will get 1280 gigawatt in no time into the grid to deliver. So all of that need not go only to supply. It can enable our pump storage. It can enable green hydrogen, whatever you're talking. So ये simple सा low hanging fruit है. मेरा 2016 का पत्र प्रधानमंत्री जी को, ठीक है, उसको मैं फिर से अभी रिवाइव करके लिख रहा हूँ. तो हम जो कह रहे हैं ना, हमारा बिजली नहीं है, we can't catch up with China. It's all humbug. You just get your farm sector into the game because they benefit, they get additional income. Converting like CBG, waste to compressed biogas. Now Reliance went to Andhra Pradesh to sign 500 CBG plants. So ethanol is not the revolution, CBG is. Because ethanol is the low hanging fruit. आप लाओ गाड़ी में डाल दो. So गाड़ी वालों का लॉस हो जाएगा. वो क्यों कर रहे हो? आप उसको CBG में एक 50 करोड़ का प्लांट लगाना है. 50 करोड़ में 8 टन आप बना लोगे. That's the easy way. You spend the 50 crores. The government should, instead of taking out, and that's also fuel. The transition will go only when we go from crude oil towards gas economy. And this is an indigenous gas economy. Initially, you can bring LNG, but over a period of time, the gas grid will be actually powered using the CV. Already, हमने GAIL के साथ बात करके, we have allowed for 100% pumping of gas. Earlier, they were saying blending. I was not happy with the word blending because in CBG, it's 100% combustion in the IC engines. So these are out of the hydro subject I went so that you understand that we are discussing hybrid integrated renewable energy. It's not an elephant and six blind men approach with which we can succeed. We need to have, and hydro has to be the masthead of moving this peak in the electricity side, failing which we are going to put our grid also into trouble. Decentralize bhi karo, isko bhi kaam karo. That's the way we have to go forward. So my 6,40,000 villages are decentralized economy, which forms in my book of India Brandish, I call it LC, Pura se beyond, remote location of strategic infrastructure industry. इसी से गांव आपके आगे बढ़ेंगे. अगर हमने अर्बनाइज करना शुरू कर दिया, we will be actually doing a disservice to our villages. So with this, I now request first Abhay Kumar Singh ji, because he is the best man to tell us, and then Razdan Sahib next, to push the points of inflection. And I think he is the best speaker to know how projects are done now. Subhanshri is coming online. How much push he has given, we all know. It will come on the grid as the largest project. It will upscale Koina as 1960 megawatt from all capacity. I'm not differentiated between storage and run of the river. Koina is a storage project. So I would say amongst the capacity, it's 1960. Otherwise, Satluj Jal Vidyut Nathpa Jakari is 1500 megawatt. But then this would, just with about 60 megawatt more, it will upscale the Lord Subhansri, upscale Koina after a long time. The dice is yours, sir.
थैंक यू एयर साहब. स्टेज पे आदरणीय राजदान साहब, पावर सेक्टर के जाने माने हस्ती, और बहुत सारे पॉलिसीज़ में इनका बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है, खासकर हाइड्रो के लिए, क्योंकि हम लोग तो उसी में ज़्यादा घुले मिले रहे. स्टेज पे बहुत सारे चारों ओर बैठे हैं, सामने बैठे हैं गुप्ता जी, सब लोग एफकॉन से आए हैं, परेडकर जी हम साथ काम किए, यहाँ पे पटेल इंजीनियरिंग से आए हैं, एनडी से हैं, एलएनटी के गुप्ता जी है ही हैं, बाकी सारे लोग हैं. हाइड्रो के बिना सर ये जो मिशन है 2047 पूर्ण विकसित भारत, और पंप स्टोरेज के बिना संभव नहीं है. सर आई हैव जस्ट रिटन ए लेटर टू द प्रिंसिपल secretary, to the Prime Minister, then Cabinet Secretary, and so many people in the government, कि हमें क्या करना चाहिए हाइड्रो के लिए, और वाई हाइड्रो हैज गॉन टू द बैक सीट फ्रॉम मेनी ईयर्स. फिर अप डाउन होता है. कोई भी प्राइवेट कंपनी का ग्रोथ अगर आप देखेंगे तो टेंजेंशियल ग्रोथ होता है. पीएसयूज क्यों ऐसे चलती हैं, उसके कारण है कि हम किन आदमी को लेकर के वहाँ टॉप पे बिठाते हैं, उनके क्या विजन्स हैं, क्या टाइम कैसे करना है. हम फैसले तभी करेंगे जब हमें कुछ ज्ञान हो. हम तभी टीम पे विश्वास करेंगे, टीम पे भी हम पे भरोसा होगा. तो ये जब चीज़ मिसिंग होती है ना, तो वो दूसरा तरफ जाती है और रोज़ आप ढूंढ नहीं सकते हो. सर इवन मैं तो अभी सेक्रेटरी पावर से मिला था, से अराउंड 10-15 डेज बैक. मैं कहा सर आपका सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस ही ठीक नहीं है. आई हैव अराउंड 40 मिनट्स टॉक टू हिम कि क्यों नहीं है. मैंने बताया वी नीड 15 पीपल, 12 लोगों को बुलाते हैं, सिलेक्शन करते हैं, 10 मिनट का इंटरव्यू लेते हैं, कुछ अपना शीट भरे होते हैं, एंड दे गो विद द सीनियरिटी में फिर देखते हैं कि भाई इसके ऊपर कोई विजिलेंस केस तो नहीं था सिलेक्शन, क्योंकि मैं भी आई वॉज द पार्ट ऑफ सिलेक्शन सम डायरेक्टर्स, तो मैं भी बैठा था. वो पहले मीटिंग होती है, उसकी कागज़ किनारे कर दी जाती है विदाउट गोइंग थ्रू द डिटेल कि व्हाट वाज द कंप्लेंट, और कंप्लेंट में क्या विजिलेंस केस तो नहीं था, अगर है तो उसको किनारे कर दो. दैट मीन्स कि ही इज ए करप्ट पर्सन. वो सीधा तो मान लेते हैं. इसलिए दुर्भाग्य इस देश का होता क्या है कि जो काम ही नहीं किया है, अच्छे अच्छे जगहों पे बैठा है, सीनियर बन गया, और उसके बाद कोई केस नहीं है, कोई कंप्लेंट ही नहीं है. वो कहते हैं ना, निष्क्रिय जो मनुष्य है उसके क्यों कोई पीछे पड़ेगा. पीछे तो पड़ेगा जो डंडा लेके काम करेगा. तो उसका तो बाहर कर दिया सर उनको. अब उसमें सेब को बिठा दिया कुर्सी पे, उसको कुछ पता ही नहीं है. और जो 40 साल से काम करके 15-20 साल से 25 साल से काम करके, द पर्सन कम टू सर्टेन लेवल एंड दे नो द इंटीग्रिटी ऑफ एवरीथिंग कि क्या हाउ द हाइड्रो पावर, व्हाट द चैलेंजेस, एंड नॉट इन हाइड्रो पावर सर, ये तो फॉर एनी इंडस्ट्री. वो वहाँ पे है ही नहीं सीट पे, और उसको बिठा दिया जिसको कुछ ज्ञान ही नहीं है, एंड उसका टाइम पास होता रहता है. तो हमने लिखा सर कि द चेयर्स आर नॉट टू गेट द पर्सनल कंफर्ट, कि इंजॉय करो, होटल में पार्टी करो, घूमो, और कंपनी बाहर में चली जाए. देयर नो अकाउंटेबिलिटी फॉर नॉट टेकिंग डिसीजन, नॉट डूइंग द प्रोग्रेस. मैंने पीएम को इसी लिखा चिट्ठी कि द CMDs एंड डायरेक्टर दे मस्ट बी रिव्यूड देयर प्रोग्रेस एंड द टारगेट. after every 3 months time, and they continuously they fail for 2-3 quarters, they should be asked to go on leave and give some other person to take the charge. तो सर ये देर में कर लेता हूँ, अभी 4 पेज का लिखा हूँ चिट्ठी, कल ही मैंने कोई कहा है क्योंकि लिंक्डइन पे डाल दो, मैंने वो भी डाल दी। तो ये चीज़ें सर हाइड्रो के लिए मेरे क्यों चिंता है कि वी हैव कम फ्रॉम द सेम राइट फ्रॉम द डे वन वी ज्वाइन द कंपनी, क्या क्या चैलेंजेस होता है। सर बैठे हैं, शायद याद होगा, एक बार सर सुरेश प्रभु जी के पास हम लोग गए, इट वॉज द फॉर जो 4% का बेसिक स्केल का था, सारे PSUs को हो गया था और कुछ हाइड्रो का नहीं हुआ था, तो मैं जनरल सेक्रेटरी था उसमें। तो मैं कहा सर ये हमारा क्यों नहीं होता, हमारे में क्या कमी है, पर वाई नॉट इन द देन इट इज नो रत्ना कंपनी, तो नॉर्मल कंपनी दिस दैट एनी में होता रहा, साहब ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया, बट वो चीज़ एक बार रुक जाती बढ़ती नहीं है। तो खैर उसमें होता रहा, तुम लोग का नहीं, आई वॉन्ट वन थिंग कि हाइड्रो दुनिया में नंबर 1 हो जाए, NHPC हो जाए। तो उन्होंने हमको इमीडिएट, हम तो गए थे कुछ मांगने, उन्होंने मुझे एक टास्क दे दिया कि कॉल योर AGM एंड आई विल कम इन द AGM। शायद इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ मे बी एनी ऑफ द PSU कि उनके एनुअल बॉडी जनरल मीटिंग जो एसोसिएशन की होती है, हमारे पावर के दोनों मिनिस्टर आए, जिन में तो भी आए, और वह कि हाउ टू डू द वर्क कि हमारा हाइड्रो आगे बढ़े। तो फेजेज में ना वो झटके कहते हैं, पंपिंग होती है कि चलो कुछ हाइड्रो बात होती है, फिर वो ढीला पड़ जाता है। जो आपने कहा कि 3 साल 5 साल वाली बात, ये वही बात होती है। फिर उन्होंने कहा कि काम करो कि एक मीटिंग करते हैं, कि NGOs को बुलाते हैं। सर आपको याद होगा हम लोगों ने फिक्की में एक मीटिंग मैंने अरेंज करी थी, वो उसमें जगह जगह के लोगों को बुलाया, एंड वन पर्सन आई कॉल्ड फ्रॉम द उत्तराखंड, मिस्टर काशी सिंह हेरी। उनको क्यों बुलाया कि उन्होंने ही वॉज द फर्स्ट पर्सन टू गो अगेंस्ट द बहुगुणा। क्या है कि भाई उन्होंने कहा कि वो चिपको आंदोलन चल रहा था कि पेड़ नहीं काटने, उन्होंने बोला हम पेड़ काटेंगे। बोला वी आर नॉट द रेड इंडियंस, हमको भी काम करना है, और हमारे क्या औरतें अब जाके जंगलों से लकड़ी काट के ज़िंदगी भर चूल्हा जलाएंगी और हम गरीब घूमते रहें, क्योंकि हमको इन्वायरमेंट बचाना है और हमको हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट नहीं बनाना है। व्हाट इज द देयर फॉर अस? एंड सर ही वाज द पर्सन हु गिवन ऑल द लैंड, प्राइवेट लैंड, एंड हिज वन लेटर हेड कि भाई यहाँ हाइड्रो बनाओ, बिकॉज ही हैज ट्रस्ट इन मी, एंड वाज ओनली डिप्टी मैनेजर सर। एंड वो हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक प्रोजेक्ट धारचूला धौलिंग नेपाल बॉर्डर पे, इट केम इन 5 year कंस्ट्रक्शन टाइम ओनली सर, पूरा हुआ 280 मेगावाट। एंड क्यों हुआ? वन पार्ट की लैंड एक्विजिशन मेरे को भेजा गया, योगेंद्र प्रसाद जी चेयरमैन थे, एंड ही वाज द पर्सन कि समस्याओं का समाधान तुरंत करते थे वो। अगर कोई समस्या इस सब आ गई तो भाई हम समाधान ही करेंगे तो क्या होगा? कोई बुखार हो गया तो दवाई नहीं खाएंगे तो क्या होगा? फिर बढ़ता जाएगा और बढ़ेगा, फिर हम जहाँ जाना को चले जाएंगे। तो सेम वाज हैपनिंग इन NHPC आल्सो। मतलब हम एक डिसीजन मेकिंग बात कर रहे हैं कि हाइड्रो को क्यों बदनाम किया गया। दिस आर द रीजन वी आर अनेबल टू सेलेक्ट अ गुड पर्सन हु नो द सब्जेक्ट एंड डू समथिंग फॉर द कंपनी। ये नहीं हुआ और आज भी नहीं हो रहा है। साहब थे चूँकि बैठे, इसलिए मैं एग्जाम्पल को करता हूँ। देवर वाज वन प्रोजेक्ट पार्वती, यू नो देवर 72 बोर्ड मीटिंग्स, 72 नॉट 1, कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को टर्मिनेट करना है कि उसी से काम कराना है या उसी को कुछ पैसा देना है, और 72 बोर्ड मीटिंग में कुछ फैसला नहीं हुआ। जस्ट इमेजिन करें, और 72 मीटिंग मीन्स कि 1 महीने में एक ही मीटिंग होती है, दैट मीन्स कि 6 years, एंड यू नो फॉर 6.5 years द प्रोजेक्ट वाज क्लोज। सर मुझे फिर साईं प्रसाद जी चेयरमैन बने, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी थे, एडिशनल चार्ज मिला, एंड नाउ इज द चीफ सेक्रेटरी आंध्रा। हमको बोला कि यार अब ये बताओ कि वो प्रोजेक्ट चलेगा नहीं चलेगा, एंड आई डोंट नो यू बट एवरीबॉडी से कि मेरे पास एक AK सिंह हो जाके बनाएगा उसको, तो कैसे बनेगा? तो हमको सर भेज रहे थे, आई वॉज द चीफ इंजीनियर एंड देवर 7 चीफ इंजीनियर द प्रोजेक्ट, और सारे मेरे बैच से सीनियर बैच के थे। मैंने कहा आप तो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम में मेरे को डालने जा रहे हो, ऑल आर सीनियर टू मी, और आप कहते हो तुम जाके हेड ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट बनो, तो हम तो उनको ही संभालते रह जाएंगे। So anyway, finally he made me general manager, and all the 7 who were sitting at the side, who were senior to me, were dropped. Anyway, सर वहाँ पर गए हमने, इतने था कि वन कंपनी पटेल इंजीनियरिंग, द पर्सन इज सिटिंग हियर फ्रॉम द पटेल, सर 10.5 months से देयर वाज नो वर्क, एंड दे हैव पुट LD, and they have not decided even the time extension, and nobody is responsible, क्योंकि टाइम एक्सटेंशन तो उनका बनता नहीं, हम देंगे नहीं। अरे यार either you put the penalty with the time extension, otherwise they don't put the LD। नहीं, हम LD भी लगाएंगे, एक्सटेंशन भी नहीं देंगे। अब मैं आज एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ कि वो कंपनी खैर हमने उसी से बना, लंबी स्टोरी हो जाएगी बताने में हाउ आई डिड इट, डिसीजन मेकिंग कितने इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। दे गॉट मोर देन दे हैव गिवन द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, 300 करोड़ का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था। होपफुली कि वो 300 करोड़ से ज़्यादा क्लेम ले गए। क्यों ले गए? इसी कारण से ले गए कि डिसीजन नहीं हुआ, आप चलते काम मेल्डी लगा दिए, उसका रिसोर्स आइडल करा दिया, सब कुछ करा दिया। एंड जिसके बारे में बता रहे कि 72 बोर्ड मीटिंग हुई थी, वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फाइनली टर्मिनेट हुआ। एंड इट वाज डिक्लेयर कि टीवीएम अब नहीं काम हो सकता है। अंग्रेजों को लाया गया सर, क्योंकि वो जो कह देंगे हमको भी कंफर्ट है, आई एम सिटिंग ऑन द चेयरमैन चेयर, वो क्या है, पुट द बेस्ट ऑफ द कंसल्टेंट इन द वर्ल्ड, एंड नाउ दे आर सेइंग ये नहीं हो सकता, टर्न इज नॉट सेफ, तो सो एवरीबॉडी विल एग्री। सर मैंने आपको बताऊं सर, उन अंग्रेजों को भगाया मैंने। अब मैं लेवल 1 नहीं जनरल मैनेजर, हमने कहा आइदर यू रिमूव मी फ्रॉम द प्रोजेक्ट, अदरवाइज आई वांट टू कंटिन्यू द प्रोजेक्ट एंड आई विल टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। विद द सेम मशीन, सेम TBM, द प्रोजेक्ट हैज बीन कमीशन, इट इज जनरेटिंग 800 मेगावाट। तो सर ये हाइड्रो की जो बात बता रहा हूँ मैं, इट इज ऑल बिकॉज वी पुट सर्टेन पीपुल जिनको कुछ ज्ञान ही नहीं है, काम नहीं किया तो कोई विजिलेंस में कंप्लेंट नहीं है, कंप्लेंट नहीं है तो वो बिल्कुल फिट है कुर्सी के लिए, क्योंकि किसी के पॉकेट से, सरकार में भी किसी के पॉकेट से पैसा नहीं जा रहा है फॉर एनी दिस टाइप ऑफ इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट। तो ये समस्या यहाँ पे है। होता है कि नुकसान किसका होता है? सारे के सारे जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग एजेंसी हैं। वन वे वी से दे आर आवर पार्टनर। हम एक ग्लोबल टेंडर करते हैं, उनको बुलाते हैं, जिस दिन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अवार्ड करते हैं वो अछूत हो जाता है, हम छुप छुप के मिलते हैं। यार कोई देख तो नहीं रहा कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर मेरे ऑफिस में बैठा है, क्यों छुप के मिलते हैं? जब आप सही हो तो छुपने की क्या जरूरत है? होटल में मिलेंगे, कहीं गेस्ट हाउस में मिलेंगे, बट नॉट इन द ऑफिस। तो क्या मीटिंग करोगे, क्या डिसीजन लोगे? तो ये चलता रहा और चलता रहेगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ मैं। बट इसी के बीच में कुछ अच्छे लोग भी आएंगे जो कंपनियों को चलाएंगे। और सर अभी हाइड्रो में सर आपको आपके टाइम में शायद रहा होगा, बाद में उमा शंकर जी आ गए थे। अरुणाचल प्रोजेक्ट सर सारे के सारे वाजपेयी जी का जो आए थे कि हमको हाइड्रो में 50,000 मेगावाट का DPR बनाओ, एंड ऑल द हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक प्रोजेक्ट इन अरुणाचल वाज गिवन इनिशियली टू PSUs, देन अगेन टेकन बैक बाय द गवर्नमेंट, और सारे प्राइवेट को दे दिया। एक भी सर प्राइवेट नहीं बना। RK सिंह साहब मेरे सर मिनिस्टर है, मैं उस समय देख रहा था, तो कुछ लोगों ने मेरे को अप्रोच किया, वन फ्रॉम जिंदल, क्योंकि हमारे पहले चेयरमैन थे मिस्टर गर्ग, तो उन्होंने कहा कि AK सिंह हम प्रोजेक्ट देना चाहते हैं। मैं कहे तो मुश्किल होगा, कैसे करोगे? तो मैंने इसे मजाक मजाक बोला कि एक तरीका हो सकता है कि आपने वाइट में जो भी अपफ्रंट मनी चेक से दिया है कि स्टेट को विदाउट इंटरेस्ट, अगर हम वो उतना पैसा आपको लौटा देते हैं विदाउट इंटरेस्ट, अगर इस पर हाँ करो तो मैं आगे बात करूं किसी से गवर्नमेंट में। ब्यूरोक्रेसी तो सब तैयारी नहीं थी, बट RK सिंह साहब के एक त्यौहार का दिन था, मैं बैठा था, मैं कहा साहब ये कुछ कर रहे हैं लोग, कह रहे वो क्या कर लेंगे इस तरह से? मैं बोला उन्होंने हाँ तो किया है, अगर कहे तो मैं एफर्ट करूँ। तो जो जिंदल वाला आया तो उन्होंने एक लाइन बोला कि भागते भूत की लंगोटी से ही। जस्ट इमेजिन दिस वाज द लैंग्वेज यूज बाय हिम, क्योंकि साहब इनसे बनेगा नहीं, और देयर द प्रेशर फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट कि इन पे एक्शन करो, तो कोर्ट में जाएंगे। सर फाइनली क्या हुआ, जितना मेगावाट गया था, नाउ ऑल द प्रोजेक्ट हैव कम बैक टू द PSUs, जिसमें NHPC काम कर रही है, जिसमें निपको काम कर रहा है, जिसमें सतलुज काम कर रहा है। तो ये चीज़ें है ना, अगर हम इसी को 25 साल पीछे जाएं, वो भी तो किसी ने क्लियर किया था, तो आज कहाँ होते हम? द फ्लड ऑफ द आसाम इट टोटली डिपेंडेंट ऑन दिस ऑल द 5 मेजर रिवर्स ऑफ द अरुणाचल। और उसमें सर ऑलरेडी सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन का है, इवन वी हैव स्टडीड वी नीड टू हैव a total capacity and all this dams around say 9.5 BCM का तो टोटल आ जाता है, अगर हम बड़े बड़े डैम एक बड़े बनाते हैं तो। एंड विद द मेकिंग ऑफ दो आर द लास्ट डैम रिजर्वायर, लॉन्ग रिजर्वायर, द मल्टीपर्पज, वी कैन कंट्रोल द कंप्लीट फ्लड ऑफ आसाम। द वाटर विल बी रिड्यूस्ड बाय एटलीस्ट 6 to 8 फीट। आसाम आपको बिल्कुल प्लेन एरिया, 6 से 8 फीट बहुत होता है, उतने पानी से पूरा। तो वी हैव टू रिस्ट्रिक्ट द रिवर फ्लो इन द रिवर सेक्शंस ओनली, एंड हाउ इट कैन बी डन, देयर इज अ वेरी गुड एनालिसिस बाय द सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन, by the we have also done, we have good hydrologists also in NHPC। तो इसका समस्या है सर, सबको पता भी। देखिए आसाम में कितने ब्रिजेस बह गए, कितने खेत चले गए, जानवर चले गए, आदमी मर गए, और ये हर साल का है, 2-3 हज़ार करोड़ एवरी ईयर सर। इवन फॉर सर दिवांग सर इट वाज नॉट बीइंग क्लियर। देन आई मेट सोमनाथन जी, ही वाज द सेक्रेटरी एक्सपेंडिचर। मैं उनसे मिला, बात करा, तो उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है प्रोजेक्ट मैं करता हूँ, बट ये सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन से रिटेन में लो। सब फर्दर उसकी कमेटी बन गई, दे डिलेड ऑलमोस्ट 6-8 मंथ, बट फाइनली हो गया। ये पहला शायद PIB हुआ था कि विदाउट गेटिंग ऑल द डिटेल क्लैरिफिकेशन द PIB वाज अप्रूव्ड। इट इज ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ द प्रेजेंट कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी। अदरवाइज जो कहते नहीं सारा आगे तय भी करेंगे, जिंदगी में नहीं होता है भी ऐसा। दिवांग प्रोजेक्ट इज नाउ गोइंग फुल स्विंग, नाउ इट इज द लार्जेस्ट प्रोजेक्ट इन द कंट्री, अराउंड 2880 मेगावाट। तो ऑल डिपेंड्स कि यार आप किसको चेयर पे बिठा रहे हो, फिर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की समस्या कौन दूर करेगा। फॉर 12 मंथ वी डू इन हाइड्रो हार्डली 7 मंथ वर्क, तो हु विल पे फॉर 5 मंथ? इज देयर एनी गाइडलाइंस इन एनीवेयर इन द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट? कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज ऑलवेज साइन वन वे, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हैज टू टेक ए वर्क, ही हैज टू कोड द थिंग्स कंपटीशन में। अभी तो ऐसे से आगे सर हाइड्रो में इस्टीमेट पे भी काम अगर हो जाए तो बहुत बड़ी बात है। दे आर कोटिंग 15%, 40% below, just because we are now we can go into the arbitration from the day one. They put one agency कि भाई बताओ arbitration का कहाँ से शुरू किया जाए। Just you can imagine the fate of the thing. The people are not able to do any project. They have got the highest dam of India for the Dewang project. I don't think even has made the smaller dam. So how he has been qualified? तो ये जो चीज़ें हो रही हैं किसको जा रहा है? वो तो अपने भी डूबेगा, NHPC जैसे कंपनी को भी डुबा देगा वो, आज नहीं तो कल को। तो हम लोग क्या काम कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमारे सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस है जो लोगों का है, बाकी कंट्री के विजन में जाना है कि हमें आखिर वी हैव ओनली 1,45,000 मेगावाट कन्वेंशनल हाइड्रो। देन PSP भी काफ़ी काम हुआ, CA ने काफ़ी काम किया। अर्लियर CA हैड कैपेसिटी ऑफ 95,000 मेगावाट। तो उस समय वो सरदार जी थे, MKP सिंह साहब होंगे, उसके पहले जो रहे थे वो क्या अपने चीफ इंजीनियर थे। हमने कहा आप सारे पहाड़ों में बना रहे हो, पहाड़ों में जंगल बताओ ऑन द रिवर कौन बनाएगा आपको? तो वो करने के बाद धीरे धीरे चेंज हुआ। एंड ऐसे थैंक्स टू ग्रीनको दे हैव स्टार्टेड समथिंग। तो ग्रीनको बेसिकली हैड टेकन ए लीड फॉर द पंप स्टोरेज बिकॉज दे हैव पुट लॉट ऑफ सोलर। तो दे वांटेड हाउ टू गो, दे कम विद वन स्कीम की RTC वाली जो आई थी, राउंड द क्लॉक पावर एट 4 रुपीज़। दे पुट दिस आइडिया एंड द प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट एटलीस्ट आइडिया सुनना शुरू करी और उस पर काम करना शुरू की, पॉलिसी बनना शुरू हुआ। तो आप कहीं तो कुछ करते हो, लेकिन जो मेन जहाँ जड़ है ना वहाँ हम नहीं पहुँच रहे हैं। और हाइड्रो का भी ऐसा नहीं कि आज हमारा 4 रुपये आ रहा है, इट इज़ कॉस्टली, टुमारो इट विल बी चीपर। भाई नाइदर द सीमेंट कास्ट विल बी रिड्यूस, नॉट द स्टील, नॉट द लेबर, नॉट एनी कंपोनेंट। तो हाउ डू यू थिंक दैट इन द फ्यूचर इट इज गोइंग टू कम डाउन? एंड दे नेवर अंडरस्टैंड द एडवांटेज ऑफ मोर देन 100 ईयर्स क्या हमारे है। The publicly, sir, I have written a letter to Cabinet Secretary and the Secretary also. Even you need to give 100% grant to the hydropower, even then it is cheaper. And how it is cheaper, I have explained my letter, 4 pages letter. तो सब हाइड्रो पावर को अगर हमको करने वाले को समझे तो बाकी क्यों नहीं समझ आता है। एक नीति आयोग के मेंबर आया सर, मैं भी कई इन्फ्लुएंशियल बन गया हूँ। ही वांटेड टू पुट सम इम्प्रेशन कि वी नो एवरीथिंग। उन्होंने पहला मीटिंग तो देखा कि आई हैव नथिंग टू, कुछ उनका कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं है, तो हाउ कैन आई स्पीक समथिंग। बोला नहीं, वी शुड नॉट गो फॉर द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वाइज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पैकेज वाइज, यू शुड गो ओनली EPC। एंड यू नो सर द 3 months प्रोसेस वर डिलेड जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ वन स्टेटमेंट एंड एवरीबॉडी ओके ओके वाई। तो लोगों ने कहा भाई क्या व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम इन द पैकेज वाइज एंड द EPC? हमने कहा बोथ हैव सक्सेस एंड फेल्यूर। एंड टुडे सी व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन द रतले हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक प्रोजेक्ट। It is EPC. It is worst progress NHPC is doing further रतले। क्योंकि उसके बैकग्राउंड में नहीं जाऊंगा, लोग बैठे बताएंगे कभी। कीरू कवार सर दे हैव रिजेक्टेड एंड नाउ कवार डैम इज मोर देन 65% डैम हैज बीन कंप्लीटेड नाउ। उनका इतना कहना था कि पैकेज वाइज में क्वांटिटी वेरिएशन हो जाती है, ये लोग इंजीनियर लोग पैसा बढ़ा देते हैं। उनको आज तक इन्होंने ये स्टडी नहीं किया है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट कास्ट इंक्रीज होता है, इट इज ओनली बिकॉज ऑफ द IDC। एंड वाई IDC इज कमिंग? द लैंड डिस्प्यूट, इन्वायरमेंट, फॉरेस्ट डिस्प्यूट, लोकल पॉलिटिकल इशूज, लोकल कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल इशूज, ये सारे कंबाइन करके प्रोजेक्ट को डिले करते हैं। एंड दे वांट दैट द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर शुड पुट देयर ओन मनी फॉर योर टेम्पल। यही है ना कि भाई आपके घर बनाए, मंदिर बनाए और पैसा हम लगाएं, आप उसको पूजा करो। तो दिस इज द वे द थिंकिंग गोज। तो साहब मैंने उसके लिए RK सिंह साहब से कहा कि साहब इसमें एडवांटेज क्या आपको कोई बता दे। एंड ही वॉज द पर्सन, उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं तुम करो, हु आर द नीति आयोग पीपल। सर आज हमने डिसीजन लिया था, कवार मेरा चल रहा है। तो इस समस्या है कि हम लोग किस तरह से करना चाहते हैं, किस तरीके से करना चाहते हैं। जिनको कोई चीज़ नहीं है, कागजों में बैठ करके 10 पेपर दे करके अय्यर साहब जैसे प्रोग्राम करते रहेंगे, 4 सुने वो भी 4 आइडिया देगा, लेकिन ग्राउंड का किसी का नॉलेज तो है नहीं। तो ये हाइड्रो के लिए अगर करना है तो विद हाइड्रो और पीएसपी और रेदर आई कैन से एनी इंडस्ट्री, आपको तो जो लोग करने वाले हैं ना उनको ले आओ और उनको प्रोटेक्शन दो। आप 20 फैसले करोगे, फैसले आप देखो कि उसका इंटेंशन फैसले के पीछे क्या था, आपको फ्रॉड में और डिसीजन में फर्क दिखेगा आपको। व्हाट इज फ्रॉड? फ्रॉड इज दैट कि हाउ दे हैव गिवन ए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट to the company who never make a dam. This I can say this is a fraud, and it is involvement by the ministry only, sir. Ministry had make this qualification. ये क्या तरीका है भाई? कहाँ से कौन कितना पावरफुल आदमी आ गया, कहाँ से आ गया, एंड वो कैसे काम करेगा वो? तो समस्या है कि हम किस तरह तक बढ़ना चाहते हैं और कैसे करना चाहते हैं। तो हाइड्रो के लिए तो हमारी जो चीज़ें हैं ये इनको बनाना ही पड़ेगा। लोकल के लोग भी खुश हैं। अर्लियर सर अरुणाचल में दे नेवर अलाउड टू इंटर एनी पर्सन फॉर द डैम। नाउ दे आर कमिंग टू द पीपल कि भाई हमारे एरिया का भी डैम बनाओ। फॉरगेट अबाउट द सियांग। सियांग इज certainly different issue because it is done by the Chinese people. They have put some NGOs and they are always against the Siang project. Otherwise, minus Siang, every local people, local MLAs after the NHPC or Satluj or NIPCO, you immediately start the project. Earlier, they never allowed any person to come on Arunachal. So this is the difference when you put a project. And you can show how the difference makes to the local people and the local government also. तो हाइड्रो तो करना पड़ेगा और इसको सारे के उस करेंगे। अगर टुडे डिसाइड टुडे, इट विल टेक एटलीस्ट 10 to 15 years टाइम। आपको 3 साल डीपीआर लगेगा। डीपीआर के बाद फिर आप एजेंसी लगाओगे, 10-15 साल उसमें लगता है। तो ये आप 15 साल आप कब करोगे? आपको 2047 में कितना टाइम रह गया है। तो ये आपको करना है तो करना ही पड़ेगा। और ग्रिड स्टेबिलिटी हाइड्रो के बिना संभव नहीं है, संभव है ही नहीं है। पंप स्टोरेज के बिना संभव नहीं है। तो आप पंप स्टोर करो। सर न्यूक्लियर पावर अच्छा लगता है, टोटली सेफ भी, कोई देर नो इशू। बट हमारे इंडियन कम्युनिटी को, हमारे भारत में जो लोग हैं, इनको सब अभी समझने में 100 साल लगेगा, जब तक हम उतना एजुकेट नहीं करते हैं लोगों को। और एजुकेट नहीं करेंगे। जब ये जेएनजी पे हुआ है यहाँ पे दिल्ली में, ये हर गाँव में इसी चलेगा। तो आई डोंट थिंक वी विल बी सक्सेसफुल एनीवेयर इन द कंट्री अगेंस्ट फर्दर न्यूक्लियर पावर। ये मेरे को लगता नहीं है। तो हमारे पास ऑप्शंस क्या बचा है? वन वे वी आर सेइंग वी वांट टू हैव द कार्बन जीरो बाय 2070। अब आपके पास हाइड्रो में समस्या चल रही है, बना नहीं रहे हो। गैस को भी आपने डाल दिया है कार्बन वाले में। आप बताओ करोगे कहाँ से लेकर आओगे? न्यूक्लियर बनने वाला नहीं है। तो इसलिए हम लोग झूठी बातें कर रहे हैं। यू आर कंट्री रेटिंग में 7% GDP ग्रोथ पे, व्हेन यू गोइंग विद 7%, अभी आपका 5 ट्रिलियन में नहीं हुआ है। और हम जिस तरह प्लान कर रहे हैं बाय 2047 आवर द कंट्री विल बी अराउंड 35 से 40 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी की कंट्री रहेगी। तो कहाँ से बनेगी? बिना पावर के होता है क्या डेवलपमेंट कहीं? तो फ्रॉम वेयर वी गोइंग टू गेट द पावर? और छोटे छोटे चीज़ में वाइल्ड लाइफ है सर, आपका वहाँ पे जानवर मर जाएगा, हम नहीं बनाएंगे, जंगल कट जाएगा। भाई तो जंगल की कोई व्यवस्था करो, हमको जीना भी तो है। तो ये जो चीज़ें हमारे जो क्लियरेंसेज पार्ट है, उसके लिए जो पंप स्टोरेज है, that the people are putting support 10,000 crore a private company, why they should go to CNCWC? Why they should go? क्या उनके पास मार्केट में इंजीनियर्स नहीं है, डिजाइनर्स नहीं है? उनको आप नदी का पानी नहीं ले रहे हो, ऑफ सिस्टम बना रहे हो, वहाँ कुछ आ रहा है उसके डिजाइन करेंगे क्या? वो अपने 10,000 करोड़ के लिए उनको अपनी चिंता नहीं है। हम उनको 3 साल घुमा रहे हैं, 2 साल घुमा रहे हैं। पॉलिसी में काफ़ी अमेंड हुआ है लेकिन उसे सफिशिएंट नहीं है। इफ वांट टू पुट इवन द पंप स्टोरेज टुडे, आप घूमो दफ्तरों के पीछे, और क्या करेंगे बताइए? उनके पास आदमी भी नहीं है, मतलब दे डजंट हैव द मैन पावर आल्सो कि टू गो थ्रू ऑल द डिटेल्स ऑफ एवरी डेवलपर जो करना है। तो हमें तो इसके लिए कुछ लेकर आना पड़ेगा ना कि आप कैसे करो। आपको सेफ्टी की गारंटी ले लो, सारा ले लो। वो कहोगे साहब जो डेवलपर का मालिक को हम जेल में डालेंगे कुछ खराब होता है तो पुट सर्टेन कंडीशन, लेकिन आप काम ही नहीं करने दोगे, घूमते रहो पीछे पीछे। तो ये जो चीज़ें हो रही है जो पॉलिसी में हमारी जो पावर के लिए है ना, ये सब देखिए। अभी क्या था बीच में, आपके पास जो सोलर लगा दिए, दिन में आपके पास कंजम्पशन नहीं था, पर PSP होते तब आप करते, पिकिंग में आप काम करते उसको, दैट इज मिसिंग। आपने गाँव में बिजली डाल दी, तो बिजली डाल दी तो आपको बिजली का इवन सर इन द विलेजेस, आई टॉकिंग माई विलेज, दे हैव टू पे ओनली 170 रुपीज़। और सबके घरों में AC लगा हुआ है, सबको घरों में वो जो लाइन जा रही है उनके पास वो आप डीजल सर कोई नो बडी यूजिंग डीजल पम्प्स, नाउ एवरीबडी हैज सम टुल्लू पम्प जो बोर में डालते हैं। हम लोग की तरह में 20 फीट पे पानी है ज़मीन में, वो पानी रात को चलाते हैं, रात को बिजली आता है। चूँकि एवरीवन इज डूइंग द सेम थिंग तो देयर इज नो कंप्लेन। तो ये क्या होता है, हमारे कहते हैं मेरी लॉसेस हो रही है 40%, 30%, तो 30% लॉसेस थोड़े हो रही है, वो तो पब्लिक यूज़ कर रही है। तो ये समस्या सब इतना इतना इस तरह से जटिल हो चुका है ना कि इतना आसान चीज़ नहीं है, लेकिन इसके बीच में काम करना है। तो जो काम करना है, जो इंडस्ट्री के लोग हैं, ये सब व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट वी ऑल द पार्टनर, वी हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर, समबडी हैज टू टेक ए लीड, डिसीजन मेकिंग फास्ट होनी चाहिए, रिजोल्यूशन फास्ट होने चाहिए और फेयरनेस होना चाहिए। ये 3 चीज़ें की तो क्यों नहीं होगा। एंड वी हैव ऑल द सक्सेस रेट आल्सो, हम लोगों ने करके दिखाया है। वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग, वी हैव ड्यूरिंग राजदान साहब द चेमेरा 2 वाज कंसिडरिंग 4.5 years ओनली। 4.5 साल में हाइड्रो बनाना क्यों बना? बिकॉज वहाँ डिसीजन मेकिंग था, कंपनियों को सपोर्ट मिलता था। और ये मान के चलना पड़ेगा कि नो कंपनी विल पुट देयर ओन मनी फ्रॉम देयर ओन पॉकेट, यू हैव टू पे फॉर एवरीथिंग। आप बना के दो तो होगा आपको। तो ये जो चीज़ें करेंगे कि हम किस तरह से हाइड्रो को लेकर आए, पीएसपी को लेकर, रिन्यूएबल को लेकर आए। ठीक है, हम अभी वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द हाइड्रो, सो मेनी थिंग, टाइम लगेगा, उसके कास्ट में कैसे आएगा, बट जो प्रूवन चीज़ है उसको तो पहले पूरा कर लेना। वी आर जस्ट शिफ्टिंग एवरी डे कि बैटरी स्टोरेज में लेकर आ जाओ। बैटरी स्टोरेज आपका घर में आप इन्वर्टर लगाते हो, आपको 1 महीना अच्छा चलता है, उसके बाद टी करता 4 बल्ब, आप कैसे बैटरी स्टोरेज पे काम कर लोगे 12? वो भी लाइफ उसके नहीं है। आपके जो प्रूवन लाइफ है कि वी कैन यूज दिस पंप स्टोरेज आल्सो फॉर मोर देन 100 years, तो वही आर नॉट पुटिंग दैट, गिविंग द ग्रांट्स। आप सोलर पे कल ही आपने देखा मैंने पेपर में कि 5,000 करोड़ का दिया उन्होंने। इट इज़ गुड कि भाई फ्लोटिंग सोलर पे करो। यू आर स्पेंडिंग ऑल द स्पॉइलिंग द लैंड। सर मैं कल बनारस से आ रहा था गंगा एक्सप्रेसवे से, तो बदायूं के पास गन्ने की खेती बहुत अच्छा दिखे, मक्के की। तो मैं एक देखा कि वो क्या वाइट वाइट चमक रहा है, कोई लेक है क्या, लाइट ऐसा रिफ्लेक्ट। तो मैं थोड़ा गाड़ी स्लो किया, देखा तो साहब वो कम से कम 15-20 किलोमीटर के एरिया में सोलर पैनल लगे हैं। वो एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड है, दे हैव स्पॉइल्ड द लैंड। तो जस्ट इमेजिन कि आप मतलब हम क्या कर रहे हैं। बस पावर चाहिए, कहीं भी लगा लो और उसके लैंड खराब करते जाओ। तो भाई पॉलिसी जो मेकिंग, दैट इज द रोल ऑफ द नीति आयोग, व्हाट दे आर मेकिंग द इन नीति आयोग। तो चीज़ें हम जो करने जा रहे हैं, बिकॉज वी हैव सर्टन फेसेस कि भाई मुझे अय्यर साहब पसंद है, वो सरदार जी पसंद है, पुट सरदार जी एंड अय्यर साहब, दे विल मेक द पॉलिसी ऑफ द कंट्री। They are no experts who have really seen what things are happening on the ground and how can you, and in a combined effort, how can you proceed. आप डिपेंडेंट हो गए, मे बी कि आपसे भी अच्छा कोई दूसरा भी हो, बट कीप ऑन गिविंग एक्सटेंशन टू सर्टेन पीपल। उसमें क्या चमत्कार कर दिया, क्या मैजिक उसने किया 2 साल में, 4 साल में, 6 साल में। वही योर जूनियर्स आर नॉट गिवन द अपॉर्चुनिटी। ये गवर्नमेंट का भी है, ऐसा नहीं कि लोग देखते नहीं है, बोलते नहीं है। एवरीबॉडी नोज। गांव के आदमी को जाओ ना, कि दे नो बेटर देन व्हाट वी नो आई डिस्कस, कि यहाँ पे क्या पॉलिटिक्स चल रही है, देश में क्या हो रहा है, हु आर द पर्सन इन्वॉल्व। तो ये जो चीज़ें सबको दिखता है, देन ओनली। मैं अभी सर एक बहुत बड़े डीजी रहे, नामी डीजी थे, ये ब्रिजराज यूपी में, नवहिदर राज्यसभा MP। तो मेरे को भी ढूंढ रहे थे, मैं भी सोचा मिलते हैं, तो अभी पिछले संडे को उनके साथ बैठा था। तो उन्होंने कहा कि आई वॉज गिवन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू फाइट इलेक्शन फ्रॉम द बस्ती। तो हमने मना कर दिया। हमने मना क्यों? कि बोले कि आई कैन नॉट गो टू एवरी हाउसेज, क्योंकि मरने में और जिंदा होने में सबके यहाँ जाना पड़ता, दैट आई कैन नॉट डू। तो मैंने रिफ्यूज़ कर दिया। आई डोंट नो हाउ माई नेम वॉज सेलेक्टेड फॉर द राज्यसभा, तो मैं कर रहा हूँ। तो मैंने कहा अब लीडर क्यों पैदा होता है, अब सर आप बताओ। तो कहते हैं मैं तो अपने सीने पे AK-47 लेके सोता था टेंट लगा के, क्योंकि मेरे डर था कि मुझे कोई गोली मार देगा। ही वॉज द SP एंड ही वॉज टॉकिंग इन दिस वे ड्यूरिंग द टाइम ऑफ मुलायम सिंह यादव। तो ये तो डिस्कशन की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो मैंने बात कहा कि सब लीडर वहाँ पैदा होता है जब गरीब आदमी की किसी ग्रीवांस नहीं सुनी जाती है, वो मरने लगता है। कुछ साल होने के बाद उनमें कोई पैदा होता है, कहता है ठीक मरना है तो चलो लड़के मरो, फिर होता है एक पैदा लीडर होता है। इफ यू आर वरीड अबाउट द सिस्टम एंड द पीपल, तो क्यों इस तरह की कोई हरकतें करेगा। और मैंने उनको एक लाइन बोला कि सर व्हेन द 5-year term was there for the मोदी फर्स्ट गवर्नमेंट, एवरीथिंग, हमने सोचा यार देश बदल जाएगा। दूसरे फैक्ट इनमें क्या हुआ मैं ज़्यादा कमेंट करूँगा, अभी तीसरा तो पूछो नहीं। तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये सबको, ये जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ सारी दुनिया बोल रही है, और ये अब सबको समझ में आ गया है। तो आप लोग इस पर कुछ काम करो, कैसे हम समाज के लोगों की समस्याओं को डील करें। अभी सर मैं एक R&D प्रोजेक्ट में था, ये सब कुछ जानते हैं, देयर इशू ऑफ द रेड वाटर इन छत्तीसगढ़, या वेयर वेदर माइंस आर देयर। ये जितना लाल पानी निकलता है माइंस का, सारी नदी खराब हो रही है, लोग बीमार पड़ रहे हैं, मर रहे हैं, जानवर मर रहे हैं। एंड उन्होंने कहते नहीं तो बारिश होती है ना तो पानी आ जाता है, नो बडी है ट्रीटिंग एनीथिंग। वहाँ पे छोटे छोटे ग्रुप में ये समस्या हो रही है। अब ये थोड़ी बड़ी समस्या होगी, पता चला कि वो फिर कुछ शुरू होगा, तो कोई सेंसिटिव है नहीं है सर इशूज़ पे, और रहना भी नहीं चाहता है। आई डोंट नो कि जो पॉलिसी मेकर है सब बातें पहुँचती कि नहीं। आई एम नॉट एनी गवर्नमेंट, मैं तो बताऊँ आई एम द फाउंडर मेंबर ऑफ RSS फैमिली, लेकिन मैं ये बात बोल रहा हूँ। तो ये अब हाइड्रो को करना है, आप जो झंडा उठाया हो इसको लेके चलते रहो। बहुत बड़े बड़े इसमें लोग हैं, और हमको तो ये कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री के लिए खासकर जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं करें। और ये हमको बार बार ये कहना है कि जो देख रहे हैं वो लोग हैं जो बेस्ट लोग हैं सिस्टम में, तब ये ग्रो करेगा, तब हाइड्रो की बदनामी भी खत्म। वी कैन मेक हाइड्रो इन 4.5 years, वाई नॉट द अदर प्रोजेक्ट, वाई विथ 22 years ऑल्सो। 22 सुमाश्री में क्यों लगा, वाई विथ टेकन 72 बोर्ड मीटिंग्स फॉर पावर्टी, और फिर वो बना तो 72 वाले के ऊपर क्या कार्रवाई हुई, चाहे जो भी रहा हो, क्यों हुआ, वो तो नहीं होता है। लेकिन जिसने डिसीजन दिया हुआ एक चार्जशीट दे दोगे उसको आप, तो ये समस्या है। और जब तक ये समस्या रहेगी, ये हाइड्रो हो चाहे जो हम जो बातें कर रहे हैं ना, खासकर हाइड्रो में, क्योंकि आप 12 महीने का 7 महीने से 8 महीने काम होता है, 4 महीने काम नहीं हो सकता है। 4 महीने का देयर नो कंपनसेशन इन द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, और वो 4 महीने के लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने तो जीना तो काम लेना है, तो हमको उसको भी प्रोविजनिंग करनी पड़ेगी। और आप IDC लेके क्या करते हैं, योर प्रोजेक्ट इज सैंक्शन 4 रुपीज़, इट गो टू 8 रुपीज़, देन हु सफर्स अल्टीमेटली, इट इज कास्ट प्लस बेसिस। रेगुलेटरी कमीशन है, वो आपको सारा जस्टिफाई करके 8 रुपया कर देता है। आप उस समय 8 रुपया देने को तैयार हो, और 4 की जगह 4 रुपया 50 पैसा और थोड़ा एस्टिमेट को ठीक कर लो, तो ये सारी समस्या नहीं, प्रोजेक्ट भी टाइम से आए और कंट्री को फायदा हो। तो ये जो चीज़ों ने ये नीति आया कि लोगों के दिमाग में आना चाहिए कि हाउ टू कंप्लीट द प्रोजेक्ट इन टाइम, देयर शुड बी इंसेंटिव फॉर मेकिंग द प्रोजेक्ट इन टाइम, देयर शुड द QCBS also tendering in this hydro also. Nobody, everybody is coming to hydro. They have made the tunnel in the say Arauli or जो बिंदे में जितने जाते हो, the hard rock are there, but they cannot make the tunnel in the Himalayas, जहाँ पे कब कितने पानी सेल्ट क्या क्या कहानी आ जाए, वहाँ के लोगों को पास नहीं पहुँच दिया, नो प्रोसेस ऑल्सो। तो उनको आप कहते हो जाओ यू मेक गो एंड डू द सम हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट, कैसे काम करेगा? दैट इज द रीजन दे आर फेल्यूर, मेनी कंपनीज कम, कई सारे वो बैंकरप्ट हो गए, कई टर्मिनेट हो गए, ब्लैकलिस्ट हो गए। हर एक नया एक्सपेरिमेंट लगाते कि हाइड्रो में तो बहुत बढ़िया आर्बिट्रेशन मिल जाता है। नाउ दिस इज द ट्रेंड इन द मार्केट, यू जस्ट टेक एन हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट इवन 20% बिलो, यू विल गेट गुड मनी इन आर्बिट्रेशन। अब ये एक लोगों के एक कॉन्सेप्ट हो गया। पर्यटक साहब को जो अच्छा बुरा लगता हो, ये भी बहुत झेल चुके हैं। प्रॉब्ली नाउ दे आर क्लोजिंग द हाइड्रो। आपने कर रहे हो कि क्लोज कर दिया? आपने सुना था यू हैव शट डाउन। LNT ने भी बंद कर दिया, तो सुना LNT फिर चालू कर दिया है। हाँ, LNT बीच में आपने भी छोड़ दिया था बिकॉज ऑफ द सुमाश्री प्रोबेबली। तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि डिसीजन इज टेकिंग सच ए बिग रोल कि आप कैसे करना है। तो ये आपका, तो इनमें सारी चीज़ें होनी चाहिए। दे हैव ट्राइड ऑल्सो फॉर द QCBS, हमने एफर्ट भी किया बट नहीं हुआ, बिकॉज वन पर्सन कैन नॉट डू, द सिस्टम है टू अंडरस्टैंड। तो जो डिजाइन इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी है पूरे इंडिया में, ये सब उसी पे चल रही हैं अभी, सो दैट दे वांट ए गुड डिज़ाइन। तो ये सब धन्यवाद, ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें कहने के लिए, लेकिन हाइड्रो की समस्या ज़्यादा समस्या है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की, बता रहा हूँ मैं, और कोई समस्या नहीं है। रही बात पॉलिसी के, पॉलिसी टाइम से टाइम चेंज हो, उसी पॉलिसी में तो कभी पॉलिसी को गलत माना ही नहीं। इन सेम पॉलिसी यू हैव डन वंडर्स आल्सो, इन द सेम पॉलिसी वी आर एबल टू डू इट। व्हाई? इट इज बिकॉज द पर्सन सिटिंग ऑन द टॉप ऑफ द थिंग्स, they have spoiled the thing, not the system has spoiled. So with all this, we should write the government, if whatever the balance hydro potential is there, you should do in a faster way, considering all the facts, जो चीज़ें हो रही हैं। और मैंने सर कहा, उसमें लिखा है पत्र में भी कि IB चाहे तो अगर आपके चाहिए तो they can get your report about you everything within 15 days time. You are sitting at the secretary level, heading the ministry, can't you have such ideas? And the person your department and the ministry कि भाई हम 10 आदमी, who are the best people, हमारा सक्सेसर प्लान क्या है? सक्सेसर में जो अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं उनके हमने कहा कि बहुत चेयरमैन डायरेक्टर ऐसे हैं कि अगर 20 आदमी भीड़ में रोड पे खड़ा हो जाए, वो भाग जाएगा डर के। हो ही इज अनएबल टू टॉक टू द पीपल टू रिजॉल्व द मैटर। फिर वो क्या है, बिचौलिया से कम्युनिकेशन होता है, बिचौलिया क्या करेगा, एवरीबॉडी नोज। तो दीज आर द प्रॉब्लम फेसिंग द हाइड्रो। हाइड्रो की सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि डिसीजन मेकिंग, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, अंडरस्टैंडिंग, कॉम्पिटेंसी, एंड डजंट हैव द ट्रस्ट एंड द टीम आल्सो, बिकॉज खुद भी ज्ञान नहीं है। तो ये सारे रहेगा, ये हाइड्रो को ऐसे ही चलेगा जो चल रहा है। हम लोग बात करते रहेंगे। थैंक यू।
Hey, wonderful, because it was important to hear his insights, because when he was there for the short 3 years, I think a lot of projects have actually taken shape, and I think my view is at least 10 years that momentum will continue. But we need leaders, as he rightly said. It is a baton race, you know. जहाँ भी आपके चाहे NHPC हो, चाहे NTPC हो, चाहे जो भी कंपनियां हों, इन कंपनियों में जो लीडरशिप है वो बेटर है. आज गुरदीप has got an extension again, because even though the 3 candidates were selected, the government did not feel comfortable in taking the decision right now. That should be the way to look at it. But then Prasad Saab was 7 years, and that was the longest serving chairman in any PSU at the time. Now the record has been broken by Gurdeep Singh. And he's if you look at what is the capacity index, I've written that in our last inertia. See, he came when it was about 45 gigawatt. He's exactly doubled to 90. So NTPC will become a 100 gigawatt company, and 20%, 18% portfolio of renewable energy. Not a bad scene, right? So ये भी एक this is also a great case study. You know, when you bring, and what had happened to Gurdeep ji? He was my alumnus, you know, from the NIT Kurukshetra. So there is a little bit more love उधर, ठीक है? पर क्या था, जब आए थे, मेरी मुलाकात हुई थी, तो एक बहुत सवाल अजीब सा था. सवाल ये था कि यार क्या किया जाए? You know, what should I do? This chair is now. And at that time, what happened, he had left. I knew him when he was in the, I knew him and Urjit Patel both. Urjit was not a alumnus kind of thing, but he was a great guy, you know. One of the best bankers or financial brains we had in the country, Urjit Patel. Urjit and this man, both were the young Turks in the Bombay circle, well, because I knew him in the Gujarat State Power Corporation. Pandin साहब ने मुझे बोला था, यार तुम्हारा एक alumnus शायद हमारे साथ बैठा है. Pandin हमारे दोस्त हैं, आज भी हैं. He's sitting in the Gift City, you know, running the BRICS Bank. Okay, he's a DG for BRICS Bank. He went to AIB. But I would have loved Pandin साहब to have come to center. But वो हुआ नहीं, क्योंकि वो पूरी कहानी अलग होती अगर वो भी आते तो. So with him, then another man who was a goodwill guy was H.S. Patel. He brought the first reforms in this electricity, because there was the Andhra model, there was the this Odisha model. But the Gujarat model came because I went in and talked about unbundling in a different dimension. I said, you need a holding company, and the DISCOM should be separate, and transmission company can be single. So that model of mine was implemented by Pandyan. That is the story. And one of the gentlemen will be now joining NHPC आपका. वो उधर से तो आया है, वो जूनियर था राणावाड़ा का, जो अभी आपका डायरेक्टर पर्सनल NHPC में आपके आ रहे हैं अभी नए, वो उधर से आ रहे हैं, उसी टीम से. पर वो मुझे नहीं जानेंगे, क्योंकि इनके सीनियर के साथ मैंने काम किया. तो Gujarat got about 5 awards from me. But why now no award is coming from ENERTIA to Gujarat? Because that level they have fallen. They have also fallen. Let me tell you, whether it's a Paschim Gujarat, Dakshin Gujarat, or anybody. So everywhere there is a up and down होता है, and that is related to leadership. जो आपने कह दिया ना, हर जगह same चीज. So now I would like Razdan Sahib, because we have benefited a lot from Razdan Sahib from the beginning. You'll be remembering that one issue, and it was him and Yogendra Prasad on the dais, when after just a few days, we were talking about grid falling, and Razdan Sahib was actually talking about people overdrawing power at a time. And you remember, sir, a few days later, we had this mega tripping of the northeast and all. It was like prophetic. Prasad Sahib and him on the dais, and I am talking about it, and it's prophetic, sir. And nobody cared. Just, I don't want to name the state which overdrew what they did. It was like a pendulum swing, and we had no southern grid connected to the country. Or that contract of Southern Grid Connect, the company Patel Engineering was involved, because that time Rupen told me we made a loss of some 30 crores in that. But he said, I'm very happy to have completed the project. Because वो दूसरा जो company था, I was on the board of that one company, I left it. That was this company from Hyderabad, don't want to name them. But they came just because their balance sheets were incapable. And those guys had a joint venture. Without Patel, वो मिलता ही नहीं था contract. So the southern grid was connected to the rest of the country by Patel Engineering Limited, transmission. This may not be known to you guys, but I'm telling you that happened. And it was at that time when Sushil Kumar Shunde immediately woke up, ENERTIA ne article लिख दिया था. My cover article was very deadly. That was a great time you can write like that. I wrote like Gangs of Wasipur. The cover story was Crooks of Powerpur. That was my cover story. I can share that. It was how the South was not connected to the rest of country. मुझे समझ ही नहीं आई why you cannot connect South. कितने साल आपने उसको दूर रखा. 2013 में वो आ गया. शिंदे साहब only got it done because वो हमारी बात जो हुई वो serious ली गई, and the national grid came into existence as one grid, one nation at that point of time. 11 to 13, that was the period. And this tripping happened before that, right? So we have a history. So Razan sir, please educate us. You have seen everything. You've seen the ups, downs. You have been at the helm of the hydro as the joint secretary that time when I first met you. So you can tell us where it should go again.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. And I should say that this is a real pleasure for me to be here because it's a heart-to-heart chat. It's an interaction. And the only advice I have to organizers like you is that we should have such discussions around the table. Because these are all issues where each one of us has a point of view. And there's no big or small in the matter. As in a machine, the largest turbine to the smallest screw, they all contribute to the success of the whole project. It's really touching that you have organized this event on a day to commemorate your father, his great sacrifice, the value system that has come to you, not only through a DNA, but by actual action for you to emulate. Tomorrow is my father's birthday, and that generation which preceded mine was the one who saw independence of the country. They were used to, I think, frugal living for themselves. Their ambitions were not very large. Personally, they wanted to do more for society. And that's a value system, I think, that at least the majority of us in this room that I can see are carrying. That what we need to do is for society as such. I would begin by welcoming, I think, my fellow colleagues, Professor Iyer, the organizer, A.K. Singh ji, spoken his heart out, Professor Murugesan, Mr. Paratkar, Subhash Chandra, Saroj Mishra ji, M.A.K.P. Singh ji, and various other distinguished colleagues of mine who have assembled here today. I was deeply touched by Mr. A.K. Singh's passion, because in my view, hydro project construction is something which comes out of a passion for seeing that project through. It's not the wording of the contract, this and that. It is that you have to see that project through, and it is something that you want to see nature changing the lives of people. One of my most fascinating journeys in the power sector was in the hydro sector. I was moving there after transmission and some things. The persona that you mentioned, Mr. Yugendra Prasad and some others, I had occasion to work very closely with Yugendra. And he trusted me for advice. I am no engineer, but being a student of science, and having worked in the energy sector in the state as well as the center, I probably thought that destiny had given me a chance to work in a sector which is, I think, extremely essential, if it's sine qua non, as they say, for the development of a country. I grew up in a region where one of the first biggest projects of the country, the Bhakra project, came up. And it came up at a cost which was phenomenally low. It did have a foreign consultant engineer, Mr. Harvey Slocum, who executed the project. And to the best of my knowledge, he was not a hydro engineer. And the country had the good sense to get him across from the US to India to do this project. I think essentially because of the passion and the vision of the then Prime Minister and his band of honest advisors who gave him the right advice to bring a man to get the job done. And he trained a whole generation of engineers for hydro work and also for electricity, which gave at least 3 states, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, their gold standard in execution, in honesty and dedication, and getting a job done. I was a schoolboy when I went there first, and I do remember there was an accident in which I think one of the diversion tunnels probably gave way and some people were swept away. That's a part of hydro construction. We are dealing with a commodity which is an element of nature, that's water. Nature has given the undulating terrain which enables us to make use of, again, the forces of nature to be able to generate power without consuming any element of nature. This is something which very few people realize. I will cut the journey a little short by observing that what I think is really missing at times in the hydro sector. Sahib Singh very rightly captured the spirit of it. This is a sector in which the people who are employed there are really married to a concept and to a mission. It's not reading the words of the contract or the commas and full stops. I still remember the words of a young engineer of the Terry Corporation, who was young when he joined, but this was his farewell party that I was attending at the Meridian Hotel. He's no more. He said, "Sir, when I joined the project, we used to look up at the mark where the height of the dam is going to be, and the helmet used to fall back, looking at that mark. Today, when the dam is complete, to look down and the helmet falls down. So it's a 360-degree, virtually a journey, if not 180 degrees. And the direction, the clock is different. Now the passion which Mr. A.K. Singh displayed is, I think, the passion that is the real core of a hydro project. Because anything that is connected to nature has to have passion. And one thing I'll jump straight away to a point is that we've had, you see, this free power, we've had this, that, we've had contractors who come, they say this. There was a poster I saw once in a government livestock farm in Hisar where 2 young officers, including me under training, was thrown out by Mr. Bansilal from his district. And this is another colleague who was additional collector. He was posted as Chief Superintendent of the Government Livestock Farm, imagine, an IAS officer. So there was one poster there, which I liked very much. I went to his office, which was a 19th century building in Hisar. It was an Archie poster, which I keep quoting. It read, "Cows may come and cows may go. This bull goes on forever." So that is what some people who want to become hydro contractors, they look at that. Okay, this bull goes on forever. And as Power Secretary, I was reminded of that by one gentleman who came to me very passionately. He knew me in school and college. God bless him, he's still alive. He said, "Anil ji, ye contract milna chahiye." This is one of the Himachal projects. और आप भी रिटायर होने वाले हो, आप भी इतना जानते हो इस एरिया में, क्यों नहीं लेते? मैंने कहा, क्यों, तुम्हें क्या इससे प्यार हो गया? तुमने तो शायद एक लेकर कंपनी में काम किया है, कहीं टबैको में काम किया है, ये हाइड्रो में कहाँ से मेरी दिलचस्पी आ गई? इस सेट नहीं, मुझे बताया जा रहा है कि ये कई साल ये प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट नहीं होगा और पुरखों को काम नहीं करना पड़ेगा, if you can manage the system. Now, I said immediately, this is something, the project that I must look at it. And it was just below Rampur, so you would be familiar with it. So I said, I'll make sure ki purko ko. Anyway, this is first and foremost, you need integrity there. I entirely agree with you that a wrongful use of the arbitration machinery is killing the economics of the project. I had the good or bad fortune of being appointed as the presiding arbitrator in one of the NHPC matters. I think you were there. It was, I think, Chamera. And the award was given in my time. 0 to the contractor. And of course, after that, I decided also that I will not do any arbitration. But no party came to me also because they said, "Ye to bada sakht aadmi hai, award nahi dega." The party had visited me on some festivals and I told them, "Aap jaiye, courtroom wahi milenge." So, the Dibang project also, I remember Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister when we had gone there to lay the foundation stone. And the conditions on the ground were so distressing that the foundation stone was actually laid in Itanagar, not at the site. And Mr. Mani Shankar Iyer was the Minister for Northeast. And while we were sitting in the departure lounge, one of the prominent politicians' sons in that area was saying, I'll see to it how this project gets started. This is my area. So Manishankarji told me, Anil, let's beat the hell out of this place. I mean, the local conspiracies. Coming directly to the point, I feel, looking back today, that since a hydro project is really part of the ecology or the biology of the system there, I think the way to success of a hydroelectric project's completion is public cooperation, first of all. You've got to make the local people stakeholders in the project. Income from the project must go to the local communities that are affected. This thing going to the state, that free power, is, yes, you can probably put a portion of it, but the major stakeholders have to be the community, who must see in that an investment coming in from the flow of electrons and not from stalling the project. There will be connected activity like construction activity, this, that. I remember going as a young officer who was in charge of information and tourism in the state in Haryana to the Nathpa Jhakri project. I think the year was probably 1980 or 1979. And we halted the night. It was a joint venture between Haryana and Himachal. Supposed to be that time. And I think the projected cost, which seemed a very large figure to us that time, our incomes were very small, I think was 220 crores or something. And I think the completion cost must have been close to about 6,000 crores or more. All that you could hear in that area was the gushing waters of the river and the gorge at that Rampur rest house. My wife had also accompanied, and some senior journalists from Chandigarh. In fact, one of the senior correspondents slept on the dining table. There were no resources that night. Another fellow slept on the floor, whereas we shared one bed and 5-6 people. And the other party went on to, I think, that Sanjay Gandhi Pariyojana further ahead. And the hydro engineers are always very hospitable. So they welcomed them and they gave them so much ethanol at night that they couldn't reach in the morning for the function. So that is something, I mean, hospitality of the hydro people all is well known. But of course, the project has brought a lot of prosperity, etc. But geological surprises, that's another issue. I think it comes out of lack of transparency. We are sitting amongst professionals today. My little disappointment in that whole issue of geological surprises and rock classification is the non-transparency in the testing of the rocks and the material. That's my honest view. I only hope I'm wrong. That promise of employment post completion of your service in the executing public sector agency by a contractor is something that, in my view, is a devil. And we must get out of that. And getting back to the point which Mr. Suresh Prabhu told me when he brought me into hydro I was handling transmission earlier, was at Anilji, let's get the projects executed. Second point, he said, let's bring transparency. That is the only way we can save public money and accountability. Any good governance, I think, comes through transparency. The right to information, the right to know for a citizen, in my view, is the essence of democracy. Now, for a project, why is it getting delayed? The owner, which is government at times, is not concerned. Sitting in Delhi, in Shram Shakti Bhavan, you will not know unless you visit the site. In fact, this video monitoring during construction was something that I introduced as JS Hydro. It began with Naspa Jhakri project. Do you have the technology? You should know what is there, not a piece of paper which shows itna percent ho gaya, ye ho gaya. Arey yaar, wo living animal hai, uski photo to dikhao, kya hai? Yogendra's, I think, last trip with me to Natpa Jhakri just before he was taken off the charge was in the desilting chamber, because that was a nightmare which was baffling a lot of people. And I was no geologist, but having visited various hydro sites, gone around, discussed with engineers, discussed with geologists, it's a multidisciplinary thing. It's not fitting a machine, hydro. That is what is the beauty of it. Unless you take a holistic view of the whole situation, the people who are affected, the stones that are going to be affected, the water that is, the vegetation, the how in the future you are going to affect the ecology. It's a fascinating area. And unless you have passion for it, I don't think it's going to work. Now, coming to another area that we keep talking about, which you mentioned, I think is something that is talked about long, but not really getting understood, is, I think, climate change. We talk of global warming. Yes, it's a hard reality. We've seen the uncertainty of weather conditions. We are experiencing one of the driest monsoons in this part of the country, I can assure you. I was born and brought up in this city. 11 years I spent in a school just behind this, in the St. Columba's school. And I know how Minto Bridge used to get flooded, and we used to look forward to it getting flooded so that we get a school holiday that day. Things like that. I can say that today what brings hydro and such things to the fore is that the climate risk, I think, is one of the top 10 enterprise level risks that are in the world today. And the earlier we realize it, the better. Investments, whether it is, you've seen how roads are caving in, mountain tunnels are caving in, or I would say drought conditions somewhere forcing migrations, sea level rising, where populations living next to the sea are going to get displaced. I think the climate risk is embedded across the economy, in investment, credit recovery, profitability, employment, poverty alleviation, and infrastructure. And the sector that we are talking about is directly connected to it. There's physical risk to assets, supply chain. It demands corrective action. And I think corrective action is cheaper than the longer damage that is going to come. It's an investment risk because historical data for climate related disasters is unfortunately not there. So when you're doing financial modeling for a large economic project, you do not have that set of historical data to buttress your risk assessment, in my view. Now the assets are, which the RE companies are creating, some of these assets that we're talking about, I think themselves come at risk because if there are storms, these panels that we are putting on rooftops and fields can get blown off. And similarly, if there are floods, you will have a lot of your assets drowned. It's a non-linear risk in my view, and it's an intemperate commodity. So when you have a life partner or a relative or a boss who's intemperate, he's one of the most dangerous people to deal with. So this is the risk of climate. And I think this is something that we can, sitting in this Hydro Today meeting, to realize that our sector is going to get stronger. And what we've seen recently, oil shocks, the moving of the fossil fuel economy, how it has disrupted. This morning I was reading that the losses of our ultra-rich oil companies, which I had occasion to sitting on their boards, they are going to be colossal. The government has not probably divulged the correct figures, but hopefully in a week's time, you should know that all these big, super big companies like Indian Oil, HPCL, PCL, they're going to take huge financial hits thanks to the mischief that is going on in the Gulf. So where does it bring us to? Why I'm mentioning this? Bring us back to our own natural solutions, our own local solutions to energy needs, and finding the best use for our available resources. Now we've said often, you see this, I think Professor mentioned about the color of hydrogen. Well, you're absolutely right. So far, it suggests that green hydrogen could well be a bogey. Because the grey hydrogen cost, for example, I think it's rupees 150 to 225 a kg, as opposed to 400 to 500 rupees a kg for green hydrogen. So what is the holy grail that we are trying to chase? And do we start chasing that grail without building the basics of it, that is the electrolyzer industry first in our country? I'm talking of this because it's a related sector to our renewable sector and a green sector, so to say. You mentioned very rightly that you select the right person for the job the person, particularly in a hydro sector, should be one who knows the site from inside out. He is willing to put his head into the project and not remotely through a screen. That's my feeling. And that is something that when you put your own labor, your own sweat, your own presence in a project, you develop an umbilical relationship to that project, just as your mother has with you. You will never want that project to fail. You want it to see the light of day, just as a mother wants to see the child running around prospering. So that is, I think, the kind of passion which this sector that we're talking about, it brings into play. And unless you have that passion and that umbilical relationship with a project, the beneficiaries, I don't think you're going to have sustainable solutions which are going to bring universal happiness. That is what I say, that when you are formulating these projects, please make the local population stakeholders in the ownership of the project. Their benefits must start flowing from the day electrons start flowing from that project. That is, in my view, something that is essential. You give that money into the state coffers, it goes to a region where they're not concerned. If you look at it objectively, those people will think that, look here, if I'm not going to get the benefit, let me stretch this project in agitation so that maybe the contracts for transport, etc., they keep going. Local people, somebody delays, the contractor is interested in delays. Now I remember, I can share with you people here, the Terry project. I was a bad bureaucrat. I recognized some of the merits of the best contractors, but I was a bad fellow because I wanted to see the backside of a contractor. So much money had been pumped into the Terry project. And we had set up committees when I was asked to move from transmission to this, trying to see what change will come about in the intrinsic quality of Ganga water if it is impounded. And it was at the bidding of a central minister. First thing I told the minister, I said, let us disband this committee. Either stop the project and abandon it. As a student of science, I do not know how the qualities of water are going to change by impounding it. In fact, I used to tell the CMD that time that, look here, you should not say that you are a poor man. What is the price of one bottle of Ganga Jal? You store all that water. That is your worth. Ask a bank to evaluate you on that. Anyway, I conveyed to the then Prime Minister, Mr. Vajpayee, through his Joint Secretary, please arrange a meeting. He did arrange it. I said, I think about 6,000 crores have been spent on this project. But there's no impoundment of water. It's a dam. It's not an irrigation project. Even that requires impoundment for around the year. What do you want? I said, sir, first set of lower tunnels have to be shut, then the upper tunnels. The PM directed the DM to stand there and get the tunnels closed, first the lower set and then the upper set. That's how the project got commissioned, I think. It was a painful thing to see that old Terry town being submerged. I had asked the project authorities to remove the clock tower, which was a landmark of Old Terry, and put it at a new site, because this is the landmark for generations. But unfortunately, nobody found any traction in that idea. And the new Terry township that is built, in my view, is a poor substitute for Terry. Because I had visited Terry town as a young IAS officer under training, going to Gangotri, Gomukh. It was the focal point of all agriculture and communication in that area. It was a hub of economic activity. It's going to get transformed completely. The new Terry, which was a substitute, in my view, what was it labelled on? I mean, built as a model on Mussoorie, high on a hilltop. No connectivity to the environment. No economic importance. No functional importance, except a cool spot. Now, of course, you could not build another Terry like that, but I wish some thinking had gone into it, that how can it be the focal point of economic activity? Now today, luckily, that project is bringing a lot of prosperity, I believe. It's stabilized a lot of water flow even to a place like Noida. It's getting water. Yes. Now, getting drinking water all over the place. And one thing, I can share with you that we had a tough time in litigation of this project. The JS that time. Suddenly we were told that it's come up for arguments. Otherwise it's getting adjourned. And there was a change in the top legal leadership of the country at the level of Solicitor General and Additional Solicitor Generals. So one of the ASGs who was arguing for us, when he saw his competitor in the higher chair sitting in court, he walked out of the case. So we had to hire another AG virtually that night. Rajiv Sharma was my DS. And we had to sit long sessions at his house in Lodi Estate briefing him about the project, because the court said day-to-day hearing. At the end of it, what happened, they said there's going to be huge environmental displacement risk from the Ministry of Environment Forests. That was a sabotage. Now the problem came here, who do you consult? The minister had delegated everything to a joint secretary. Secretary said, no, you handle it. So, I think at about close to midnight, I gave a solution to him. To the Solicitor General, I said, sir, please give a commitment. We can speak to whoever you want. That we'll form a high-level committee of secretaries of power, environment, social justice, who will listen to the problems of people who are affected by Terry, by the submergence or whatever it is. Now, luckily the court bought that argument. That committee never met, but we were able to counter-check the mischief done by our own counterpart ministry just the day before. But one regret I have, I did mention that time, because our focus got shifted to these other things. that when you are developing this large water reservoir, please make sure that the adjacent area is not allowed to be built or constructed, say, for about 50 meters, 100 meters along the peripheral road. The dhabas and these things don't come up. Do provide for these things, but a little away. And take care of their environmental garbage. It doesn't flow into these bodies, because that is something that we must start building into our environmental thinking of these hydro projects, particularly reservoir projects, that they should not become a dump yard for all the gravity flows into these water bodies, which are sacred, because water quality is something that we in this country don't look into. You see the measurement of the E. coli, etc., etc. Joshimath, visit to Joshimath was a disaster. I mean, where Shankaracharya sat, they showed me that spot. I said, yes, very good, hello. Matha tek lo, sab kuch kiya. But साथ ही distance में the sewage of the town flowing into that same holy stream, unchecked, untreated sewage. So this sensitivity is something that, construction is one side, but without water, there is no life. And the quality of water, which hydro project does not alter at all. We must at the same time bring about that consciousness in the youth of the country that these are sacred, and you must have monitors measuring the quality of water which is flowing. These water bodies have to be preserved. They are our legacy. And officers like those of you who are sharing the dais with me are our legacy, who spent the best years of their life trying to give a source of electricity, water, other benefits which will serve humanity for many years. Why can't we put micro turbines in a lot of these projects when they're flowing down? I saw those micro turbines in Austria and other countries. You may also have seen. ठीक है, they are not great turbines, but that beehive kind of collection of turbines, so that they say कन कन में बिजली है उसके, जो आपके स्लोप से आ रहा है पानी, उसको ट्रैप करिए, उसको यूटिलाइज करिए और उसको मेजर करिए. I am sorry for having taken a lot of your time, but I thought I'll share with you something which is close to my heart. And when Mr. A.K. Singh spoke from his heart, I thought, this is an assembly of people. You come here not for a free meal or a free lunch or something. We've all come here to support a passion which Professor Iyer has. And I think each one of us has. Otherwise, I'm sure you would not have been here today. Let us contribute whatever we can as a sacred duty to this exercise. And you rightly flag this issue of arbitration. I wish that arbitration proceedings are on camera. That is what I feel. Otherwise, the danger of some of these awards making your projects unviable. Thank you very much, sir.
See, unfortunately, always in the hydro forums, the time is always thoda wo stretch ho jata hai, and we have stalwarts and we had to hear. Nahi, nahi. So it's a part of that, and I think our MAKP Singh has to go somewhere, so I will give him 5 minutes to tell us the initial challenges and how we now see Pinapuram is delivering, and I told you the 3 projects are coming in. So PSP pe thoda aap bol dijiye. 5 minutes for you, sir. Thank you. MAKP Singh, former member hydro at the CA.
थैंक यू अय्यर सर. राजान साहब ने काफी कुछ बोला, नाम काफी सुना हुआ है. AK सिंह ने पूरा चिट्ठा खोल दिया है. सारी कहानी ये है कि कुछ सोना खोटा कुछ सुनार खोटा. हाइड्रो की कहानी यही है. जियोलॉजी कुछ खराब है, कुछ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर खराब है. प्रोजेक्ट ऐसे ही डिले होते हैं. हम लोग तो गोष्ठी करते ही रहते हैं. मैं 2011 से 2016 मेंबर पावर था नर्मदा कंट्रोल अथॉरिटी में. वी वर लुकिंग आफ्टर द सरदार सरोवर प्रोजेक्ट. आपको ताज्जुब होगा कि जो उसका फाउंडेशन स्टोन है, इट वाज लेड वे बैक इन 1961 बाय फर्स्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर जवाहरलाल नेहरू, एंड दैट स्टोन इज स्टिल देयर, and that project started in 1987, and that dams were inaugurated in 2017. So सर, तो ऐसा होता क्यों है? क्योंकि बहुत सारों का जो हित है, हर कोई सोचता है कि मेरा हित हो, मैं, और ये प्रॉब्लम था. बेसिकली इट वाज ए इंटर स्टेट रिवर वाटर प्रोजेक्ट. एक्चुअली सबसे पहले तो इशू ये गया इंटर स्टेट रिवर वाटर डिस्प्यूट ट्रिब्यूनल में. 3 स्टेट थे, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात और मध्य प्रदेश. उसमें कूद पड़ा राजस्थान. हाँ, क्या कुछ मलाई मुझको भी मिलनी चाहिए भाई. तो पूरा जो वाटर आका गया, वो 29 MAF आका गया था रिवर का, और उसमें से 0.5 MAF उसको दिया गया. बाकी तीनों स्टेट में बांटा गया. और सबसे ज़्यादा खुशहाल वही है उस पानी से, राजस्थान. आज जो राजस्थान की जो हालात बदली हैं, और यहाँ तक कि इस प्रोजेक्ट की खासियत यह है, द वाटर इज़ फ्लोइंग टू द पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर विदाउट एनी पावर कंजम्पशन, फ्री फ्लो ऑफ वाटर. बीच में डिप्स हैं, कैनाल्स बहुत सारे हैं, बट लिफ्ट इरिगेशन स्टीम्स आर देयर वेयर वी हैव पुट अप सोलर प्लांट्स टू support these pumps. Actually, it's a beautiful project. Kindly go and visit these canals basically. So you will see an integration of solar generation also and free flowing waters also. इसका मैं 2 आपको मेन चीज़ बताना चाहता हूँ. ये प्रोजेक्ट बहुत वेल कंसीव्ड था. वेरिएबल फ्रिक्वेंसी थे मोटर्स. दूसरा, ये रिवर्सिबल टर्बाइंस थी. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि सबसे पहला प्रोजेक्ट जो इंडिया में आने वाला था रिवर्सिबल पंप स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट, वो सरदार सरोवर प्रोजेक्ट ही था. 1200 मेगावाट. इट वाज टू बी द लार्जेस्ट हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट. और मेरा जो पूरे 10 ईयर 5 साल में रहा वहाँ पे, मैंने बहुत कोशिश किया इसको किसी तरह से हो जाए. लेकिन यह है कि चारों स्टेट नहीं माने, और मेंबर हाइड्रो के रहते भी मैंने इसको कोशिश की, तब भी नहीं हुआ. मतलब यह हो गया कि आज स्थिति ये है कि हमारा अपर डैम भी है, लोअर डैम भी है, लेकिन वो ऑपरेशन नहीं हो पा रहा है. मतलब कहाँ पर, मतलब ये है कि जस्ट वी आर नॉट, भाई पानी की लड़ाई है, सबसे बड़ी पानी की लड़ाई है कि भाई मध्य प्रदेश को ये है कि यार इस स्कीम के साथ चलते हुए गुजरात ज़्यादा पानी ले लेगा मुझसे, मेरा पानी छीन लेगा. तो कहीं ना कहीं इस इशू को एड्रेस करना बहुत ज़रूरी था. और ये इंटर स्टेट वाटर डिस्प्यूट ट्रिब्यूनल में जाके पानी का बंटवारा किया गया. सबसे पहले तो किसको कितना पानी कंज्यूम करना है, और ये पंप स्टोरेज क्यों डिज़ाइन किया गया इसका मालूम है आपको? कि इसमें ये था कि दिस वाज इरिगेशन प्रोजेक्ट। ये जब ये कंस्ट्रक्शन होगा, पूरा हो जाएगा, तो जितना इसका रिवर बेसिन का पानी है पूरा इरिगेशन में समाप्त हो जाएगा और ये जो 1200 मेगावाट का रिवर बेड हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट है RHP, वो पूरा बंद हो जाएगा। तो वी हैव टू रन इट बिकॉज बैक एंड में पानी है, तो वो उसको पंप स्टोरेज में करके हम लोग वी कैन। तो ये प्रोजेक्ट था। और बड़ी बात है कि अब ये है कि नाउ इसमें जो ये 2006 में इसका जो काम स्टॉप किया गया था, उसके सबसे बड़े जो श्रेय जाता है वो मेधा पाटकर को जाता है। तो ऐसे ऐसे व्यक्तियों को हम लोग कैसे टैकल करें? क्या उनकी आत्मा दुखती नहीं है क्या? हैं? तो जहाँ पर पीनापुरम आया, उसने पूरा एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट कर दिया। 36 महीने में मैं आपको प्रोजेक्ट लगा के दूंगा। और उसकी खासियत क्या थी कि उसने जहाँ जहाँ पे अपने ग्रीनको ने जहाँ जहाँ पे अपने PSPs के प्रोजेक्ट्स लिए हैं, सेम लेआउट रखा है ताकि उस पर डिज़ाइन पे काम करना ना पड़े। दूसरा ये है कि उन्होंने अपने जो है ना ऑल्टरनेटिव्स बना लिए हैं। अगर मेरे यहाँ पे चैलेंजेस आया तो इसके साथ मेरे ऑल्टरनेटिव्स हैं। हम जो प्रोजेक्ट्स में आज देखते हैं वो ऑल्टरनेटिव्स बाद में ढूंढते हैं। अब जैसे कि मैं और 2-4 प्रोजेक्ट के साथ काफ़ी बहुत गहराई से एसोसिएटेड रहा। पुना सांचू 1 एंड पुना सांचू 2। पुना सांचू 2 में जो डाउन स्ट्रीम सर्ज गैलरी में कोलैप्स हुआ, वो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था। और उसके चलते लग रहा था ये प्रोजेक्ट तो यार पहले पुना सांचू 1 आ जाएगा, पुना सांचू 2 बाद में आएगा। उल्टा हो गया। और पुना सांचू 1 का हम लोग भूटानीज को इतना कन्विंस करते रहे यार कि ये स्लोप स्टेबल है। वो माने नहीं यार, यहाँ पे ड्रिलिंग करके दिखा दो, इसके कोर सैंपल्स दिखा दो, यार ये कोर सैंपल सही ढंग से नहीं लिए। मतलब दैट वाज द अल्टीमेटली ये कहना पड़ा भारत सरकार को कि भाई जो एडिशनल खर्चा आएगा, ठीक है आप जितना कुछ कराना टेस्ट करा लो, जितना कुछ खर्चा आएगा वी विल नॉट बियर इन एब्जॉर्ब इट इन द टैरिफ, यू हैव टू बियर इट। तो वहाँ पे उनको लगा कि यार यहाँ तो महंगा पड़ जाएगा, तो आर्म ट्विस्टिंग महंगा पड़ जाएगा। द वर्क फाइनली स्टार्टेड इन अप्रैल 2026 एंड फॉर आफ्टर 7 years कॉस्ट ओवररन ऐसे ही होता है। तो यहाँ पर हमको चाहिए कि हमारे जो मैनेजमेंट है, जैसे राजदान साहब मैनेजमेंट में रहे, मतलब तो वी हैव टू टेक ए वेरी प्रोएक्टिव एंड हार्ड स्टेप एक्चुअली। ठीक है, जियोलॉजिस्ट जो बताते हैं बहुत बढ़िया है, लेकिन आज की डेट में अब जो हमको AI का लिवरेज मिला है, लेट अस ट्राई टू डू जियो टेक्निकल स्टडीज थ्रू दिस AI ML। सो हम यंगस्टर्स को बोलेंगे कि वी हैव टू डेवलप LLMs so that we can develop very good initial study reports so that we can already plan out the challenges that we are going to face actually। ये अगर हमारा हो जाए, जैसे कि अभी CBIP एक वर्कशॉप कर रही है, आई थिंक यू शुड ऑल टेक पार्ट इन AI असिस्टेड टनलिंग एक्चुअली। सो टनलिंग एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है। और एक जो पॉइंट जो अय्यर साहब ने बोला कि एक हमने मिनिस्ट्री ने आउटलुक लिया था कि बीच में जिन्होंने भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट पे काम किया वो हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट बना सकता है। नहीं, दिस इज़ अ डोमेन स्पेसिफिक प्रोजेक्ट। आई ऑल्सो डिड नॉट एग्री बट आई डिडंट हैव द गट्स टू से इट एक्चुअली। सो बट द थिंग इज़ दैट इसके चलते कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स डिले हुए, खास करके पीनापुरम भी इसी वजह से डिले हुआ। एंड इनफैक्ट ये जवाब दिया गया कि भाई रेलवेज कैन बोर द टनल इन द हिमालयाज, why can't for the hydro project? It is nothing that the size of the tunnel is something different for both of them, and the pressure that are going to bear actually they are going to be totally different. So एक tunnel boring challenge है, selection of tunnel boring machine TBMs is a very different thing, so that we need to understand much better। और दूसरी बात यह है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं उसका बेनिफिट कब आता है, क्या आता है, इसको कुछ पता नहीं चलता है। तो लोग बाग जो हंगामा करते हैं, जो NGOs वगैरह हैं, खास करके जैसे कि बहुत सारा जो श्रेय डिले का है वो NGOs को ही जाता है, टेरी में भी और यहाँ सरदार सरोवर में भी। सरदार सरोवर की जो आज हालत है, आज उसको कोई नहीं सोच सकता। इट हैज़ बिकम लाइक स्वर्ग, हेवन। कोई सोच सकता था उस टाइम पे 1951 में कि वहाँ पे विस्टा डोम ट्रेन जाएगी। देयर इज़ ए वहाँ पे फुटफॉल है, फुटफॉल इज़ 10 लाख पर्सनस पर वीक। Or and this is mostly on Saturday and Sundays. That amount of revenue that local peoples are earning, just you cannot imagine. Their life has changed totally. So ये कहीं पे भी हमने शोकेस नहीं किया है। तो वी हैव टू शोकेस दीज थिंग्स, और दैट वे वी कैन ये एक बिश्नोई साहब ने एक लहर कॉन्क्लेव किया था 2024 में. इट वाज टू इम्पेल दिस, जो लोगों की जो शंकाएं थी कि भाई प्रोजेक्ट आने से हमारा ये सब रोजी रोटी छीन जाएगी, ऐसा नहीं है. इट इज़ गोइंग टू चेंज द लाइफ, सो दैट थिंग वी नीड टू टेक केयर. और जैसे राजदान साहब ने बोला है कि जो लोकल एरिया डेवलपमेंट फंड का जो पैसा है वो वहीं पे लोगों को में उनको बांट देना चाहिए, और उन्हीं को उनको श्रेय भी बनाना चाहिए, श्रेय देना चाहिए, पार्टनर बनाना चाहिए, एंड सो दैट दे कैन कंट्रीब्यूट इन ए मोर कंस्ट्रक्टिव वे रादर देन डिस्ट्रप्टिव वे. सो एक ये थोड़ा सा हम लोग को वी हैव टू टेक दिस ए चैलेंज. डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बनाना चाहिए, डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज बनानी चाहिए. सो 2 बेस्ट डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज दैट कैन बी क्रिएटेड फॉर टेरी एंड for this Sardar Sarovar project. I would request all those who are here, who are well connected with the media, they should take this challenge actually. I think you can take the challenge, and documentary of 15 minutes, how the lives have changed actually, and what are the benefits that the nation has got, not the state or individual, the nation. So nation, आज जैसे बाकरा को हम टेम्पल बोलते हैं, मॉडर्न टेम्पल. सो दीज आर द टेम्पल्स वेयर द, जहाँ पे हमारी इच्छाएं, जहाँ पे हमारी विश फुलफिल होती है. द लाइवलीहुड इज, अर्निंग लाइवलीहुड इज़ अ विश एक्चुअली. सो विद दिस मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब भी मैं अय्यर साहब के किसी इवेंट में आता हूँ और बोलता हूँ स्टेज पे खड़ा होकर. तो आई पर्सनली फील दैट देर आर मेनी हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स दैट आर गोइंग टू कम अप, स्पेशली आफ्टर द पुश फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट in the last 5 to 6 years, where we have given a very big push in changing the thinking of the people also. First of all, this whether this dam is for 40 years or 100 years, that was the first thing. Second, जो चीज़ जो अभी हमें एक कोशिश ये करनी है कि there is one thought that came up but not really fructified, whether we can reduce the GST from 18% to 5% on this materials actually. So that thing is there. और जो मैंने कहा था कि एक्चुअली क्या है कि एक जो नर्ड कैप का जो एक मॉडल है, वी हैव टू स्टैंडर्डाइज दैट मॉडल. लेट अस द DPRs, सेलेबल DPRs, we have to create a market for the DPRs actually. And why the developer has to run to the agencies to get the clearances actually. Clearances if required, I just cannot negate it, but yeah, but there has to be some sellable DPRs actually. Let there be a specific agency who are very having expertise in this, getting this DPRs prepared actually. So my first point is that let say different sort of agencies who will be preparing these DPRs actually, identifying the sites actually. And in the case when we have opened up the upstreams, there are so many sites beside what we talk about a potential of 1,45,000. So I hope that we here can put up many thoughts to the government. First is GST reduction, and then a specific setting of a specific agency for DPR clearances actually. So that thing is, if taken up, will certainly reduce not only the time of but the cost of the project also. So with this, I take a leave because I have to attend one important meeting. Thank you.
See, for the Sardar Sarovar, I tell you, it was P.K. Leri ji who became, he was the tourism secretary. I knew him as a tourism secretary. So, ab ye jara sun ke jaiye aap. So, 2007, when ENERTIA was launched at the YB Chauhan Auditorium, P.K. Leri came with his wife. And in that, I have a role because I had questioned Medha Patkar ji कि मैडम आप लड़िए. मेरा थोड़ा अलग व्यू था उनके लिए. मैंने कहा आप लड़िए, आप कंपेंसेशन के लिए लड़िए, लेकिन प्रोजेक्ट को रोकने के लिए क्यों लड़ रहे हैं? So she was flabbergasted by my approach. I was the first. I'm also an NGO. आप NGO गाली दे रहे हैं, हमारे से भी NGO है ना, तो हमको भी गाली दे रहे हैं आप, ठीक है ना, तो वो मत करिए. There are also good NGOs, but their numbers is less. क्या है ना, we are technically sound, we know the subject. So I went and told her, madam, you fight to the end of your teeth, and spine, and ensure कि आप compensation दिलाइए. पर आप ये प्रोजेक्ट को रोकने के डायरेक्शन में क्यों फाइट कर रहे हैं? तो शी वॉज अ लिटिल बिट कंफ्यूज्ड. तो वो बोलती है नहीं आपकी बात में है, लेकिन ये लोग नहीं मानेंगे, ये तो ऐसे, मतलब दैट वाज लाइक अ लिटिल डिस्टर्ब्ड कि आई वाज टेलिंग हर टू डू दैट. बट फाइनली आई एम टेलिंग यू, इन Sardar Sarovar, the compensation to the people around the Kevadia village was done properly. It's not that everything is clean. No, I will tell you, I'm not going to talk always in favor of only the governments. Governments make blunders. मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ पुलिस एक्शन किया गया था लोगों के खिलाफ, डंडे मारे गए थे. एक हमारा एनआईटी, नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, बेचारा नागपुर में बैठा है, उसने डंडे खाए बेमतलब के इंजीनियर्स ने. तो वो भी हुआ उस टाइम पे. सो इसलिए देयर मस्ट बी ट्रांसपेरेंसी. वन अप्रोच वाज कि भैया इसकी हियरिंग भी, इवन पब्लिक हियरिंग्स, लेट इट कम ऑन द कैमरा. व्हाई सम शेडी बिजनेस हैज टू बी डन. सुभानश्री साहब ने काम किया, हमारा एक इनडायरेक्ट काम था. Somebody in NHPC said, I have a northeastern stuff. My friend, here, one of the awardees today is sitting here, right? His common connect is Manoj Mek, my batchmate, who is from Nagaland. He is in Malaysia right now. It was, my one phone call talk to that local guy, Gagoi, not this politician, So, उसके साथ जो बात हुई, वो भी उसने ही कहा मैं कराता हूँ कनेक्ट, और आपके NHPC के लोग पीछे पड़े थे. और मेरी एक बात है, उसने कहा मैं Professor, I have always opposed this project, so what is the basis? उसने ये बड़ा अजीब क्वेश्चन पूछा, what is the basis that I can convince my local people that there is something benefit in this project for us? I gave some 10 points. I don't want to talk about it, but I am telling you. I said, these are the parameters that have changed after your protest. The way you present it is different. I said, after you've been protesting all these years, these are the 10 parameters that have changed. And that was used. And that's the reason you got that cleared. Prasad Sahab ko मालूम है मैंने क्या किया. So I asked Prasad Sahab, should I talk? Is it fair? Because I am not a party to the whole game, right? So he said, no, आपको बात करना चाहिए. So this is the passion, when somebody senior to you says, नहीं आप करिए, that way, So this is sometimes not, government may not know that there are people who can do the proper job. And then he understood, yes, there is benefit from the project. अब वो बन रहा है, ठीक है, उसकी अपनी दूसरी problems हैं कि इन्होंने बड़ी तेजी से उसको आगे लेके गया, अभी थोड़ी थोड़ी ब्रेक लग के जा रही है, लेकिन बन तो जाएगा ही. ये अभी मेरे हिसाब से now it will come. So I don't think hydro development is a major challenge anymore, but how to handle it is going to be a challenge, and that handling is killing us because we are not we're not touching everything properly, all the threads all the way. Like I'm a big fan of decentralized pump storage because this will also enable a chance for the machines from 5 megawatt to 50 megawatt to come in, and this will actually enable my grid in the region. Why you are putting this battery energy storage 2 मेगावाट आवर के ऊपर आप कर नहीं सकते. 2 घंटे चलाओगे आप, एक्सटेंशन क्या कर रहे हो? सोलर के 5 घंटे और विंड थोड़ा सा और टेपर करेगा 8 घंटे, विंड और सोलर मिलके हाइब्रिड. आपको 24 घंटा बिजली चाहिए है, एंड देन यू नीड द पीक शेवर्स, राइट? Where do you bring that? So better to go to decentralized pump storage. Just 1.2 TMC of water dead in the storage in Pinapuram is bringing more than 1.5 gigawatt. Understand? And that's altitude logic is 100. हाँ जी वो सर. बिल्कुल. हाँ जी. सर इसमें थोड़ी सी गलती हुई है. देखिए इसका व्हाइट पेपर बनाया रेपा ने. पहले तो आप उस बात को समझिए. व्हाइट पेपर 100 गीगावाट टारगेट 2032 में दिया गया, 2024 में व्हाइट पेपर मैंने बनाया. इट्स मी हु लेड द व्हाइट पेपर. इट वाज नॉट द गवर्नमेंट एंड इट केम फ्रॉम एनरेट कैप. आप थोड़ा सा नहीं, मैं आपकी प्रॉब्लम समझ रहा हूँ, एनएचपीसी की प्रॉब्लम समझ रहा हूँ. आप सुनिए मेरी बात को. नहीं, आप मेरी बात को सुनिएगा सर. यू प्लीज यू अंडरस्टैंड. सी आपका एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग में थोड़ी गलती है. आपको पता है पिनापुरम स्कीम में पीक शेविंग का पावर क्या है, कॉस्ट? वो मेरे व्हाइट पेपर में, अगर आपके पास नहीं है तो एक सैंपल पड़ा होगा, आज दे दूंगा. और डिजिटली इट्स 7 रुपीज, 6 to 7 रुपीज. ये 4.5 रुपए का कोई कहानी नहीं है वहाँ. तो आप थोड़ा सा इसके अंदर जाइए डीपली. पीक शेविंग पावर एवरेज, आई एम टेलिंग, आई एम फाइटिंग विद द गवर्नमेंट ऑन दैट. सर नहीं, आप सिर्फ एवरेज कॉस्ट ऑफ पीक पावर आई एम टॉकिंग. आप इसको समझिए. ग्रिड के अंदर जो बल्क पावर है, आज 4 रुपए एवरेज पावर है बेस लोड की. मैं जो कह रहा हूं उसको पहले समझो बिफोर यू थिंक फ्रॉम योर साइड. फर्स्ट यू कम टू व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग यू. दिस द गवर्नमेंट इज वेस्टिंग इट टाइम्स ऑन टेंडर्स. दिस इज अ टेंडर्ड प्राइस. व्हाट इज अ टेंडर्ड प्राइस? आप तेल खरीद ले हैं, आप रोज फ्लेक्सिबल एपीएम में चल रहा है फ्यूल का प्राइस आपका, पेट्रोल डीजल आपको, आप झगड़ा भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन वी आर बाइंग एट प्राइस, राइट? इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का जब मामला आता है, यू आर नॉट टेकिंग द एवरेज प्राइस, सो यू गो टू ऑल द डिस्कॉम्स एंड दिस इज द बिगेस्ट फ्रॉड दैट इज हैपनिंग इन द कंट्री. क्रिसिल, इकरा सब ये आए हैं आज, दे आर डूइंग द बड़ी सर्वे. आई डिड द फर्स्ट डिस्कॉम सर्वे इन द country. It is the ENERTIA Foundation that put up the DISCOM survey. All copied later on because they did not agree with that time. 4 Gujarat utilities had come up as top utilities. अभी वो नीचे गए हैं मार्किंग में, मेरे रैंक में अभी नहीं है वो उस रैंक में. तो आप हमारे जैसे एजेंसीज का सुनेंगे तो होगा. तो सरकार की गलती है. कहाँ गलती है? एवरेज कॉस्ट, आप आंध्रा चले जाओ, ओडिशा चले जाओ, कहीं चले जाओ, ग्रिड का कॉस्ट विच वी हैव डिस्कवर्ड इज बिटवीन 4 to 4 rupees 50 paisa फॉर बेस लोड, पूलिंग पावर का जो है. और जो आपका पीक का है, दिस IEX fellow, is there anybody from IEX here? Yes. So we have worked with them. So हाँ. नहीं आएगी सर.
कन्वेंशनल हाइड्रो ऑलरेडी इंडिया में इतना है, अब उसको में एनर्जी लगाओ. वी आर वेस्टिंग आवर एनर्जी इन PSP एंड इट इज़ वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर द PSUs टू कम्पीट विद द प्राइवेट कंपनीज. कारण क्या है मैं बता रहा हूँ. PSP में इट इज़ नॉट ऑन द कास्ट प्लस बेसिस. वी आर हैबिचुअल ऑफ डूइंग द वर्क एट आवर लेजर. जो हाथ नहीं चलेगा, जो कि आपको टोटल खर्चा करके 25% आपको दे देंगे उस पर. इट विल नेवर, जस्ट लिसन मी, इट विल नेवर कम थ्रू द रेगुलेटरी कमीशन टू हैव टू प्रोड्यूस द पावर एट द चीपर कास्ट. एंड हाउ इट कैन बी डन? इट डजंट हैव द सोलर बैकअप आल्सो. तो आपके पास सोलर है नहीं, सोलर किस रेट पे खरीदोगे? आपके केसेस में सारे आर्बिट्रेशन केसेस होंगे. द कंपनी विल कम, विल कोट 20% बिलो, दे विल गेट मोर देन दैट एज आर्बिट्रेशन अवार्ड. तो ये PSUs इज नॉट एबल टू डू इन फ्यूचर आल्सो. द PSPs दैट आर वेस्टिंग देयर टाइम एंड द मनी फॉर ऑल दिस थिंग्स. आई हैव टोल्ड मेनी अ टाइम टू द गवर्नमेंट आल्सो, आई रिटन द गवर्नमेंट आल्सो. तो मैं बता रहा हूँ, यू आर जस्ट वेस्टिंग द टाइम. या चाहे कोई पॉलिसी आ जाए, यू कैन नॉट कम्पीट बिकॉज इट नॉट द कास्ट प्लस बेसिस. इट डजंट कम द रेगुलेटरी कमीशन. आपको तो सस्ता बेचोगे तो मार्केट में आपको कोई खरीदेगा. तो मेरे हिसाब से अभी तो कन्वेंशनल हाइड्रो बहुत पोटेंशियल है. द गवर्नमेंट शुड पुट मोर एफर्ट्स टू थ्रू द PSU टू डेवलप ऑल द कन्वेंशनल हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स.
नहीं, इसमें अभी मेरी लास्ट पॉइंट आप समझ के चलो. द एवरेज प्राइस ऑफ पीक पावर which IEX had presented in 2024 at my forum was coming to 6 to 7 rupees. Your discovered price थी. So Andhra model is different. ENERTIA what it has done, it is going to purchase at discovered price. अगर आप बेस लोड टाइम पे आएंगे तो 4.5 रुपये आपको मिलेंगे, और अगर आप पीक लोड टाइम पे आएंगे तो आपको 6 से 7 रुपये मिलेंगे. तो इसलिए वो वायबिलिटी पे आया. आप समझ गए मेरी बात को? सो ये तो पिनापुरम का रिजल्ट है कि 8 घंटे वो अपना पावर किस टाइम पे बेचना चाहता है. सो दिस इज अ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इंसेंटिव. You don't compare with the center, and it is not come. Pump storage has not come. अभी ये गए बोल के तो गए कि वो ENERTIA का मॉडल हमको बनाना है. DPR साहब ENERTIA ने जो किया है, वो मेरे कमलाकर बाबू भी फ्रेंड हैं. They are also, there's a JV. When Rajkumar Chaudhary was the chairman before this, I got that JV of AP Genco done for you. पर उसमें काम किधर हुआ है? तो हमसे मदद लीजिए ना आप. You want to see? I'm not टोटली स्टॉपिंग. जस्ट अभय कुमार सिंह जी बोल रहे आप कर ही नहीं पाओगे. आप कर पाओगे जब आप इसको PP के नज़र से देखो, PPP के. आप अभी जेनको इज ऑल्सो अ पार्टी विच इज अ लिटिल बिट ढिल्ला. अभी एक नई MD आई है, मैडम अभी समझेंगी, मैं मिला हूं उनको, ठीक है. न्यू पर्सन हैज कम. सो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और आपका जो डील होता है, आप JV बना लेते हैं. उसके बाद सी हाफ ऑफ द मीटिंग्स आर कंडक्टेड फॉर कौन क्या होगा, किस CFO को हटाना है. आधी तो लड़ाई वहां चल रही है आपकी. उसमें तो इतने रेगुलेटरी लड़ाई चल रही है आप लोगों की. हाँ,
इसमें अडानी ने जीता है, तो उसमें बहुत कुछ गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी लाई है कि 30% ऑफ कैपिटल कॉस्ट ऑफ सिविल एंड ENM वर्क वो सब्सिडाइज करेगी. कुछ टैक्स में भी रिलैक्सेशन.
सर मेरा आप बुरा मत मानो, आप सुनिए, बुरा मत मानिए,
काफी डाउन हो गया सर.
बुरा मत मानिए. ये सब्सिडी वाला जो कल्चर है, ये आप लोगों के गैस सिलेंडर की सब्सिडी हटा रहे हैं और जाके बिजनेसमैन को सब्सिडी देना, ये बंद करिए, ये बंद करिए. दिस आई एम नॉट इन फेवर ऑफ दिस. इट्स ऑल बुलशिट सर. क्या है, आप सब्सिडी देके कैसे प्रोजेक्ट को, आप उसको तो लंगड़ी टांग खिला रहे हैं, चाहे कोई भी हो. हमारे भी मेंबर्स हैं अडानी और ग्रीन को. मैं उनके इन बातों पर कभी नहीं आते मेरे पास. ग्रीन को कभी नहीं आज तक आया मुझे बोलने के लिए बात. नहीं, दैट इज रॉन्ग. इफ दे हैव डन इट, दे आर रॉन्ग. दे आर एक्चुअली गिविंग अ बैसाखी एंड दे विल डिस्ट्रॉय. देयर नो पंप स्टोरेज उधर आएगा. अभी आप एक तरफ फ्री पावर चाह रहे हैं हाइड्रो के अंदर, वहां जाके आप सब्सिडी दे रहे हैं. क्यों? इज इट अ पॉलिसी? बंदरमाट हो रही है. चलिए सर, मेरे को थोड़ा सा सर रिक्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा डैश को, because I have to push the awards, because it's very important, today's awardees. So can I go ahead, sir, with the permission? Then I will get the other people, a lot of people sitting here. Sir, sir, bill goes up. Anyway. Chalo, Tyaga, let us first start, because we start the award, but it's fine, it's all happening. But before starting the award, we need the blessings. So first, we have a memento and a recognition for the great contribution Razdan Sahib has provided. And actually, he has literally mentored people like us in the early stages. Okay, so I would like to start with him. Then only the awards will start. Laiye sir, Razdan Sahib ka, so that I honor him first. Please give a big hand. ये प्लास्टिक हटा दो चलेगा,
कोई बात नहीं, छोड़ दो.
Now I want the dais to honor the other people. So today we have amongst us the stalwarts, many stalwarts, but I will tell you the first gentleman who receives the award in the private sector for Hydroratna. We had Yogendra Prasad, we have the Hydroratna A.K. Singh Sahib, and there were 3 or 4 of them that are there, all of them from public sector only. But it's the first private sector gentleman who receives our Hydroratna award is S.G. Paritkar Sahib, the man who has led AFCONs beautifully. Please give him a big hand. And Razdan Sahib and all of you together, sir. भाई तालियां जोर से. Congratulations, sir. Sir, few words here because we want to hear you. You've led a private company, so you can tell us.
First of all, thanks to Professor Iyer and jury who selected me for this award. And it's a great honor to be named along with Yogendra Prasad ji, A.K. Singh ji. Actually, I think that here I am not much known, maybe new, but my association with hydro is very long. And from I was in Gammon also, then HCC, and in AFCON I developed this unit. And today we are well established in hydro as well as in water. So let me share certain my experiences about the Parvati job, which A.K. Singh Sahib has said about that HRT. I was in Gammon as a project in charge for the powerhouse. And powerhouse was also equally difficult job in that project. So there were 2 collapses. So when we were excavating it, and I can say that I had a privilege to inform anything related with the project to Yogendra Prasad ji directly, which he has given me some time slot. And during that we were talking about the project because that time Parvati was a very challenging project for NHPC and it was very big. So then I conveyed, and it was there that we had, as a contractor, always had a ownership of the project. So I explained that this excavation, if we will go, it is already 2 collapses, it may have multiple collapses. So to restrict it, we need certain specialized thinking on that. And then immediate decision was taken and it was finalized. Second was there in that project, which probably that time TBM was not not much in use in India. Metro has come afterwards. So it was that, and in Himalaya, as it is, TBM was a big challenge. So 1.5 kilometer inclined shafts, which were about 30-degree inclined. So that was in our scope, and we have had our tie-up with Jagger, who will come with the TBM and will supply. So that time, that owner of Jagger was more than 80 years old that time. He himself has come. He has studied, and he said that what TBM NHPC has proposed in methodology, which was an open TBM, like which was proposed in HRT also, will not work. And he has gone to the extent that we are sorry. If your clients will say, no, we will stick to this methodology, then we are sorry, you can find out some other partner. So we naturally, it was Abhijit Rajan, and we approached Yogendra Prasad ji that this is the problem. He was very open. He says, if they are talking something, let us get involved in that. So he appointed consultant. Electrovet was appointed as a consultant. And then he also agreed that it has to be double shield TBM. And that double shield TBM has made the history, and those 1.5 kilometers were completed much ahead of the schedule, and those are world's longest inclined shafts. Earlier, it was South Africa, which had 750 meter, 45-degree inclined shaft. So those were actually like that in HCC. Also, I was associated, but that time my position was as a project controller from head office. But I was very close to Singh Sahib. And then in July, in that project, our water diversion through 700 meter water channel, which was about 40 meter wide, was scheduled in January. So we hardly had some 6 months and all. So I discussed with him. I said, okay, we will find out some methodology. Otherwise, the methodology which was there in NHPC tender was double layer of these boulders bringing from Savo, and bottom was also, and it was a Herculean task. It was not possible, at least in 2 years period. So how to complete that? Then geotextile, all, of course, Mr. Dudeja was director projects. He also appreciated, no, let us be there. So what I say that, and it was commissioned, that river was diverted in January itself. So it's a big achievement, and with all very nice cooperation from NHPC side, as well as their design team in head office. Idea, what actually means, my point is there, that as a contractor, wherever I was there, we were taking ownership of the project. And today our teams, which I developed in AFCON was not in hydro about, I think, 10, 12 years before. But today we are having 2 turnkey projects, 100 megawatt, 25 megawatt. Then in Uttarakhand, we are constructing 2 water dams, which are of 150 meter height and 130 meter height. So, and some Pakaldul, 1000 megawatt. Pakaldul also, now it is near completion. There also we suggested, when we took that job, that like a Dul, NHPC, people may be knowing that Dul is completely inside. And here, surge shaft was outside, one surge shaft. We suggested that that will be very difficult in Himalayan territory. Of course, we were not listened because it was a joint venture, Chenab Valley and that JKS, PDC and all that. So anyway, we have fought, we have constructed. Now it will be up to NHPC how to deal with those issues when surge shaft is open to sky and below that this switchyard is there, which is again open to sky. I don't know. That is what. Sometimes we are listening, sometimes not listening. So it is only that depends on project authorities who are at site. So, and there were a lot of all stakeholders issues are there, which Rajan Sahib has given very nice, those some certain solutions also. And AK Singh, he has covered everything nicely. So I just, again, thank you very much. That's all.
See, actually, the leadership that in construction to be provided, we need people like him to write probably how those leadership is coming. Because, see, before him, I knew S.K. Dharmadhikari. He went through, now he's got a vertigo. And he's also a dear friend, common, our Maharashtrian friends, I can say. So in Pune, he's there. He's also my dear friend. And I feel for him. He's actually advising Gadkari Sahib now also on the, time completion of the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. But it was HCC, Mr. Dharmadhikari, who's another stalwart. I mentioned that we have constantly, but even he has not got this Hydroratna. So you are the first one.
Professor, one request to you. You see, you are in touch with these stalwarts.
Haan ji, sir.
Please get a video library of their experience.
It should be, right, correct. Very good idea.
Create that archive.
Ekdam, sahi, ekdam correct.
can also be there.
Yeah. No, and then the way he has backed, our work as a professional, he has seen our work, and within AFCONS, they are our patrons, for the association, because it was not a renewable company. For renewable energy promotion to get a patron like them, it was a very lucky thing because it's a Shapurji Polanji group. So it's a very tough job to, get into it. We have Evonik from Germany. We have few now. There's a V2 Axis, another company from America that's coming. So some luck is there, but we are not canvassing the way we should be. We are only working mostly with Indian people. But I'm telling you, people like AFCONS, they have given us I would say the first support when it came in, and they continue to support us. Thanks, sir, for all your support. But Paradkar Sahib is a fantastic man. In addition to this, now I go to the next one, which is the Hydro Vibhushan. This also is the first. Unfortunately, the lady is not here. You explained the problems that have come in Teesta 6 and all other issues. But yes, we have Mr. Navneet Harjai, Additional Vice President from Patel Engineering, and Balwinder Singh. They will receive the award for Ms. Kavita Shirwakar, who is the Managing Director of Patel Engineering Limited. The first woman to receive this award. First woman to receive this award. She's not here because of a challenge that has come in. Please come over, sir. And may I request the dais to honor? And surely the Patel office is nearby, so we can always come and take another photo with her subsequently. Please give them a big hand. Women enterprise leadership. Actually, there are very few women in our sector. I'm happy when I saw, our old friend coming here and sitting. So she gave the little, I was thinking, no woman pa. So good. We have you here. Thank you. Few words, sir. One of you has to speak. Bolna padega, sir.
Actually, I thank you, ENERTIA, for giving us the opportunity to speak here and giving our MD such a great award. Actually, after our owner, Mr. Rupen Patel, has expired, the lady, Ms. Kavita Shirwakar, has taken up, and she has done a very great job. And after that, we have increased our turnover up to 5,000 crores. And since last 2 years, we are continuing with 5,000 crore turnover. This all due to our MD. She has taken a great, though she has, her background is not engineering, but she has done a great job in Hydropower. She understands the business well, and he has taken up with all the stakeholders and done a great job. I thank you for honoring her. Thank you.
I will add something. since I am closely watching their progress, there are 3-4 projects where once it was almost dead, like Shongtang 500 megawatt in Himachal. Then one Salimanbad, around 12 kilometer of TVM tunneling, and the very around 20-25,000 liter per minute discharge coming in the reverse direction. Just imagine you enter the tunnel, at least 2 feet of water is there, and you have to use the loco. Nobody can see the nut and bolts. And in such condition, they have completed the Salimanbad tunnel under the leadership of the lady. Then Shongtang, again Kunda pump storage, only lower intake has to be done. Parnai, so there are 3-4 dead projects, and the condition was so poor, nobody can imagine. But all has revived under the leadership of that Kavita. And you know, the Kiru going by November end, all the work will be completed from the civil side.
Wonderful.
See, when the Pakaldol started by AFCONS, L&T and JP, it is not surprised that even the Kiru come before the Pakaldol. Yes. The Kawar, they have done more than 65% of the dam. Everywhere probably, though AFCONS is there, L&T is there, I can say...
AFCONS is a friendly partner, sir.
At the moment,
Many
at the
times they
moment
work
in
together.
Hydro, probably they are the best company working in the country.
No, no
as
doubt,
the
no
progress is concerned.
These two are Bombay
And
companies, sir. I am proud of
yeah.
being a Mumbaikar.
So this is good for the Hydro.
Fantastic
That
people,
companies
from
are
there.
coming now.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm very
you.
proud of my city because these two companies have really kept it. Even L&T for that matter, it comes from our city. You know, so Mumbai has got 3 very good contractors here, you know. I would say, and HCC also sitting there. Abhi thodi langri tang khel raha hai, lekin I feel they've done a lot of good work. He's also an ex-HCC. Kavita herself is an ex-HCC. So, they all, yeah.
It doesn't matter, the Hydro should come by anyone.
Yeah. But yes, interesting part, na, sir. See the ecosystem. These good construction companies are sitting in the capital, financial capital. We are not just the financial capital, probably we are the construction capital also. That is what I am trying to bring to you. So best construction company sitting there, doing a great job. ठीक है, बाकी भी आ रहे हैं, मेगा वेगा सब आ रहे हैं, लेकिन इनका quality of work, if you compare, see, AFCONS is rated as the top 13 companies. We have award for them as well. Next, Pratkar Sahib has to receive it. But first, let me come to our favorite company also in the public sector, NHPC. You know, we have for the Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, who could not also come because of the same Tista issue. But we have Mr. UK Nand, the Executive Director of Project Management Support, to receive Sanjay Kumar Singh Saab's Hydro Vibhushan Award. Please give a big hand. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Director Projects, NHPC. Congress, तालियां बजाइए sir, जोर से. Any individual award is, you know, great work they have done. That's why it's coming. खुश शब्द sir, 2 मिनट बोलना पड़ेगा हर एक को.
Thank you, Ayer sir, and INERTIA. Sir, it is, we can say that it is our fortune that we are just attending this program. A lot of talk has been done about the progress or development of the hydro project. I have also to say something about the progress of, just in the way of what type of challenges are growing up for development of the hydro project. First, we have to see on that aspect also. Thing is that, as of now, state government, basically, who are going to purchase the power from hydro project, they are backing down from their PPAs. This is the challenge for us. Just because of we have to keep the tariff, we have to keep the unit rate within to compete with this solar, wind, which is not possible at all. So my colleague Ian Thakur, he was basically having, I think he was just saying that the competition is too hard to compete with this solar, wind. So we have to think that hydropower project is not a development of hydropower project is not the cannot be dealt as a commercial project. we have to think that this hydro development of the hydro project is up to some extent, it is a development of the social thing also. So we have to get support from all the stakeholders, all the even from government also. What are the main factors which are affecting the unit rates tariff? Basically, cost and time overrun. It is well spoken the thing, but for getting this cost and time overrun, major factors. Of course, geological surprises. Everybody is talking about that. Of NHPC, as a NHPC, we are also looking forward that how can we mitigate this issue? How can we reduce this problem? But simultaneously, whenever any problem is coming with that, all the stakeholder, I mean developer, sir has already, AK Singh sir has already told that we have to take a quick decision whenever problem comes. But simultaneously, we have to take positive, means all, I'm going to say that all the construction team, means contractors, and as a developer, we both should have same type of passion to develop that project. We should not have any other aspect. Of course, problem has come. We have to see as a opportunity for getting more. It should not be there, basically. Arbitration is just result of that, basically. So my point is that we have to think about these challenges also. We have to talk about the challenges, how to mitigate that challenges, how to remove that challenges. As a construction team, as a developer, we both have to talk on that topic. Thank you.
See, I have some sort of solution on the financial engineering, because a 100-year project or 75-year project, its tariff cannot be calculated based on what is happening. So मैं उस पे आऊँगा, आपके साथ बैठूँगा. I have a formula to explain what is an NPV and why your tariffs are actually lower than the solar. So I am the man who brought the solar also. 100 gigawatt solar target was given by me, RASM in 2013, with Saurabh Patel coming in and releasing that 100 gigawatt target. Did they complete in 2022? कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी. 25 में आया. So ये अभी जो कर रहे हैं CA वाले, बहुत अच्छा है कि they have accepted my target and they are saying pump storage हम कम से कम भी करेंगे, पर वो ऐसा नहीं कि हाइड्रो को छोड़ दिया है. In fact, I can tell you the off-river potential that CA has found, because I was talking of 200 gigawatt plus, because of my work with Andhra Pradesh. Because when Andhra made that report in 2022, under my guidance, it came out that they had about 44 gigawatt of on-river. And that is also not supremely correct, because that is only a survey. It is only later when it is DPRized that now they are in a position to execute 30 gigawatt. So, and DPR was not one party. They introduced private parties and also public sector. WAPCOs also went in. In fact, ऐसा नहीं किसी के साथ उन्होंने गलत किया. So, ENERTIA का जो मॉडल है, किसी ने तो कहा था यहाँ कि वो हमारे MAK सिंह, उसको आप ईगो ना रखिए कि स्टेट ने कर दिया. मेरे को पहला सवाल था CA में, घनश्याम प्रसाद जी का ही सवाल था कि अरे साहब ये कैसे एक ही स्टेट कैसे कर पाएगा. मैंने कहा सर, लेट अस नॉट बी डाउटिंग थॉमसेस. फर्स्ट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हैज एस्टैब्लिश्ड समथिंग एंड आई एम इन्वॉल्व्ड इन इट, एंड आई नो सिंस राकेश नाथ, एवरीबडी हु केम इन across the CA, Rajan Sahib is witness. So for God's sake, don't question, but definitely course correct जहाँ वो गलत है. तो ये बात बहुत फर्क पड़ी, क्योंकि देखिए सभी लोग नहीं कर पाता है. ये दोनों तरफ बात करके वो काम हुआ. आपका भी वो AP जिनको का होता नहीं अगर मैं नहीं बीच में होता. मैं राजकुमार चौधरी साहब को मदद किया उस समय. वो बोले अयर साहब जरा बोल दो. वहाँ पर मैं विजयानंद गारू तक गया. ही इज अ 25-30 years old फ्रेंड. कभी कभी रिलेशनशिप काम आते हैं. वाई दैट पेपर इज नॉट मूविंग, वही चेयरमैन है. तो उन्होंने डंडा दिया, तो ये चंद्रबाबू नायडू के लेवल तक चला गया था काम. सो यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड इट्स नॉट ओनली प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट लाइक ही हैज डन. ही मस्ट हैव डन. हिज बुक इज वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट बुक्स यू शुड रीड. मैंने तो उसकी पूरी की पूरी, मैंने उनका 3 पेज का बनाया है मेरे हिसाब से. ही वॉज वेरी हैप्पी, क्योंकि मैंने थोड़ा अलग से लिखा उनका बुक रिव्यू. इतनी बड़ी किताब को आप बुक रिव्यू लिखना बहुत मुश्किल है, किसी भी एडिटर के बस का नहीं है. पर वो किस तरीके से लिखा गया वही पढ़िए. मैगजीन में आई हुई है। तो थोड़ा सा आप सब्र रखिए, ये मत सोचे कि आपको नहीं मिलेगा, उसके मिलने के तरीके अलग है। अवर टैरिफ्स आर लोअर, आई एम टेलिंग यू राइट नाउ, डिस्कवर्ड टैरिफ पे काम करना है। ये जो बंदरबांट चल रहा है ना, सी एवरी टाइम यू गॉट रिवर्स बिडिंग, आई डोंट वांट टू नेम द पर्सन हु स्टार्टेड इट, इट इज द बिगेस्ट फ्रॉड इन द कंट्री। व्हाई यू हैव टू डू रिवर्स बिडिंग जब ग्रिड पे डिस्कवर्ड कॉस्ट है?
There are various school of thought and
स्कूल छोड़िए सर, कोई स्कूल नहीं है सर, एक ही स्कूल है, पता है आपको सर? आपकी कमोडिटी है इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, आईएक्स बैठा है, कमोडिटी है कि नहीं बोलिए, वो ट्रांजैक्शन होता है नहीं। जब कमोडिटी है, पूरी डिस्काउंट प्राइस, खाली आईएक्स नहीं है, एवरी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स क्या बोलते हैं, आपकी जो डिस्कॉम्स हैं, दे आर टेलिंग यू व्हाट इज द डिस्काउंट प्राइस, इट्स क्लियर। सो इफ वन सर्वे, आई विल जनरेट दैट फॉर द कंट्री इफ दे वांट। व्हाई यू गोइंग टू क्रिस्टल, इकरा एंड आई एम नेमिंग देम, दीज फेलोज विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग। ये खुद अपना बेच चुके हैं अपने आप को, foreign people are holding them now. So Americans have to tell us what we have to do in this country. To hell with them, not in the electricity sector.
$, designated prices कर दो।
हाँ वो कर दो, वो चलेगा, लेकिन कुछ इनोवेटिव सोचो। ये पागलपन क्या है? जो चीज 75-100 साल की है उसकी प्राइस आप कह रहे हैं कि टैरिफ हाई है। हमने उसको बाना ही नहीं उस साल, अल्फोंसो मैंगो उसको बेच रहे सेब की तरह।
this will be required in policy.
Yes, so I am working on it. I need your support. क्या होता है, मैं ये डिस्कशन इसलिए लायक हूं कि आपने इसको छेड़ा। आप ये मत समझिए हम जैसे लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं गवर्नमेंट से बाहर तो नहीं कहा, हम ज्यादा आपके सपोर्ट रहे हैं।
सबसे पहले साहब नहीं पीएसपी का एक्सरसाइज गया था 2021 में।
साहब बड़े प्रैक्टिकल हैं साहब।
छोड़ दिया इसीलिए।
उसकी
हाँ।
भी था सर।
He's the best man for the job. I'm telling you. We are like just like प्रसाद साहब थे ना पहले। अभी आप देखिए हमारी अभी भी टीम है, राजदान साहब अभी भी हैं हमारे पास में। He keeps supporting the sector. We have
आपके साथ काम किया, प्रसाद साहब से हमने ज्वाइन किया था।
तो यार हम उनके लोग हैं, आप समझ के चलो ना। आप डर रहे हो, आप हाइड्रो करने से डरोगे, कैसे चलेगा?
हम कहाँ डर रहे हैं सर?
नहीं, हम सारी खुदाई एक तरफ, झूरी के भाई एक तरफ, वो इधर सामने खड़ा है, हम खड़े हैं ना। कौन है, कौन रोकेगा? देखिएगा। चलो, नेक्स्ट अवार्ड इज इंटरेस्टिंग. It is very dear, somebody whom I knew but could not interact much when he was in NTPC. Amongst us is Jiban Chandra Kakoti, fantastic gentleman, did completely work on hydropower and PSPs only at NTPC, and he's retired now. We give him the Hydro-BHUTAN award. Congratulations, Jiban. An alumnus of the, for us, he's an alumnus of the NIT Kurukshetra. Wonderful work. Assamese. Assam. Kakoti. जैसे मोडक है, मोडक is also in Maharashtra, मोडक also Bengal. Bengali also. Please, sir. 2 words.
Do I need to speak also?
Yeah, you have. The mic is-
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Professor Iyer, and also the jury who has selected me, and also all the dignitaries sitting here, especially Razdan sir and A.K. Singh sir, CMD, former CMD, NSPC, and all other great personalities present here. Thank you so much. I am basically from Assam, and I have started my journey from NIPCO, Northeastern Electric Power Corporation, just after passing out from REC Kurukshetra. Yeah, so that my journey has completed almost 36 plus years, and hydro has been my passion and also my domain. I have worked in 2 companies, mainly NIPCO, and thereafter I shifted to NTPC, and I have handled many hydro projects. Started with Kopili Hydroelectric project in NIPCO, where I completed 12 years in that project in NC Hills. Now it is Dima Hasao district, where it is, apart from technical, it is infested with malaria. Okay, so I myself inflicted with severe malaria disease, so much that I had to, finally get rid of that place after 12 years of time. I started there, and I have dedicated my very beautiful period of my life for completion of Kopili extension project. And I had dedicated in the form of like I gave my I was the executive engineer in charge for doing that 100 megawatt project, 2 into 50 megawatt project, which was completed in around 28 months. It was an extension project. That project site was around 28 kilometers away from my office actually. My office was located in Umrangshu town, and that office, that site was in the Kopili powerhouse, which is around 28 kilometers. And en route there was a wildlife forest. And you will not believe, every day except Sunday, every day I used to visit that project. I used to work 2 to 3 hours in the office, and then I went to the site, and many times I self drove the, earlier it was a Mahindra Jeep, opened like it's a tarpaulin type Jeep, and later on I shifted to like one gypsy. And I had encountered, apart from technical, I'm just telling you, I have encountered tigers, I've encountered elephants number of times while I was traveling to that site. So that site was very tough actually. That toughness led me, also gave me a lot of strength in doing my job, and I had finally could complete that project. So during this first project, I had learned 2 to 3 things actually, what should lead me to complete that project in time. One is like motivation. Motivation, of course, many people used to say ki you are motivated by your boss, and like your boss, and they have to pressurize you to complete the work in time. Partly it is true, but mostly it has to be self-motivated. If it is not self-motivated, many works or many projects cannot be completed. So that was one reason which led me to do that work. So this I believe, and I tell all my colleagues also, partly you have to be self-motivated to complete any project, any work. Secondly, decision making. Decision making is one process, one thing which cannot be taught in a kind of workshop actually. It cannot be like people cannot tell you to take decisions and you take a decisions, bold decisions. It has to come from within your mind. And for that actually 2 to 3 things are required. When you have to take a decision, you have to be very sure, and you have to study a lot and what kind of decision you are going to take. And freedom for taking decisions. Your superior, your boss, or the management has to give you full freedom to take decisions, provided they have full faith on you. So you have to create an atmosphere that management should have faith on you. You have to be devoid of doing all kind of, I won't say like in PSU or any other department which people used to say a corruption kind of thing. Maybe technical corruption or financial corruptions. Those kind of should be avoided. And if we have to give a confidence to your management ki they should pose faith on you to complete any project or any work. After completion of that project, I came to Delhi office of NIPCO, in design office, where I was involved in engineering works of Ranganadi project. Then also I was involved in some thermal project also of NIPCO. Then I switched over to NTPC, where I got involved in Lohari Nakpala project, sir. That was the first project in NIPCO, and it was close to my heart actually. But Mr. G.D. Agarwal, Professor G.D. Agarwal has done a great injustice to the nation, I say. And he is the environmentalist who has blatantly opposed this project of NTPC. I don't know what made him to go so much of, go against this NTPC project. And finally also that atmosphere was not too much conducive for NTPC from the government side also, and finally that project has gone. That 600 megawatt project, almost 40% works were completed, but I was involved and I enjoyed that project works. Then I was involved in Tapovan also, Ramam also. Then finally, since 2029, that PSP, that environment came. So I was involved in PSP, and for that actually I was the head of the department. I was the head of the engineering here for doing this work. So first thing what I had done is there was a lot of PSP sites were identified. The site selection was one process which was doing around the country. And what I had done is I form a very strong team, engineering team, comprising of geologists and hydrologists and civil engineers and also the electromechanical engineers. So we had started making our own report actually, site selection as well as pre-feasibility reports, etc. And till I have just got retired in the month of November last year. Till that time, we have made under my leadership 20 numbers of PFRs which were prepared in-house. So we didn't have to spend any amount by paying to any consultants. So we were our own consultants. We had arranged our own workshop also. I have arranged a number of workshops, and I'll tell you one or two decisions which I think Mr. M.K.P. Singh was also there. You must be knowing that that drift which was required to be done for design purposes, okay, for calculation of the stress analysis and all. So drift work is what I have learned from hydro experience is that it takes a long time. And PSP, which was supposed to be, it was already in the market, promoted by Greenco, that this PSP can be completed within 36 or 40 months of time. I don't know whether all people, do you believe in completion of PSPs in 36 months or 40 months? That is a question that we will not answer or not discuss now. But one thing, drift, which came to our mind is if we go for any drift for a powerhouse, that project cannot be completed in a period of 36 or 40 months, because that one attribute of pump storage project is always a deep-seated powerhouse because of the setting calculations. So when you have the high setting calculations for a powerhouse, so you have to go down below the MDDL, for which you require a long MAT. And if you have a long MAT, your drift will also go very long way. So if you go for a long drift, you cannot be completed within 2 to 3 years of time also. So that question was, we NTPC and also CA, we had have a workshop in our PMI, Power Management Institute, where Mr. Bishnoi was there, Mr. M.K.P. Singh was there, and few eminent personalities of hydro was also there. So I put a question whether drift is really necessary for PSP. So that questions were kept rolling after that workshop, and it went to GSI, and GSI was initially very reluctant to get away with doing the drift. So there is a lot of brainstorming session also organized by CVIP. So finally what GSI has agreed that earlier in the country, that entire geology was considered to be one. Like the geology in North India, like Himalayan, and geology in South India, they were treated to be the similar. So all the conditions, all the procedures and the SOP which you follow in Himalaya has to be followed in South Indian also. So after this discussion, brainstorming sessions, and with the initiative of CBIP and CA also, CA was the backbone on this decision. It was treated that geology can be categorized in two types. Like one is for northern India, like Himalayan geology, and another is Southern India geology. For South Indian geology, you don't have to do the drift for the PSP as well as hydro project. That save a lot of time. So that was, of course, it is credited, I don't know, it is unknown to many people that the drift issue was has been relaxed by GSI after that workshop.
We know the Greenco case. I know very well.
Yeah, because
People don't understand it.
yeah, for surface powerhouse you don't need drift for powerhouse, but for underground powerhouse, yeah. So that was what I am very happy that GSI is very wise to take the decision. So this way actually after that we have signed a lot of MOU with different state governments and got allocated around 6-7 PSPs around 6,500 megawatt, and 3 of DPR they are undergoing DPR in Maharashtra. There are 2 DPRs going on. One is in Tamil Nadu. But what I have found practically, when we have to go to PSP, because when we are speaking of 100 gigawatt of PSPs, out of 100 gigawatt, you will surprise 40% around, there are 8 on-river project, out of 100. And, you will not believe, all the 8 on-river projects are allocated to only PSUs and state governments only. No private sector, they are not with any on-river project. Okay. So that is one beauty. And secondly, private sectors, they love to do upstream closed loop projects. Okay. So there has been a lot of changes and in the policy also. For example, the latest was that for upstream closed loop projects, that CA concurrency is not required. But same thing, what happens to the NDSA? Okay, what will happen to, So that is one question for which again they have to come again to CWC, National Dam Safety Authority. So that has to be seen. But after getting that notification from Government of India, there are a few of my friends in Maharashtra who are in Ministry of Mantralaya. He is in charge of PSP. So he frequently keep asking me what will happen, what to do actually if the CA is not doing the study of any civil structures. How confidence can be built? How the state government can get the confidence of doing such a big projects? Yeah.
I'm not joking.
Yeah. No, I have already given them. Yeah, I'll tell.
बगल में expert बैठे हैं, आप उधर-इधर जा रहे हैं.
I'll tell.
सर, ये सब कोई सवाल नहीं है.
I'll tell. So that way actually the things are going on, but things are moving on the right track. But only thing is that one thing I want to say that when we speak of completion of the PSPs in time, in scheduled time, the main thing is investigation. But if we have to complete any project within 36 months or 40 months, that investigation has to be perfect. Not perfect, but near perfect. Okay. But what we have seen is perfection means geological investigations. But in India or in many states, it is not possible to complete the geological investigation in time. For example, in the state of Tamil Nadu, where I have personally was involved, you cannot make the people of forest department understand why this project is required. So I thank you very much, Mr. Professor Iyer, and all my respected eminent personalities here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We are also happy to see some Northeast people benefiting. In fact, I would love to get Abhay Kumar Singh ji also to help me to give our Biswajit आपको बसो. He should also get this award next year. So आपकी मदद से होगा वो, क्योंकि थोड़ा शाई है ना, सुनता भी नहीं है, बात भी करते नहीं है, but बहुत अच्छे आदमी है. He was absolutely a brilliant man who moved under him, that Subhanshri. I'm talking about the ex-director projects of NHPC. So I made friends with him through Abhay Kumar Singh. He's also a deserving candidate, Somebody is now in the Tripura leading the power sector. So missed this year, but next year to pakka. Now coming to the awards for the companies. The first award for Best Hydropower EPC Enterprise in India goes to Patel Engineering Limited. May I request Navneet Hazra and Balinder Singh, AGM, to please come and receive the award. Please give a big hand to Patel.
फोटो हो जाएगा
तालियां बजाइए सर, अभी खाना मिल जाएगा, डोंट वरी, एनर्जी मिलता है. I have to, you want to speak, आप तो बोल चुके हो, लेकिन मैं एक बात जरूर बोलना चाहता हूँ. I'm indebted to Rupen Patel ji, who is not here, because ENERTIA started its publication because of Rupen Patel. I can tell you. So one thanks big before I give him the dice. Sure.
Thank you, Ayer sir. आपने बार-बार NIT बोला है, तो I want to join. I am also from NIT Kshetra. Yeah. And I want to tell that our company is totally into hydropower projects. 70% of our turnover comes from hydropower projects. Currently, we are doing around 12 to 13 hydropower projects, out of which 40% are EPC projects. Right. And we are doing with JKS PDC, we are doing with CVPPL, we are doing with HPPCL, we are doing in Bhutan, we are doing in Nepal, in Northeast with NIPCO, we are doing with all the PSUs in this country.
Tamil Nadu.
And PSP in Tamil Nadu also. Right. So we are very happy that we are recognized after doing such a contribution to our hydropower projects. So thank you very much. NHPC and maximum stake with the NHPC also.
In fact, in 2008, this forum was established with the help of Patel Engineering. So give them a big hand. We established this forum because Rupen wanted it to happen. Late Rupen Patel ji, he was so much, and he was a chartered accountant, first of all. So when I started interacting with him, it was like early days for hydro. And उन्होंने एक ही बात मुझे कही, अगर साहब मैं ठेकेदार कहा जाता है. ये मैं इसलिए आप लोगों को बता रहा हूँ कि आप समझिए क्या था. तो मैंने कहा सर इसका तो एक ही तरीका है कि you don't go into any place where you try to reward and support the industry. Then said, what's the concept? I said, I'm going to launch this award. So I want a partner in the industry. You must never receive the award. देखिए आज आप लकी हो कि अब आपको मिल रही है, लेकिन कितने साल बाद? I think we have never recognized, only once probably later on, because first 5 years was like Patel and us, INERTIA it was. And we were only calling the industry. It used to be, the hall used to be more than the people we have here. क्योंकि ये तो क्या हुआ, वो एक सबड्यू हो गया था ना हाइड्रो का, एंड फिर पैंडेमिक में भी और सबड्यू हुआ. So we had even bigger forums for this, and Razdan Sahib is witness to that. So I will always, tell you, Rupen, I tell you, he was better than an engineer in his understanding, of hydro. That he was. And the only time he went away from hydro with me was, I think he had a issue, Ayer Sahab, ये Mozambique का कुछ करना है. So I did an Indo-Mozambique investment. वही एक off डायरेक्शन मार्कोनॉमी फाउंडेशन से हमने किया था, और वो भी इसलिए कि दे वर गोइंग इनटू सम काइंड ऑफ माइनिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज ओवर देयर. दैट्स द ओनली इवेंट अदर देन हाइड्रो व्हिच आई डिड विद पटेल इंजीनियरिंग. सो माय होल स्टोरी एंड बैकग्राउंड इज full of that. So whenever this company comes, it's very interesting for me. And I got back to Rupen because in between we had got it was Paretkar. In fact, what to say, they are dear friends. तो परेतकर साहब ने उसको बोला यार तुम्हारा दोस्त इधर हमारे पास बैठा है, that way. And then sir, then he started, and there was something we were going to do which I cannot tell you in public. It would have actually transformed Patel into a different dimension company, because the only problem for big contractors is this delays, the time, effort, and then the challenges that you do. So if you can see what is happening, EPC contractors like, I would say very big ones like Afcons, are not becoming the developers. There is no scope. So you got all the skills, all the wherewithal. You have your companies that trust you, but you do not have the money. So what happens? वो developer आता है, वो तो L1 वाला आएगा, क्योंकि उसकी बुद्धि में तो यही है, मैं वहाँ जाऊँगा, टैरिफ कोड कर दूँगा, चलाऊँगा. उसको क्या फर्क पड़ता है? That also same, like they'll go later, they will renegotiate and say it's not happening, and they will increase the price. This is seen. This is seen and it is witnessed. So I don't agree that developers who don't understand this hydro must be in the hydro. It's going to be, I'm not naming, but I know what's happening right now. And it will be known after a few years. See, even a company of the caliber of Tata Power, Cannot show anything beyond that Bhivpuri and other things. Where is the hydro asset with them? Now here I am naming a company, capable company. In fact, one of my alumni is sitting in the Renewable Energy. Bangla is sitting there. But Bangla, we cannot handle hydro. For that matter, right? So it is a question that even the very solid company, if it has not got any experience in the last 30 years to do hydro, government cannot just go and tell them कि तुम अब कर लो. 20-30 साल तुमने कुछ काम नहीं किया, तुम अचानक हाइड्रो बना दोगे? भूटान में जाके बना दोगे आप? ऐसे ही बन जाएगा? नहीं है इतना आसान सर. आप देखो, आप तमाशा देखो अभी. मैं तो I have told Shivang Ranjan that you must explore other options. So luckily our Greenco friends have gone. I was talking to Nanda. So he's finally gone. Last year he said हमको interest नहीं भूटान में. I did this summit in Thimphu last year. So that time they did not come, but now they got interested. So you need the right companies who have the right concept to go there and do the work. And definitely I want NHPC to go into Bhutan. So we had a very short chat, but I want, because if NHPC is not there, the private fellow will also fail. वो bilateral में जो आपकी दोस्ती है वो चली जा सकती है गलती से. पुना सांचू ने हमें सिखाया ना, सारी blame कर देंगे कि वो खजांची साहब built Tala in the record time. And we have the stalwart of Thala, his associate, DP Goyal here. He again did Karcham Wangtu in 4 years. So, and that was for JP. So, where is the question of not doing the project in time? इन लोगों ने खून पसीना बहाया अपना प्रोजेक्ट करने के लिए. भूटान में नाम हमारा इनके कारण हुआ. और वह सब चलेगा. वो जब जियोलॉजिकल सरप्राइज है, सब ने गालियां देनी शुरू कर दी खजांची साहब को. ऑन व्हाट ग्राउंड्स? आज आप मूर्खा लोग जाके उसी एक्सिस पे काम कर रहे हो. तो मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा इसमें, तो हमारे, लेकिन बताना पड़ेगा, इवन सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन की फेलियर है इसमें. Because they became the problem for the bilateral. Because they did not understand this project is it's not a water project. It's a run-of-the-river hydro project. What was their role? CA, why did not pay the role? CA को क्यों नहीं डाला हमने आगे? NHPC को क्यों नहीं किया आगे? जिधर NHPC वो सारे प्रोजेक्ट बन गए. मंगदेचू तैयार हो गया. खजांची साहब ने ताला तैयार किया. बस उसमें एक सरप्राइज के आगे लोगों ने उसको डंप कर दिया. और जो बाकी गए, मेरे में आई डोंट वांट टू नेम द एमडीज, समझ, हम तो 1 साल के लिए आए सर, हम तो चला जाएगा, हम तो इधर मजा करने आए भूटान में. ऐसे लोगों को आप भेज दिया. वो सॉरी, वन ऑफ देम वाज माय इज लाइक अ एलुमनस फ्रॉम द एनआईटीज एंड आई वाज वेरी एंग्री विद हिम. मैं सर साला इसको भगाओ इधर से, नालायक है. तो आई हैव टू से इवन एन एनआईटी का है, नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर पहुंच गए. मैं कहा तुम्हें शर्म आनी चाहिए. बिकॉज प्रसाद साहब वाज एन इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर. लुक एट द कमिटमेंट ऑफ प्रसाद साहब. 78 he was to bring the 336 megawatt Chukha in. And it was thanks to ABA Ghanikant Chaudhary. I don't want to go into the story of that. I'm sorry I'm taking this because it's very important. That time, he brought that entire through chicken neck when China was sitting on top of you. And also the Ulfa was there. हम कहते काम नहीं कर सकते इतनी खतरनाक सिचुएशन में. और तब राजा ने कह दिया था, fourth king, the father of the current one, the great, his excellency, the Jigme Singh Wangchuk, उन्होंने कहा था प्रसाद थे करके प्रोजेक्ट बन गया. This is the kind of certificate our engineers got from there. Unfortunately, Prasad Sahab did not get the highest honor from Bhutan, but he deserved. Kurichu bhi unhone banaya. So these projects were created in Bhutan, the NHPC only. So and the king has lavish praise on what he did. Later on, Khazanchi Sahab became absolute star because he did Tala se unki puri economy sudhar gayi, because that project gave something like 20% of the revenue in the GDP at that point of time. Now all these projects together have come to some 22%, and I believe that can go to 40%. They got a Gelefu mindfulness city coming. They need a separate power plant for that. So it is our blunder that we are not working with them. They will have a separate currency for that. वो भूटानीज करेंसी के अलावा एक और करेंसी बनेगी. इट बी लाइक द दुबई इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल सेंटर बट लाइक अ कंट्री विद इन अ कंट्री. तो वो कंट्री छोटी सी है बट वो सोच बहुत रही है. दे आर द 5th लार्जेस्ट बिटकॉइन माइनर्स. व्हाई? दे आर यूजिंग देयर हाइड्रो पावर. सो डोंट बी अंडर द इंप्रेशन वो आपको बेचेंगे. वो बनाएंगे, वो डाल देंगे, कल को डेटा सेंटर भी आ जाएगी, आपके पहले वो तैयार हो जाएंगे. सो इसलिए यहाँ के लोगों को भी ये सोचना है कि जाके इतना, आई डोंट वांट टू टॉक अबाउट, बट वन PSU went and talked nonsense against Bhutanese there and created a condition ground level where it became like India Pakistan हो गया था. Sorry to say that. ये तो हम जैसे लोगों ने जाकर उसको ठीक किया. I had a great ambassador. I want to name him Gautam Bambawale. If Gautam Bambawale was not there, Bhutan was lost. He said, Professor Sahab, anything for you. पीछे खड़े रहे एम्बेसी से. उसके बाद कई आए, फ्लावर पॉट शो में जाके निकल गए कई लोग. सारे एम्बेसडर वहां जाते हैं, अपना टाइम पास करते हैं, आ जाते हैं. फिर एक थोड़ा दलेला ठीक था. आई कैन टेल. उसके पहले हरिहरन थे. हरिहरन वाज गुड मैन. ही सेड, प्रोफेसर आई एम ऑलमोस्ट ऑन द वर्ज ऑफ रिटायरमेंट, बट हाउ डू आई नो व्हाट टू डू इन हाइड्रो? You tell me what to do. And he was a very good man. When you call him, he will come and sit in the Hydro Forum. That's the first time I got Shering Topgay, the current Prime Minister, sitting in the front row like this. And recently in March last year, he said, Professor, do you remember the amount of learning we had when we came? मैंने कहा, sir, you are in the big chair now. Now you help the hydro. तो वो मेरे यहाँ आया और उसकी political issue भी वहाँ sort out हुई. I did not realize that other guy, Sange, got sidelined, Kring's relative. And this man has become Prime Minister 2 times. And I've helped him. So there are some personal relationships in the country. I love that country. Nepalese are calling me. I have not gone there. But जिस दिन मैं नेपाल जाऊँगा वो काठमांडू यूनिवर्सिटी मुझे बोलेगी अरे साहब यहाँ कुछ आप कर लो. That's the kind of link I have. So I can help in this. Vietnam also very friendly with me. So I am strategically looking at countries with which we can have a kind of a balancing act versus China. Because you can't fight China militarily. You need to, जैसे वो आपको encircle कर रहे हैं, आप भी कर लो उसको. वो तो तरीका है, then वो बात करेगा आपसे. So this is the game. Arunachal, sir, I am not convinced with the capacity you guys talk about, 55-60 gigawatt. करो नई survey. I can assure you Arunachal Pradesh का 150 gigawatt तक potential निकलेगा with pump storage also possible. So it should be new, fresh. We cannot believe in the documents available with the 60 and all. And this is what the salami slicing is going towards the water bodies. And धीरे से हमारे water body निकालेगा वो लोग. उसको अरुणाचल से कुछ लेना देना नहीं है चाइना को. They are after the geographic sizing of your water. And this I have warned our government. And they are not heeded to me. And it's happening every day. Ladakh में भी दूसरा game है because the China-Pakistan economic corridor has come there. So now it's very difficult for us to think of even taking the POK because it is more or less China de facto sitting there. What they are doing, they put up semiconductor plant using hydropower to match the Taiwan semiconductor. और वो पूरा शक्सगाम वैली से लेकर गोदार तक military men to tell me, Professor, how do you know all these things? Why should I not know? Only you will know. आप ही को पता है. आप उसको समझते कोई आर्टिलरी से आप काम करेंगे. डेज आर गॉन सर. एंड फिर आ जाएंगे वो एडवांस टेक से हम फाइट करेंगे. यू मस्ट लर्न फ्रॉम व्हाट ईरान हैज डन. $15 billion इज द बजट ऑन डिफेंस. व्हाट हैव दे डन? नाक में दम कर दिया अमेरिका के. सो हाइब्रिड वॉरफेयर की तरफ जाइए. इतना खर्चा कर रहे हो, पता नहीं क्या क्या कर रहे हो. वो टॉयस ले रहे हो, कॉस्टिंग 2 times the bloody Sukhoi. And Sukhoi can do a better job than this. See, these are all subjects are there. We are wasting our money. And then here also Indus Water Treaty. Why we have to go into the water side? Electricity निकालो यार. तुम बिजली निकालो, अपने काम करो. You're working on water and you're getting stuck with the water sharing. So these are lot of problems are there. It's not that there are not people questioning them. Everybody is not a yes man of any regime, you know. I am not a yes man of any regime. Neither Manmohan Singh regime nor this regime. But I had my friends everywhere. So it's not about which political leanings you have, whether you love your country. एक ही बात पूछिए, आप अपने देश से प्यार करते हो क्या? करते हो तो आपको कभी कभी ऐसी बात भी बोलनी पड़ सकती है जो उनको अच्छी नहीं लगे. वही साहब राजदान साहब keeps motivating me. Thanks sir. I am a rebel. So next award goes to Afcons Infrastructure Limited as the best in class global EPC enterprise of India. They are already in 30 plus countries. So please give a big hand. Only Pratikar Sahib is there. His team is not here. So he will have to receive the award. And their, you know, their byline is excellent. They say the company's byline is extreme engineering, you know, and I love that, you know, that byline. They get into the most difficult stuff. And in the metro side also, they are into every position. Metro side also, they made the first underwater metro in the country. Am I right, sir?
Yes.
And you know the Atal Tunnel, I don't have to talk about. He was the man who led it, you know, the Atal Tunnel.
That is the only department, BRO, who has put our names also permanently there.
Correct.
In commissioning team. One side is BRO.
I know.
One side BRO.
Right. And they also did marine work in Bhutan, which is not known to many people. So their marine division did it. And also, you know, the Chenab bridge also is Afcon's work. So this is another. So I am very happy that there are many collaboration. Many times these guys, Patel, they do JV work. HCC भी करती थी इस तरह से. They jointly, हमारे मुंबई के contractor intelligent हैं. They make joint ventures and they are ready to work. I just suggested NHPC to look at that option. Why? आज कुछ नया करें ना सर. वही चीजें जो हो गई हैं अब कुछ नया करो, मजा आए सर. Anyway, great sir to have you here. Then we have machinery manufacturing, and I really love what this company has done. and they have shown the first way and they supported India. The technology is wonderful. I saw that in Pinnapuram. This is Andritz Hydro for being the best technology provider in the class of global PSPs, RPTGs, etc. And for India, they've done a great job. Not only Pinnapuram, I think several of these orders are seeing Andritz Hydro winning it. May I request the representation of, the name was not here, so you'll have to introduce. I have not seen the name written here. Aiye. Gaurav Sharma. Gaurav, congratulations. Very committed company to India. They got a manufacturing facility near Bhopal. Mandip, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and the respected guests. Actually, Andritz is doing the manufacture of turbine and generators, and we are the suppliers and bringing the PSP technology to the India. First PSP was in 1959 of Panshet, Kadampadai, and others, Bhira. So PSP technology is not new for the Andritz. And presently we are into many PSP projects and supplying turbine and generators from Bhopal and Britla. These are the state-of-art engineering, Indian manufacturing companies, basically, manufacturing setups. So,
turbines, pump turbines.
Yeah, RPTGs. It's very important.
yes,
Reversible pump turbines.
reversible pump turbines. And Pinnapuram is the best example. Is the first Greenco's integrated renewable project. We did it in the record time. The many steps had been taken. We did the multiple assemblies for this project somewhere, and we also set up inside. You can say the inside stator and the rotor assemblies, along with the civil work. This specific area has been designated with the temperature controlled and all things taken in mind, and multiple installation agencies have been used. These are the steps we have taken to complete the project in a record time. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. In fact, I had very good relations with the management of Voith also long ago, but I find this company very different. They're friends like Sandeep Srivastav, all the very dedicated team in India, and they're doing a good job, amazing job. But their challenge will be that how many projects वो ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो फैक्ट्री की तो एक लिमिट है ना, तो उसको बढ़ाएंगे भी तो फिर उतनी बिजनेस आगे भी होना चाहिए. सो इवन मैन्युफैक्चरर के चैलेंजेस हैं इसमें आरपीजी, क्योंकि मोनोपोली भी ये भी नहीं चाह रहे हैं. नाउ दैट जी फेलोज हैव कम, वर्नोवा दे हैव डन अ जॉब, बट आई थिंक दिस सेक्टर आल्सो नीड्स द स्मॉलर operators, because they can't come to the smaller market, which is the off river, which is 50 megawatt Phi 2. Kirloskar we are trying to encourage. I hope they can do something, because Jyoti is no more in the shape to do something for the country. But yes, the company is still there, designs are still there. So probably the government has to come out, encourage these smaller off river manufacturers, and it's not happened. So I'm trying to build a small document for that we can do indigenous RPDGs up to 50 megawatt, because the bigger machines there 240 megawatt. G's this machine in our this thing क्या बोलते हैं, Uttarakhand is Teri is basically 250 megawatt. So just a margin, but that's a variable speed machine. Yours is not variable ना, वहाँ पर भी. But you had planned but नहीं किया नहीं है. But you give the fixed speed ones, because I saw them fixed speed ones there. But लिखा हुआ है वो सब जगह variable speed लिखा रहता है, but it's a fixed speed machine because that project needed that. It's not that they can't do it, but it's like that project needed fixed speed turbines. A little cost factor was saved, and Greenco had to bring down the tariff and all that. So ये सब decisions economic भी होते हैं कई बारी. वो ये नहीं कि ताजमहल बना देना और फिर कुछ नहीं हो रहा, हाँ बिजली नहीं खरीदी जा सकती, वो भी तो danger है ना sir. That's all. So the last for the day, because we don't have ENERTIA people here, they are also listening out. But the last announcement for the day is for the Greenco Group, the mother of all business. We have Lal Chand Goyal, Chief General Manager, Project Engineering here. Is he here? Yeah. Please give a big hand. He's a top one, icing on the best company that has done great work, and I'm a fan of this company. In no time, they come to 14 gigawatt capacity. So we can watch Adanis are doing well. They also, Adani Green is also 14, but this company has come up and their asset class is just amazing. Hydro and PSPs. और JP की जो हमें वो लग रही था कि JP नहीं है, तो वो उसकी कमी पूरी कर रहे हैं ये. Great. A few words, sir. Well, sir. आइए, Goel sir, बोलिए.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I will thank you for this award. Actually, on behalf of Greenco, a special thanks to Professor Iyer and jury team for selecting this award for Greenco. As you all know that Greenco is hardly a 20 years old company, and it has ventured into many renewable energy generation like wind, solar, hydro, PSP, and we are going into ammonia and hydrogen also, big data center and all. So we have diversified business. Just now, INDO has got award for machinery like turbine and generator. So I would like to tell you that recently one of the project of Greenco, Tista 3, there we have completed, wet commissioning of INDO's machine only, and we are going to commission that project very soon, maybe in couple of weeks. Tista 3, Hydropower project. Yeah. So this was the project where we are, building the coffer dam. There was an unfortunate incident in 2003, way back in 2023. The CFRD washed out. So this project was to go NPA because there was a debt of about 9,000 crores. So Greenco took over this project and they start building. So we thought that we will commission this project by constructing a coffer dam, and we can start generating, because if we replace CFRD with concrete gravity dam, it will take about 3 to 4 years to build the project. So in order to do the debt servicing, we thought we came up with a solution that we will construct a coffer dam within a time frame of about a year or so. And because all the other components are already in place, we have to build only coffer dam and divert the water into the existing water conductor system. Powerhouse was also flooded. That is also now rehabilitated, and we have started wet commissioning. So for debt servicing, if we are able to construct the coffer dam within a year, we can start generating, and it will give us about 60% of the total project energy. So by the time main dam will be constructed, we will have debt servicing going on for this project. So this project will be viable. So Greenco has took this challenge, and it is a great saving to the nation also, because otherwise this project would have been NPA. Yeah. So and you all know about Pinnapuram. Pinnapuram is doing well, though there were some challenges, but we could complete this project in a record time, and we have set the benchmark for the industry that we can do. And next year we are going to commission MP30 Gandhi Sagar project also. Yeah, that is big one. Another also is coming up. That will also commission next to next year. So there are so many projects lined up, and we seek all industry input, and Definitely Greenco is an emerging company, and we will try our level best to make the country's name at top of the world, we can say. And thank you very much for this award. Thank you.
We have literally overshot time, but I need to at least give 2 minutes, otherwise maza nahi hai. A little bit on the very short, sir, on transmission. CPRI, he was the ex-DG CPRI, the man who brought the transmission systems and the standards for our smart grid, sir. Murugesan sir, why pump storage? Why peak storage?
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Iyer because our association is very long, and he is the only known technocrat journalist available in this country who do research. Everybody writes, but who does a real research? He does research, deep research on any topic on power sector. Thank you very much. And I fondly remember this particular hotel because we participated in many of these summits. It done very grand way. One such thing is 2014, where Farooq Abdullah ji came, and I also received some awards. So I would like to thank all the organization which supported Professor Iyer in his deep-driven work. And further, I would like to thank Professor Iyer for giving an opportunity to share dais with my president and Mr. A.K. Singh and other people. I have seen Rasan ji as a joint secretary at a middle-level engineer, but by the time he became secretary, still I was a middle-level engineer. When I became DG CPRI, just then he retired. So I could not work under him directly because our institute is an autonomous institute, directly reporting to Secretary Power. Friends, coming to this topic is well-matured technology. Pump storage technology is not a new one. It is a well-matured technology, more than 120 years history. We go back to this first pump storage. It is Switzerland, which set up in 1890. And a commercial pump storage was set up in 1907 in Switzerland again. But large-scale deployment of pump storage was done in Germany in 1930s. The very purpose of installing pump storage is to stabilize the grid. Next is that the energy was available during night time at a low cost, so that they would like the power to pump this water and store and use it under daytime. So these are all purpose. Then came the power technology and demand power. Huge, steep increase in power consumption from 1930s to 50s and 50s to very high. So, but the thermal stations were the only power technology which can give you at a very short period to huge power. So the 1950 to 1975 was a huge flip for the thermal power. Large stations, 600 megawatt, all such things went up. So again, what happened? The thermal power station can work very efficiently only with the constant output. You should not reduce or increase like that. So how do you ensure that when the power is available night time? Again, pump storage helped. So the growth of pump storage was very steep in the sense it was a gradual increase. So all over the world, people were designing the dam only for pump storage. I do not know why India slept for a long time. Then came again this nuclear power, 1975 to 2000. Friends, again, atomic power, nuclear power, you cannot ramp up and ramp down that easily. So again, it has to run at a constant output. So when you do work constant output, excess power energy, where do you do that? Where do you store? It is only again pump storage. So all over the world, you take Japan, Germany or USA, everywhere the pump storage was used for storing the power for decades. Then came, everybody knew that incidents of light will produce electricity. So the solar panel was not a new. It was a very old concept. But it was not taken off because the huge cost involved in setting up the solar power plant. Then came a technology breakthrough in 2000 to increase the efficiency from 6% to 12%. So friends, the installing this power plant or setting up a power plant and very quickly at a lower cost became feasible because of the technology intervention which increased the efficiency. So the investment has become half. So it became easy. Then the technology increased from 16% to 22%. So it became very cheaper. So overnight you can set up power plant, solar power plant. Then came another problem is the environmental problem, climate change. But friends, electricity generation is the first culprit for the climate change. Second came the transportation. But in USA it is reverse. In USA, transportation is the number one culprit. But all over the world, electricity generation is the first culprit. Many people are silently keeping it a secret. But without electricity generation, you cannot do that. So friends, you have to eliminate thermal station. It's not possible overnight because there is a base load, 50-60%. You cannot do that. But the countries will not allow you to continue the same thing. So many countries have put a lock on this new approval for thermal stations. So that has become another land problem. Then the liberalization, electricity business was liberalized. Electricity commissions, decentralization and cutting through this whole hierarchy to distribution, generation, transmission. So it put another dimension. So you need to produce electricity at a lesser cost with a low loss and reliability. That is important because reliable electricity generate your GDP. Even if you are denied of 1 week power for the country, your GDP will go down, drastically low down. So the electricity, reliable power has to be generated. Another thing is that from 2000 onwards, the climate change. So renewable has to be a part of your portfolio. So it became essential. So this concept is called smart grid. Every country all over the world, they are all moving towards these 4 concepts. Produce electricity at a low cost, reduce losses, third one make reliable, fourth one is integration of your renewables. And many countries have put a full stop that their energy portfolio will become 100% through renewable only. Say, take example of Germany. 2040, it is 100%. 100% you have to do that. So this is possible only you have these things like that. So to have this concept like smart grid, there is a concept called, you cannot build up this to satisfy these 4 concepts. Low cost energy production, then less loss, reliability, renewable integration. It is all possible by building blocks, 7-layer model. In communication, electrical communication, we always say that 7-layer model. How communication is taking place. So like that, to build a smart grid, you need to have 7-layer model. Starts with home automation, then meter automation. Third is distribution automation. Fourth is transmission automation. Fifth is you have renewable integration. Sixth is your electric vehicle introduction. Seventh is your storage. So friends, without storage, you cannot build a smart grid system at all. As on now, 98% of your storage, it comes only through pumped storage. And the technology like battery technology has not matured. It is not mature and occupy very large area. And still there are some associated risk, fire, so many things are there. So and also it is huge. You cannot have that kind of thing. So though we have 1000 megawatt hour, for only 1 hour it can give, not for long duration. So friends, this pumped storage is a very, very essential. We should have done it maybe about 30 years back. The same thing, whatever CEA is doing now, converting the existing station into, this we should have done long time back, when other countries were doing that, Germany, USA, Japan, they were all doing that about 30, 40 years ago. We could have simply worked like this. So friends, so this pumped storage is a very, very essential and fundamental, because it not only have this large storage, and it gives grid stabilization and peak hour slashing and renewable integration and fossil fuel reduction over. And battery technology can last only for 10 to 15 years. But in case of pumped storage, it can go up to 60 to 100 years. So friends, it is fundamental that we need to do at a very fast track to do that. Thank you very much.
So Murugesan did a good job. Some of the students were sitting, why pump storage, how that is. So he's done historical analysis. He has also given you the reasons for going there. So I don't have to speak anymore, and I think nobody has to say more. But I want our friend Saroj Mishra to say a few words on this. Kam se kam aapne jo suna, at least. And you have been a trade commissioner for Canada, a country that has all this stuff. It runs its entire grid on hydro. Come here.
Well, thank you, Professor Iyer, for inviting me to attend this event, and also thanks to ENERTIA for this opportunity. Esteemed guest on the dais and Chairman Sahib, Anil Razdanji, which we have been interacting in the past when he was the Power Secretary and I was the Trade Commissioner at the High Commission of Canada. So I served High Commission for 21 years. I was responsible for India-Canada collaborations on clean energy technologies. So hydro was one of them. If you go to the history, before 2000, 1990s, SNC Lavalin and AECON, they were involved in Nathajagri project with the World Bank support. So that was the beginning. And then, of course, later Hydro-Quebec International was involved with LNJ Vilwada to do Malana and another Ellen Donga, I think.
I was involved with those guys.
Yeah.
ECPC.
Right. So those two projects were basically with the collaboration of Hydro-Quebec International. But later, with withdrawal of their international operations throughout the world because of local pressures, so they had to also pull out from the Indian market. But also they did a lot of job here with the Power Grid Corporation, mainly on the sharing knowledge on heavy transmission capabilities. They worked with Gridco of Odisha, and that was the story, in terms of hydropower connection with Canada. In fact, Canada was largely involved in India to start with on hydro and nuclear. You all know about the Kandu reactor. From there, in fact, the nuclear started for India. Today, in the past year, in fact, last 2 years, the relationship was not good between India and Canada, but now with the visit of the Prime Minister Ghani, the things have kind of started again in terms of normalizing the relationship. And particularly, if you look at I will not take much time by going into other things, but just for what is happening on this sector particularly. There was a deliberation at Concordia University in, I think, May 2000 or April 2026. This is about India-Canada collaboration on dam safety and grid resilience. So that was important in terms of stakeholders, mainly Ministry of Jal Shakti officials and National Dam Authority, and some of the companies were there to deliberate on not only dam but also other integrated technologies. And also there was this 35-member Canadian delegation visited India to attend the Indian Tunneling Conference. So that is again a new start for India and Canada. So they are closely collaborating on tunneling technology. And also there was a strong delegation from Canada to Montreal to attend the World Tunneling Congress. So that's a follow-up activity. But now you will see more of activities, especially between companies, which will cover the energy sector, but also other associated sectors. In terms of investments, Canada, mainly the pension funds are investing in India more than, it's about $50 billion, you can say. And the private investor, Brookfield, has already invested $27 billion, but they have a portfolio of $100 billion for India. So that's a big thing, happening in terms of investment. But if you look at PSP projects, I don't think, they have gone into hybrid supply, mainly wind, solar, and battery energy systems, but not into PSPs. But looking at the portfolio, probably in the future, they might be interested to invest. But again, what we discussed today, there are a lot of things or gaps which need to be, one can say, to be more transparent, so that more and more investors can come in and have the confidence. So in terms of Canada-India relationship, I think it is growing now. This is the year which had a lot of activities. In the future also, probably there will be a lot of activities. But in terms of mainly the private investor, Brookfield, only day before yesterday, they announced $600 million through Aquila platform. This is an Indian setup, but will be managed by Brookfield. So that will again go to wind, solar, hybrid battery energy storage systems. So things are happening, and I am very excited, to be part of this panel, and thanks you particularly giving me this opportunity. And you have been consistently organizing this type of events regularly, so this is good for stalwarts coming together and sharing their experiences, and hopefully, of course, you will continue. So congratulations and thank you very much. Thanks everyone.
No, we have a lot of people here. I'm sorry, we are run out of time, and I think the food is also waiting. So thanks for everybody who has come. Thanks to people who have partnered to make this happen. It's always a very tough thing for people like us to bring serious subjects. Everything is happening in a page 3 manner out there. People are not interested in the serious subject. So we have our audience, we have our people. But the good thing is I have a YouTube channel. So most of this goes into my YouTube stuff, and I don't do any nonsense in the YouTube. It only is related to energy, power, infrastructure. It's called Infra TV. This YouTube channel was before even guys in the, our mainstream media, so-called, started their YouTube stuff. So, but I have not done any, unnecessary jumbling of it, because subject has to go to the right people, the policy makers. So even this video today, whatever we discussed available. So what it benefit is government can get all the information, and we also push this information, and we make white papers. So one of the zones is every 2-3 years, remind them that we are here. So this will also generate something. It will first come in my INERTIA publication, and the next is because we have our own platforms. We don't need the mass media, whether they write or not. Who cares? Now, another advantage that's happened is digital medium is enabling the form of prints, because now I'm able to give my publication free of charge to large number of people. So this is the power, that is coming through social media, through other means, through direct communication. So earlier we had to print, right? I can do limited print and send to more people. Nobody pays to me for that. Okay, but people can advertise in it, right? So this is a strategy. I hope that next year I need about 8 to 10 lakhs budget to bring the portal of Falcon Media, which can bring other issues also. Even I'm going to handle cross-sectional issues like municipalities also across our other foundation. But they are one of the junkiest organizations making smart cities. There's no smart city. Yeah. So unko bhi theek karna hai. Rawat Sahib is a very important man. I called him. He's from a different dimension. We are working on decentralized energy. Daru Heda could be an example, which he's trying to move in. So if something happens, I will show hybrid integrated renewable energy with his, because he has a larger model which goes to G parks and other things. But I said, let's catch the, energy dimension in it, push it, because without energy, we can't operate. So we have come to a common goal. He collaborated with me when Tarun Kapoor was Petroleum Secretary, when I prepared the Satat Plus, which was for CBG. So that white paper was prepared by REPA again, right? Today we have 132 plants. So whenever you guys sit with me, you'll know the cross-pollination of energy, and I call it as RE-mobility. There is no mobility without renewable energy. So abhi tak e-mobility ki baat ho rahi hai. Wahan bhi change karo. RE-mobility ki taraf baat karo. And when you see that comes in a book called Immunomics. I don't have too many copies, but I can send you a free copy of that book called Immunomics, India, Middle East, Africa. I want it to be a trade block. It will be a 40 billion SDG economy by 2040. Right now we are 13 trillion. When I wrote the book, it was roughly 12 trillion odd. Right? That was 2023. So this concept is in the first chapter. Why sustainability is gone for a toss? Because what sustainability does is, it only gets you to retain. Usko aise rakhna hai. Bas, as is various condition. So I have been a rebel, as I told you. I don't agree. So these guys, all Johnnies come in the COP, and every year they have got nice parties. They go back doing nothing. They have reduced our budgets. The financial model has gone to below 300 billion now, because that was what UNCTAD pointed out after we guys. I made a Vizag declaration on that the global economy is 115 trillion. 10% of it should go towards viability gap funding and RE. Whereas they have reduced it to even further down. So that means the rich nations are not putting their money where their mouth is, but they want us to foot the bill. So this is also not going to work. And this we have not lobbied properly, or we have not fought it properly. So there are many issues related to our people in the foreign service. They're not doing enough to talk about the country. Okay, you can just keep your propaganda and image up, but आप जाके उनसे लड़ाई करिए. आप बोलिए साला तुम हमको डंडा दे रहा है, लेकिन तुम किधर है तुम्हारा budget? Where is your bloody commitment? Carbon credits is a greenwashing, because without assets, we need a renewable portfolio obligation that I told Upendra Tripathi long ago. So there is no portfolio built up. How would you trade in carbon credits? So you need to expand the portfolio to trade in it. Otherwise, you are only shifting one credit to another and becomes greenwashing. Somebody catches it, somebody leases, and it's no more like a stock market. That's why the Kyoto Protocol ended, and the Japanese went out of it. And we had our own stuff. So ये सारे जो घमासान है ना फालतू वाले, वो ना करके we should build the assets here. As I told you in the beginning that China has 3.75 terawatt of installations, and we have just about 533 gigawatt. So that means they are almost 5-6 times more than us, right? And you can see that in the graphics with our Burgeshan just mentioned. So China is a 20 trillion plus economy, 21 close to it now, and we are a 4 we can say we'll move. 5 trillion की बात कर रहे हैं, जा नहीं पा रहे हैं, ठीक है, धीरे होता जा रहा है, समय सारणी बदलते जा रहे हैं. 22 हुआ, 24 हो गया, 27 होगा, 30 में भी नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे ऐसे करेंगे तो we have to be very careful. And this is not like some maths you're doing. The CAGR growth has to be seen in a direct proportion to what the industry is talking. It's all economics, it's statistics, It cannot be, we cannot make some statement and get away with murder. That has to end. We have to push the energy train. I made a statement with Bhuvan Khanduri in this hotel only, where I said 600 gigawatt you need to get for 5 trillion. आपके पास है 600 gigawatt अभी नहीं है, इसलिए आप उस तरफ नहीं पहुंचे. इनफैक्ट 600 का 700 लगेगा, क्योंकि solar is only 5 hours available. Wind will be tapering off also with 8 to 9 hours. So you don't have real capacity to drive your grid 24/7 and with frequency balance, because the grid is an agnost. It does not understand whether it's a solar or this. It has only qualitative analysis. The frequency, it's got the voltage, it's got the current characteristics, and you're not measuring current. You are basically, the wattage is basically a transportation where you are calibrating and saying, itna watt ho gaya. You are only working on I square R characteristics with cosine phi lying there as a kya bolte hain, constant, right? So therefore your energy meters themselves are not proper technology, which they are calling at smart meters. Fundamentals have to gone through, because whether these energy meters are spiking, whether they are also calculating the transient loads in such a way that it's bulked out and it is sent to Rob Peter PayPal mode. So where are the harmonic filters throughout the country? कोई जा रहा है नीचे audit करने के लिए कि HF लग रही है कि नहीं लग रही है. So there are many factors like this which I will take it out with, but I just gave you a glimpse of where we come from. People like us are deep dive guys. It's not one subject, हम सारा देख रहे हैं इसको. So अभी smart grid में क्या हो रहा है? You are more or less technically controlled by foreign elements. The biggest energy security risk has come into our grid. It was TBEA, I warned in that era when it started the factory. There's a Chinese company which started the factory and started taking away, gulping up everything. 30% of transformers come from there, from Vadodara. So if their transformers are coming, you have elements fitted in already into your grid. And then our Google friends and all these, they are not our friends. They will just come on top. I will also do. So I'm not naming, but the question is, what are these smart grid forums doing? We have our chair. He knows the subject better. Grid Smart Forum of India. So Murugeshan knows it better what I am talking, and he's always supporting me. So that is also an issue. क्या हमारे ये elements are not in our control? Even for Andhra Pradesh, I want them. They want Google to build a big data center with a 1 gigawatt capacity. But आपने उसको license कैसे दे दिया यार? अचानक आपने private license दे दिया उसको on what grounds? Google will handle, वो क्या private हो जाएगा Google का वहाँ?
He's a foreigner.
हाँ तो but ठीक है सर. But हाँ तो उस पर बात हो रही है अभी, शुरू हो गई है. Because the data center, we are going to establish, I'm announcing here, we are going to establish either a separate data and quantum association. Because I want to go as the devil's advocate there, कि मेरा पानी आप समुद्र जाओ, समुद्र का पानी वापरो, ठीक है? You don't use my regular water, neither the raw water nor the industrial water. You cannot touch my water bodies. Number one. The second part is most important is power. Why did you go decentralized? Why do you want? In fact, every mall should be disconnected from the grid. We should make a policy construct जिससे कि they can come to combined heat and power. और वो करेंगे तो 85% efficiency पे है. तो ये हमारे ग्रिड की बिजली क्यों ले रहे हैं? 1,000 रुपए का पिज्जा खाने को होता है, फिल्म की टिकट लेने को होता है, लेकिन आपको ये बिजली नहीं खानी है. भले 8 रुपए की हो बिजली, 10 रुपए की. Why the bloody hell these malls are connected to my grid? So there are a lot of mistakes in our system, and everybody is just shut the eyes. That's all. Enjoy करो, ऐश करो. ये देखो मत कि देश का क्या होना है. वो किसान बेचारा फंसा पड़ा, उसके लिए कुछ नहीं करेंगे. बातें करेंगे. He will be our great idea कि इसको करना है, इसको देना है, फलाना. ऊर्जा दाता है तो आप खाना आप खा रहे हैं. Why don't you pay for calorific value of the food? Why the bloody hell we have to pay in kgs? I've been pushing the government on this. Buy on value of the food, calorific value. आपको MSP करने की क्या जरूरत है? Fundamentals, हम पागल हो गए हैं, सारे इंजीनियर्स हैं. We should make a lobby and say भैया किसान को calorific value पे दे दो, तो फूड आपका रीजनेबल कॉस्ट पे आएगा. आप अभी किलो टमाटर, किलो इस पे, और उसी से नेगोशिएट करोगे जो स्ट्रीट पे बैठा है. किसी मॉल में जाके कोई नेगोशिएट नहीं करता, देखना आप. वो गरीब से बड़ा नेगोशिएट करेंगे, वो दे भी देगा बेचारा. ठीक है, तो चेंज करो, अपनी थिंकिंग चेंज करो. रावत साहब बैठे इसलिए मैंने थोड़ी सी बातें कर दी. ही इज अवर फार्म मैन एंड इज अ डायनेमिक मैन. वी आर वर्किंग टुगेदर. थैंक यू ऑल. Great to have all of you. Lunch is waiting. Professor. And let's have one photo together.
Wow. He is a crusader. I think that's only one word can define him.
Thank you, sir.
किसी से भिड़ जाती हैं, पंगा लेना है ले लो.
क्या करें सर?
चलिए. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Let's have one photo. All of us. Bawa sahab has been doing a great job. Well, sahab, we did not hear you today. Sorry. KK Gupta, sorry, but your presence itself is a blessing for us. And every person who has attended, I'm thankful to all of. And my friend from Jammu has come. He has just come. In the Facebook से friendship हुई. मनवीर साहब आए हैं. Please give him a big hand. इन्होंने खाली मिलने के लिए आए सबको. And congratulations, sir. Thanks for coming here. And now Baba Sahib is here. You can make good friends with him.
आइए साहब आइए.
अच्छा जी. सुधीर बग्गा साहब पीछे खड़े हैं. मेरे को बताया गया. He is from the US. He's come all the way up. Please come, sir. Common photo. Yes, all of us have to.
Please come.
This is the opportunity.
I'll send a photo.
आ गए ना. बाबा साहब अब आप उसको छोड़ दो इधर. त्यागा किधर है?
Everybody should come here.
बाहर एक अनाउंस कर दो यार फटाफट. तो त्यागराजन को बुलाओ.
आप क्या जी? भाई साहब आइए. कौन रह गया?
All students please come. India. फोटो मार लो यार. शाम कहाँ हो? आओ फोटो तो होगी.
जल्दी आ जाओ एक. All right, good, great. जल्दी आ जाओ जी. कुछ इधर आ जाओ, उधर क्राउडिंग हो रही है.
फोटो तो ले लेगा वो.
हाँ.
आइए सर आइए. बाबा साहब. Baba and Baba.
Ah, yes, right.
What a combination.
Good.
Thank you. अच्छा.
Thank you.
One more.
अच्छा. आपका. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very
much, sir. Ah, very good.